Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of March the 10th, 2026. Mr. Clerk, could I please have the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Rocha.
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Freitas.
Present.
And Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum at 4:30 p.m.
Thank you. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, we have one closed session item tonight. Do we have any public comment?
We have no public comments.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, welcome. Could you please let us know what's on the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a significant exposure to litigation, just one item on closed session today. The city is in receipt of information concerning facts and circumstances that might result in litigation against the city, which are known to a potential plaintiff and pertain to potential claims by the potential plaintiff against the city. This closed session is authorized pursuant to California Government Code sections 54956.9 D2 and E2. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We are now adjourned to closed session.
Meeting is adjourned at 4:31 p.m.
Welcome, everybody, to the March 10th, 2026 special meeting study session for the City Council. City Clerk, could we please have the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Rocha.
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Freitas.
Present.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum at 5:08 p.m.
All right, thank you. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, tonight's special meeting is going to be a study session that's going to have two items on it. The first one is the fiscal year 26-27 budget development, and the second part will be City Council's 6-month priority item, Code Enforcement Division updates. So I'm going to turn this over to our city manager, Bessie Scott, for the fiscal year budget.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Our finance director is here and we'll go over the budget for the study session. You'll be able to answer questions throughout the talk or afterwards, and she's going to get started.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is the first meeting to kick off our fiscal year 26-27 budget development. This budget, when it does go for adoption, will amend the fiscal year 25-26 budget and then adopt the 26-27. We are again proposing a one-year budget. For many years, the city had been on a biannual budget, but due to the circumstances of the deficit spending and financial situation, we adopted a one-year last year and are moving forward with the 1 year, the current year. This is going to be a high-level overview summary of the general fund this evening, and as we continue through the study sessions, we will then dive deeper into each department budget. These numbers tonight, of course, are drafts, but as we get direction from council or as maybe things change as we look at year-to-date expenditures or revenues, the numbers will be adjusted as needed with each session so that we have the most current budget figures brought forth. So, as mentioned,
Excuse me.
Do you want questions during the presentation or after?
I will leave it up to council's discretion of what you'd like to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be good as we're going through it, if we could ask questions going along, then we can open up to public comment and then
Okay.
circle back.
And that
to
might be better just because we're a little bit crunched for
Yeah.
time with this. So just as a reminder for the city council, the general fund is the main operating fund of the city, where we have legislative and administrative, which is defined as city council, city clerk, city attorney, human resources, city manager, finance department, non-departmental, where everything that's not specific to a department such as our liability insurance, public works, excluding water and sewer, the police department, which also includes the subsidy to the animal shelter, community and economic development. This in the current budget is labeled community development, so I want to point out with the adoption of this budget, we're revising that to community and economic development, since we did update the director position to be the community and economic development director. The Public Safety and Community Resources Department, other than anything that's handled by grants such as CDBG and Housing Successor, and then the subsidy to the Recreation Fund. So the reserve policy, as a reminder for the public and the City Council, is that the general fund unassigned fund balance, which is that it's not committed for other purposes, will be a minimum of 20% of general fund operating revenues. And so on the budget summary that is coming up, we'll be showing that. So chart A here, this is the general fund budget summary, which shows the existing 25-26 budget as it stands, the revised figure, and then 26-27 proposed. As you can see for the 25-26 revised, revenues are increasing just about $3 million. Part of that is the increase in investment income, and then on current service charges, we have an increase in plan checking fees and some other inspection fees. And then we are recognizing, as discussed later in the report, a little bit of an increase in the refuse garbage franchise fees just for the current year, showing it as a revenue versus as a transfer in, and a little bit of an increase of a transfer in for the residual from the street impact fund. Under expenditures, we're revising current year expenditures down approximately $2 million, which a lot of that being salary savings. And then at the end of fiscal year 25-26, we are well above the 20% unassigned balance. We're at 43.83%. This does include $5 million transfer in from the Budget Stabilization Fund. And in fiscal year 26-27, also representing a $5 million transfer in from the Budget Stabilization Fund and 35.31% unassigned fund balance. With the proposed revisions to the fiscal year 26 budget, total deficit spending is projected to be $11,377,013, with $5 million offset by the Budget Stabilization Fund for using the $6.377 million drawing down on general fund reserves. And then for fiscal year 27, deficit spending increases to $13,568,062, with $5 million offset by the Budget Stabilization Fund and $8.568 drawing on general fund reserves. The balance of the Budget Stabilization Fund is projected to be $36,249,323 at the end of this fiscal year, and then $31,249,323 at June 30th, 2027. The city recently received a new actuarial evaluation report for the city's other post-employment benefits, also referred to as OPEB, and will not be required to make an additional cash contribution to meet the actuarial determined contribution, or what's also known as the ADC, in fiscal year 2027. In prior years, we've been budgeting approximately $1.3 million each year to come from the Budget Stabilization Fund to meet the actuarial determined contribution. Thus, the balance is only decreasing by the $5 million contribution to the general fund deficit.
Could we go back,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? On the second page, it's just under the general fund budget summary at the very end. Community development fees. This represents the accumulation of general plan maintenance fees and technology fees collected, which can only be spent for these purposes. It is adjusted annually. My question is it? Because as we have learned in the past, a lot of fees that we assume were being, changed and updated weren't.
Not by adjusted, I apologize if that's a little bit misleading. It wasn't the fee amount. What it was is that the amount committed would be reduced. For example, it's being reduced this year for money being spent on the general plan contracts itself.
Right,
so it's running down.
So like the $1.2 million for the general plan, that's...
Right, that will draw down on
that
this.
would
What
be a
is so
drawdown.
that's completely separate than the actual fee being considered. And I will say, as mentioned later on in the report, we are having a user fee study in the process of being conducted as I speak. And so that'll be coming back hopefully in late April for the draft for council to review and discuss. And, it'll look at all of our fees and propose adjustments.
So
to
is
those.
it all inclusive, or are there any, I'm trying to make sure that we are as current on all fees, assessment charges.
They are looking at every fee that we can adjust that's not already set by regulation or some other existing ordinance in place. Or, for example, the water and sewer rates, those are a Prop 218, completely separate out of there. But everything else on the master fee is on the table for consideration.
And now on your chart A, the 1% sales tax, how long does that go to?
That expires, I believe, April of 2039.
37, I think.
I think the 1% was passed in April 2019.
That was 17, it went in effect, it was 18, it went in effect 19.
Okay, yes, right, so then it would be the 2038, 2039 timeframe. But it is important even before the year that it's up, if the sitting city council at that time, which it is important because it's a large chunk of the revenue, the city will be in disastrous situation if it's not renewed. But will be important a few years ahead of the time for the city to start working with consultants and the surveys and getting that, back on the ballot.
Or simply to be proactive and take a negative view and see what we can do years in advance. So I just raised it because I'm thinking $20 million is a huge amount of money.
Yes, and hopefully, hopefully at some point in the future, sales tax revenues will start to be rebound. They're falling across the state for everybody. Antioch's not alone in that. So, that number could inch up slowly in, the next, 8 or 9 years that we have this measure, so.
And just, again, it says current service charges. My prior question would be the same here. And transfers in, can you just quickly, what is transferred in?
Yes, so that detail, those are money from other funds that go to help subsidize or pay for a portion of services within the general fund. If you look at attachment A, and I can get that on the screen really quick here, and then we can go back. So on this screen for transfers in, we're getting money from some of the lighting and landscape districts, not a whole lot, that a portion of the fees are paid directly out of the general fund. We have gas tax money coming in, paying for street services. There is the NEPADS fund that pays a portion of the work alternative program. You can see that transfer in there. Then we have the 2 CFDs, community facility districts, for police services that are transferring in money for police services. Money for from the abandoned vehicle fund that goes to police. There's the supplemental law enforcement services grant, which is just an allocation from the state that goes towards police services. And then the traffic safety fund is a fee that we collect on permits, and that goes towards public works.
So under expenditures, under non-departmental, there's a decrease of $2 million. Is there an overriding reason why there's a drop?
Yes, so one of the largest reasons is that, I don't want to say largest, but our premium for general liability is being reduced. MPA, which is our municipal pooling authority, our insurance authority, recently released draft premiums, and our liability and workers' comp premiums, the workers' comp premium aren't in this non-departmental, but are significantly decreasing now that we're rebounding from all the prior litigation issues that we had. So, so part of that, like I said, is the insurance premiums.
Can we expect maybe in the future that would continue, or?
We can hope, as long as we can, maintain risk averse, I should say. And another thing I want to point out, part of the decrease is also an increase in the cost allocation plan allocation out to other departments that is mentioned in the report. We take up the amount that was allocated from non-departmental has increased for the draft cost allocation plan that we have right now from our consultants that are also conducting the user fee study.
And the public works is a decrease of $3 million. Is that because we're completing projects?
Yes, there was a large rollover from fiscal year 24-25 into 25-26, just about $5.1 million. That was many departments, but a lot of it was public works projects that needed to be carried forward.
Okay, and under police services, later on, I think you're talking about having 48 vacancies, of which 20-something are police, positions. Is it assumed, because this is now a $3 million increase, is it assumed that all those positions are filled?
Yes, if you refer to the notes regarding the vacancies that I have on, let me find the page here. So on page 8, let me get to page 8 here. I did meet with the police department, the city manager, and human resources to get the status of all the vacancies, kind of where they were in the hiring process. And it is estimated for all, at this point, of course, it could change as we get closer, and I will modify any vacancy savings if need be in next year and even the current year, with all the recruitments underway, that all vacant positions should be filled by July 1st. And whether that be with police trainees, which there's a group that we're hoping to start in July. So fiscal year 27 includes funded staffing for the whole year for all positions even currently vacant in the general fund. The one adjustment that happens is I included the timeframes for the academy and graduates that the police chief provided me, and I compared the cost of, we have to still pay them, it's a much lesser rate. Compared the cost of paying the academy, which is 17 academy personnel during fiscal year 27, and the dates that they would graduate, versus having those filled as full-time police officers. So that provided a $368,000 reduced personnel cost that's incorporated into fiscal year 27, paying them as trainees versus full-time officers.
Part of the question is on the third paragraph on page 8, Personnel costs are being reduced $3.2 million from the current budget due to additional vacancy savings anticipated to be realized by June 30th.
Yes.
But
Because that's from, we did some vacancy savings in November of approximately $1.6 million when that budget was adopted. And then looking at positions that are filled to date and when they're going to be filled, because we have positions anticipated to be filled. For example, the new city attorney just started last week. So there was more months to fill in for the vacancy savings. We have some positions from the public safety and community resources that are going to be starting in the next couple of weeks. So it's looking at anticipated when it's going to be filled and how much remaining salary savings will be recognized by June 30th.
okay, so we discussed this last year through all the studies, and I just want to raise it again. When a position is created and when you budget it, you're budgeting for the whole year at step E, correct?
Yes and no. When it's a large, for the police department, for example, I do confer with the police department and say, when do you think these are going to be filled? And if you'll see from the attachment of what was adopted in fiscal year 26, initially we scrubbed $4.6 million off the police department's budget because they said, we don't think it's going to be filled, it's going to be this many officers. So when we have expectations of when a position's going to be filled, I'll take 3 or 4 months or whatever it is and build that. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. But with the police officers, I don't do them all at step E. I'll pick A's, B's, C's because they'll tell me, well, we think we're going to get some laterals. Laterals usually come in at B or C, for example, and then sometimes it's E. So I do a mixture. However, it's just one position, generally, sometimes depending on the position and talking to the department, what they think they're going to get in, sometimes we'll do a C, D, or an E. But when we provide the cost to council, we will say like A to E, this would be the ultimate cost that it would be.
The reason why I raise that is because if we budget a whole year, but realistically, we have not hired, I mean, that money, we don't realize the savings till basically at the end of the year.
Yes.
And that's, for me, that gives a false picture of the deficit, because reality being what it is, as great as HR is, they can't fill 48 positions is a lot of positions to fill. And that's why I'm raising it, and because, from my perspective, unless you really are assured that that's going to happen, I don't think it's a good policy for us because it exasperates the deficit.
Right, and like I said, when we are adopting the budget, we do talk with the departments to see where it is in the hiring process, and sometimes they'll say someone's in background, so we build that into the budget. 2 weeks later, the person doesn't pass or drops out, and that's already in the budget, for example. Or, yes, it's filled, but then a month later, 5 people retire that we didn't anticipate. So it always is, it is kind of a moving target, but before we adopt it, we do build in known vacancy savings so that we aren't relying on, we know in the end it's going to have this. But when I provided projections,
Okay. How good are we in these estimates?
there tends to end up being, more vacancy savings than when we build in, just because so many people, unfortunately with the police department over the last couple of years, there's been, you hire as many as leave, and you don't always know when that's going to happen. But I will say, at least for the projections, when they outline for years we're not adopting, I do always show those as fully staffed, because if you're committing to say we're going to have 406 staff, or whatever it is ends up being the general fund, you have to show what that cost is, because you have to be able to commit that you're going to fund those positions, or
No,
else they
I
shouldn't
agree,
be authorized.
but it's assuming that everything's going to fall into place.
Yes.
Having a background in HR, that's not always the case. So.
Councilmember Wilson, do you have a question?
Yeah, I did have a question, but I want her to I know there's a lot of information, so I want her to get through as much as possible before I jump in with my questions. So I'll hold my questions until she gets.
I have one question, Dawn. So the 62.9 million, how many sworn officers does that represent?
So with the adoption of the 26 budget, the council funded 105 positions, which obviously we have not reached that 105. So the 26-27 budget proposes 105 positions again. So if you were, though, to add, so that's 12, because previously the council had authorized 115 positions, which hadn't been able to be reached in quite some time. And when we did the initial budget last year, and we're looking, before they council decided to maintain the 105. We built in vacancy savings for knowing it wouldn't get into the 115. So with the 12 officers that were essentially reduced and unfunded, if you were to add those back, it'd be about $2.9 million into the fiscal year 27 budget. It ranges, it's approximately, but not every circumstance of officer is different depending on what other types of pay they get. It's approximately $250,000 a year for an officer, give or take.
So that number, the 62,933, 62 million would go up by 2.9 million if we funded it for 117.
So the
sworn?
the fiscal year 27 number where you can see the 72,336. If we added the 12 officers to that number, it would go up almost $3 million. So you'd be, at about $75 million for the personnel costs.
What, are you on page
I'm on page
3?
8.
Oh, you're on page 8, I'm sorry, I was looking at page 3.
Sorry, the table on page 8 that also is up on the screen, you can see the budgeted personnel costs.
Oh, you're
on page 8,
Yes. The table at the top, the chart,
C2.
yes.
Can you do me a favor and go back to page 3, page 3 for me?
Yes.
And work off of that one, because that's the one I took my notes on. It just says police services, 62,933,000.
Correct, in total. So if
So that number
I
would go up by
apologize.
2.9 million?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
got it.
Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, so because when council identified their priorities, we did identify, in 2027 to be at 117 officers. So, okay, that's good to know.
I have a question. Can I get some clarification from the police department on, so when we talk about 115 versus 117, people always think that mean there'll be 117 patrolmen on people patrolling the streets. Can you clarify the breakdown? So how many bodies on the street will we see as a result of an increase in staffing?
Well, right now, we have roughly 53 patrol officers. So they're the officers that are, driving the police cars, doing the patrol work on a daily basis. As far as those numbers at 117 that you mentioned, that includes the chief on down to the lieutenants, who typically aren't, on the street doing patrolling. And then we also have, out of that number, about 15 detectives. So I'm sorry, I can't give you the exact, I don't have the exact numbers offhand. I can look at some of my notes and come back here in a few minutes if you like. But if we did get to 117, I think it's fair to say that our patrol staff would probably increase by a dozen officers.
Yeah, so right now,
So
just,
how
I'm
many?
sorry, just right now, the officers, it's 76 budgeted officers. So if you added back the 12, it would make it 88. I don't know if that helps in your.
88? Yes, thank you. That's patrol side.
Patrol.
88. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Any other questions or?
Nope.
And I do have some staffing notes.
Just a comment. I think when I asked that question before, the actual number to get to the number of officers on the street was like 105, which is the number kind of where we're at. It was like 103 to 105. If we got to that number, then the patrol, you guys would have an increase in patrol for traffic and all of that when we looked at the numbers. So when I think I asked the chief that maybe when we were going through the last budget process, that how many officers would we actually get to where all of the bases are covered in terms of patrol, traffic, et cetera? Not just the command staff as well, but the number was, I think, 103 or 105. So I think, that's where we want to get to. That's what we have as our target. But
105 patrol officers?
105 officers would give us the full control that on the street of what you're referencing.
Yeah,
I think you said the
give or
number
take, because
80,
we have,
but
if you,
it's
from
probably
the chief down to
105.
lieutenants, that's 15 positions there. So if we were at 117, then roughly, 100, 102 officers. But also, those aren't all patrol officers.
Yeah.
Also, there's
But the
investigators.
number
We
I
have
was
some
referencing,
special
you said it was
assignments.
102, 103 would give us the ideal number of coverage that we need for patrol, not.
It's not that I don't understand,
Yeah,
I just think
throwing it out
that
there.
the clarification publicly makes sense. Cause when we say 117, people think body, like
117 patrol officers.
like people
they do.
on the street and bodies, right? So I just think like the clarification isn't for me, because I understand it. The clarification is because when we say we're gonna have 117 patrol officers, and then people don't see 117 patrol officers, we just gotta make sure we clear and transparent on that part.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to look at it, if, let's say we got to 117, you'd have roughly 100 police officers. So that those are officers that, you know, are below the rank of a lieutenant. And then out of that, roughly, let's say, 15 to 20 in either investigations or some special assignment. So you're looking at probably 80 patrol officers that are on the street going to your daily calls for service. And those are rough numbers.
Ms. Scott, this issue always comes, can I just offer a suggestion? Because I think Councilmember Torres Walker is correct. The public and even myself, you know, when I see 117 sworn officers, I think most of us think they're out on the street. So if you could just maybe, 88 sworn officers, patrol, 15, 12 detectives, just a footnote somewhere, because it is very misleading in the public and, social media, and I think it would help. I mean, because we have to try to explain it ourselves, and people just don't get it.
Absolutely. If I'm mistaken, the chief's presentation, last council, his annual report breaks it down pretty well. So if anybody has any
Yeah.
questions tonight, they can go back and look at it,
Yes.
and it
Or
breaks
just
it
make
I was
down.
it a
gonna
part
say
of the
that, but yes,
budget
thank you.
document, just so
Sure,
that
we can
refer to
footnote,
it.
and I do agree with Captain Bittner, and then I will make sure that Jaden helps with that as well. All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Captain Bittner.
So, Ms. Merchant, I just quickly, because I'm just trying to understand some of the trends. In public safety and community resources, it's increasing by $1.4 million from one fiscal year to the next. Is that primarily driven by grants?
No. The grant funds for the public safety and community resources are in other funds. So for example, there's CalVIP, which has its own special revenue fund. There's ERF, which has its own special revenue fund. Just to point out that the public safety and community resources outside of CDBG, because that's kind of an annual allocation, has gotten about $12.9 million in grants between CalVIP, ERF, and California Volunteers Grant. So, and those are all in other funds. So the reason that it's going up in the general fund is because, one, the ARPA funding will be ending for the Angelo Quinto Crisis Response Team. So fiscal year 26 includes a portion, the ARPA goes through December 31st, 2026. And then there's half a year built into the general fund. And then that amount bumps up in fiscal year 27 for a full year of that. And then in, fiscal year 27 is 1/2 year. So the projections for 28, when those we do release, will have a full year for that, should the city continue that service. And then with Home Key Plus, if the city gets awarded and moves forward with that, there's $1.2 million built into next year's budget for the annual costs that the city would need to contribute towards those services.
And the other, I just want to understand the driver, the animal support, it's 600,000, so it's like more than 20%.
Yes, so there is current vacancy savings in that fund, so with anticipation of those positions being filled.
So when we had this discussion for last fiscal year, we made a distinction between what we considered reserve and rate stabilization fund. So looking at this chart, we see the budget stabilization transfer, the $5 million, which was, from the public perspective, kind of controversial, and we are retaining it. What is the reserve? I mean, is it the unassigned fund balance?
Yes, that's what's available to be used for discretionary purposes and municipal services, because the ending balance is, for example, in the 25-26 is the $43.448 million, but then we have to set aside money that's held for other purposes. So there's 42.639 million.
So
remaining.
why don't we just take the money and wipe out the deficit? No, I mean,
Well-
because we get these questions, I don't know about you guys, but I get these questions all the time.
It comes up, but I'm also wondering, like, is it because the policy is 20%,
For
but
the
it's
reserve.
always good to not go.
No, I understand, but they end the fiscal year at 43.83 and it goes to 35. I mean, from a general perspective, people will say, well, just use that money and wipe out your debt.
Well, so essentially in the 25-26, you are wiping out, quote unquote, the deficit because you're using 6.377 million of it. And then in 26-27, you're also wiping out, quote unquote, the deficit by using reserves of 8.568 million.
The reason why I raise it later on in your report, I think you succinctly say that it cannot be sustained and that the council, is challenged to get us to zero.
Yes.
And so, from a staff perspective, I'd like to hear some recommendations, from staff, how to get us to zero. Because, I mean, this is the challenge. It's a challenge for staff, it's a challenge for us, and a challenge for the public. And so it's very difficult publicly to say, well, we have $42.6 million at the end of the fiscal year, but we also have a deficit. It doesn't make sense. I mean, it doesn't seem rational to say we have a deficit, but, oh yeah, we got $43 million.
Right, but when you look at what money you're bringing in compared to what you're spending, you're continually, unless a gap is closed with revenues, either increasing, which we don't see anything on the horizon at this point for it, or you can reduce expenditures, and you can see, personnel cost is the majority of the cost of expenditures, but also council needs to focus on what their priorities are, because every type of service that everybody wants and the community needs, which is important, is kind of included in these expenditures. So it has to be what really are the priorities and what programs or services maybe do you reduce, because it's not one of the priorities, for example.
I thought you did an excellent job, giving us the admonishment. The challenge is, okay, we hear you, we
Yeah.
understand, what are our options?
Right.
I mean, that really, and I have followed your reports for many, many years, and particularly in the last 8-10 years, you've been saying, council, y'all spending more money than you're bringing in. And it's, this is the problem, particularly when you look at retirement debt with the OPEB. I think that's around $170 million, and it's growing, and that is a debt. And sooner or later, we're going to have to do something with that. So I just keep on raising it, because that really is the challenge for us in this fiscal year budget.
Councilmember Wilson, did you want to jump in now?
Yeah, let me check, because I was trying to be polite, but everybody's getting their questions in. So looking at overall revenue and expenditures and looking at animal services, I see we're projected, to increase, we're going to have a subsidy coming to animal services to increase next fiscal year. And so a couple questions around animal services. What is driving this? And are there opportunities for additional cost recoveries or operational efficiencies, like possibly partnering with other agencies or the county? Because I see sometimes with animal services, there's this kind of give and take. I was really curious, and what is staff's outlook on that?
So I think the question was asked earlier, and the extra amount is coming because we're assuming that there will be no salary savings at the beginning of every fiscal year. We are in conversations about some mitigation and cost savings by going other directions at this time. And we'll bring that back to council on a future date.
So that's coming, you can't go into detail about that, so that's coming back. Okay, so I wanted to know that because that popped up, because I just saw that there were some subsidies going into that. And then going back, and I meant to ask this earlier when Mayor Pro Tem Freitas was asking about the transfers in. Right above it, I see other revenue. What is the other revenue? I see that's going down each year, but what kind of makes up all that other revenue that's coming in?
Yeah, so let's get to our Okay, so other revenue, we have miscellaneous revenues, and which is the largest chunk of it. So, for example, it's not very much money, but we do get money from Amports. They have to pay like a truck delivery fee. It's, you know, not a whole lot of money, but anything that's not a specific service charge that's being collected will go into this category. We also, it's not very much money again, but we get a little over 20,000 each year from the golf course as part of the agreement with them for collecting, for them running the golf course. For us, you know, we do own the municipal golf course, and we have an operating agreement with them for that. And then I can't recall whatever the another large amount in
Does
there, but I can bring that
NRG,
back.
or do we still get any funding? I know for a while there we were getting something from NRG, is that?
Yes, that has ended. So
That's
this number
ended, okay.
actually used to be, if you recall from your, all your tenure on council, we used to get, you know, closer to 1.2 to 1.5 million dollars, because we did have the two, you're correct, the NRG and the Calpine agreements where they had to pay us almost like a benefit fee every year, and those ended 2 years ago.
Okay. And then you said from the golf course, we get about, what did you say, 20,000?
Just a little over 20,000 a year.
And how much are we spending?
We pay for the debt service at the golf course on behalf for all the infrastructure needs that was there, that was initially issued through the ABAG, Joint Powers Authority. And the years past, the golf course would reimburse the city for the debt service on that because it was for infrastructure at the golf course. The operating agreement was revised several years ago as the golf course did not have the means to reimburse for the debt service. So the general fund pays for that debt service, which is one of the transfers out that's outlined in the report. So that's about $345,000 a year.
When does that sunset?
That ends in, I believe it's I'll get the exact date, but I think it's 2038.
Oh, it's 2038, is that
Yeah,
far
I
out?
believe, but I
Okay.
can get the exact date for that.
Right.
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Are you saying we received 20,000 from the golf course, but we provide 300 and how much?
It's about $345,000 annually for the debt service that we pay.
Okay.
That math. The math is not math, then. Oh, okay. Something we need to think about. You talked about earlier about the fee updates, which we're going to be looking at, I think, in the next month. Are there enough adjustments there? Is that just going to be a drop in the bucket of adjustments we need to?
I don't even have any draft numbers yet. They're still working
Okay.
with departments to get their time. But if I were to say, my guess is it's going to be a drop in the bucket. And, you know, anytime, even when we've done the 3%, for example, or CPI, it's only been a couple $100,000 to the general fund. It's definitely not going to be anywhere near 11 million. You know, if we're lucky, maybe $500,000, but I don't even know if it would be that high.
Okay.
Anything, although I don't want to discount it, because anything that we can get cost recovery on, that is, you know, very important, and anything we can do to help mitigate, no matter how small, how large, is very important. But I just want to make it clear that it's not going to be anywhere near the $11 million that we need.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Dawn.
One more question before you head on. So in the total revenue where it shows $97.3 million, which is more than the which is basically flat from what we're receiving right now,
Yes.
that includes the $1.7 million from the franchise fee.
Right, so it's being reclassed from a transfer in and now showing as revenue, but in fiscal year 25-26, we have some residual funds in that street impact fund that are about a little over 400,000 that are being transferred into the general fund in 25-26 to close out that fund.
Okay.
So our franchise tax revenue from this year going forward will show higher, and then our transfers in will show a little bit less.
Okay, perfect. We'll let you keep going.
Okay.
That's one page
Okay,
three.
so, in terms of revenues, let me get that back up on here. So, a majority of revenues, 83% in fiscal year 26 and 85% in fiscal year 27, are generated from taxes. And you can see in the charts B and B1 Taxes are made up of property tax, 1% sales tax, or Measure W, regular sales tax, franchise fees, business license, and then other taxes. At one point, our property tax and sales tax were pretty even. Our property taxes, fortunately, have still been going up, but our sales taxes are flatlining. We had to take a significant reduction in this current year. Recently, I met with the consultant for current updates to projections, and they're projecting just over, very minimal, a little bit over 1% in the coming years. And again, I do want to stress that this is statewide. It's not just the city of Antioch. We're not alone in this sinking ship of sales tax. However, of course, there are regions that are doing better than us. For property tax, I have built in a 4.5% increase. Last year, it went up 4.7%. So hopefully we'll see about the same increase as our building, is quite strong here in permits being pulled. And then for the sales tax allocation, I just point out, obviously not for this evening, but the 1% sales tax is allocated 70% to the police department, 15% to quality of life, and 15% to youth. So as we move farther along in this budget process, we'll be asking council if they want that same allocation again or something different. But also as a reminder, it's not new money coming in, an additional $20 million to allocate. It's just one piece of the pie designating what you're saying it's being spent on. Franchise taxes, which we have touched upon, there's new legislation that we cannot earmark funds for street impact. So that's what we're talking about with changing how the money is being represented in the general fund. We have worked with the city attorney's office and also spoke to Republic Services, who manages our garbage. And we are going to be amending the contract so that the percentage is the same that we receive. We're just not earmarking to street impact. So that amendment will be coming to council at a future meeting. So for investment income and rentals, the majority of this is the interest income. We also do have our lease payments from our cell tower sites that are in here. We're increasing the current year by $1.2 million because, of course, we projected our fund balance to be a lot lower this year, but we have some savings. We're decreasing that by approximately $1 million in fiscal year 27 because we're projecting reserves to decrease $8.6 million, thus not earning as much interest allocated to the general fund. For revenues from other agencies, the fiscal year 26 amount is increasing slightly in the revised budget due to a Police Office of Traffic Safety grant. Fiscal year 27 is approximately $131,000 lower due to police and economic development grants being expended in fiscal year 26 that don't carry into fiscal year 27. And I will say a majority of grants that the city receives, for example, we get highway traffic grants, those are accounted for in other funds, not the general fund, because it goes into, for example, the gas tax fund to pay for a road project in there where part of it's offset by a highway traffic grant. In terms of service charges, we're increasing the current year by $1.14 million, mainly due to projections for plan checking fees anticipated to be collected, as well as increases in technology, accessibility, and green building fees. Attachment A lists the individual budgets and revised estimates. And again, I mentioned here that a user fee study is underway, and so we will adjust those as needed after we bring that draft to council for consideration and what fees they will are amenable to adjusting in our master fee schedule.
So, Ms. Merchant, educate me. The green building verification and compliance, I notice on attachment A, it'll be about $250,000. So we collect this fee, and what do we do with it?
I will see if David Storer can answer that. No? I'm not, I apologize. I'm not sure what.
We'll get you the information.
Okay,
Yeah,
just-
yeah.
I mean, $250,000 is a lot. What do we do with it?
But isn't that for buildings that I thought, Mr. Storer, you explained this to me, with the green building plan, how many buildings in the city are falling in compliance within that, and we're rewarded for that?
Yeah, we collect a fee at the issuance of each building permit, but as far as the collection of money and how it's distributed, I don't have any knowledge of it, about how we've earmarked it.
So is there more than $250,000 in the fund?
No, that, when we collected it offsets, you know, expenditures within the community development department. Exactly what it is allocated, we'll have to bring back
Yeah,
information on
please.
that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and then transfers in, that represents monies transferred into the general fund from other funds. We did discuss that, and we did discuss on attachment A where it lists the individual funds coming in. Then for expenditures, you can see the expenditures by department in chart C. We have it in fiscal year 26 versus fiscal year 27. It is very close. I will say on the fiscal year 27 expenditures by department, if you add up the percentages, it's just because how the pie chart does. That police, the 57%, in order to make it balanced, really should say 56%. It's just because it's actually like 56 point something percent, and on the pie chart, it rounded it up to 57. So I do apologize for that little discrepancy, because if you add up all the percentages there, it would say 101%, not 100%. So I just wanted to point that out, just so it's clear in there. But the expenses by category that make up all those departments, as you can see in fiscal year 26, personnel is approximately 55%, 36% for services and supplies, and 9% for transfers out. The percentage for personnel goes up to 60% because, as we've discussed, we're anticipating full staffing in fiscal year 27.
Ms. Merchant,
Yes.
just because this came up in a recent, for FY 27 expenditures by department, I consider animal support a part of the police department. And so it's a 57 plus 3, so 60% of our expenditures for services in the city of Antioch go to police services.
That is correct.
I just want to be sure, because there's some discussion about that in the community.
Yes. And we've already discussed this chart too at the top where the personnel, we have the change going up the 9.5 million, which is anticipating the full staffing. Services and supplies are actually going down 4.8 million. And then internal services, as discussed, we have the cost allocation plan update being conducted at the same time as the user fee study. The draft number, so it could change slightly, but I wanted to get the draft number in there. It's increasing the amount that's being allocated out to other departments by $2.6 million. So it really, instead of expenditures, for example, going up, you know, close to $5 million, it's being allocated out to other funds, and so that the net expenditure increase over fiscal year 26 is 2.27 million, because we're able to allocate the cost of services out to other funds. So the proposed budget for fiscal year 27 models the expenditure adjustments that were approved in fiscal year 26. And I do have that as attachment C, all the items that were approved and incorporated into the fiscal year 27, into the fiscal year 26 budget. So we're asking council consideration of each of the proposed items to give clear direction to continue to include these adjustments or add them back into the budget. But even with the adjustment included, the deficit continues to be astronomical. We need to continue to engage in significant program and service reductions, review, and how to align that with council priorities. Overall expenditures, as I mentioned, are projected to be less than the current budget by the 2.29 million in the current, and an increase 2.27 million in fiscal year 27.
So, Ms. Merchant,
Yes.
when you ask the council to give clear direction, how are we going to give that to you?
Well, this could be as we go through, but for example, for this evening, unless we want to continue it, so fiscal year 26 includes freezing a business license representative position, and that is included keeping it frozen in fiscal year 27. So is there a consensus to keep that frozen, or that's on page 8, or to add that back into the budget, for example? So there are some things which, you know, if we have time, we can kind of get some definitive direction. There could be other things that, you know, this council might say, let's keep this and continue to review this as we dig deeper into the budget.
And the last time we met, we did give you a chart that said a yes, no. So this is the preliminary discussion. If you want us to come back with the chart of the mitigation, options for you, we can do that. So you can have a standalone conversation about that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, if you're really asking it for us to give you clear,
Yeah, absolutely. And the only reason I will say I just didn't do that for tonight, because I know we only had an hour, and I was trying to give a brief overview and see if there was anything that, we wanted to come back. So yes.
I will say for me, I do believe that we should have a purchasing officer in the city of Antioch, and that all be centralized. Yes, it would cost money, but it will also save money and a lot of frustration that exists in all of the departments. So we discussed it last year. I had hoped that we would put that in. So from my perspective, that is the one addition, maybe one or two people, that you create a purchasing department and they act for the whole city. That's my own personal opinion.
And I know, yes, we did discuss that, and we'll definitely cost that out, but I do also recall that, the city manager also wanted to wait till all the operational assessments were done, to see one where there's lacking in what needs to be done and how that would best work within the city. So, but I will definitely bring back a cost for that for, discussion.
I'm assuming it'll be probably 2 employees, but.
All right, any further questions and then next steps? Oh, and Director Sator.
Just looking at your master fee schedule, I think I can provide some intel on the question that was asked about the green building code. I just wanted to check to make sure it wasn't a pass-through fee. But in looking at the master fee schedule, it looks like.
Speaking to the
we do a
mic.
verification.
Speaking to the mic.
Oh, sorry. Shall I start that over?
Yes, that's okay, you're good. Just-
Okay, so it looks like what we do is, when we do plan check, we actually look for the building code, the green building codes, to make sure the projects comply with that. And I'm guessing it goes to the general fund. I'd have to defer to.
It does go in the general fund. I
Okay,
just,
yeah,
I,
so
yeah.
it's basically 18% of the building permit fee for new residential and resident additions. And if we're doing new commercial and TIs, then it's 50% of the building permit valuation. That's for all projects that come into the city. So it's not a pass-through, it's a fund that we collect and have
that
discretion.
That goes into the general fund?
Yes.
Shouldn't we be separating that out into its own fund?
Well, it's paying for the services that the planning staff and building staff are doing to check compliance with all that, so.
And I understand that, but I just think it might be a good idea to separate, so we know where that money is going. I mean, it's going into one account and where it's going out to, so we can track it better.
It actually is assigned a separate account number for the different kind of fees, so.
It is the general fund.
Right.
I can
So
tell you
it's
that 100%.
general fund with
yes.
its own coding?
No, it just has a revenue account number, because revenues are separate from expenditures, so it's going into the community development budget to offset community development expenditures.
Okay, so we're gonna look into separating out as a cost center we'll look more into it with the directors and see if it should go into the general fund. I understand what you're saying, so we'll follow up with you. All right.
Thank you for that.
Ms. Merchant, can we go ahead without us maybe asking questions and kind of just briefly walk through the rest of the report, the last couple pages?
Yes.
Because I think it's important information.
Yeah, so just things then, since we'll be coming back with the master list that we'll be asking to consider is, do we continue freezing the business license representative position, an accounting specialist position, a community engagement coordinator in public safety and community resources? There's an administrative analyst position that is currently frozen, that 0.10 of the FTEs in the general fund, and then it's enterprise. So Public Works is requesting that position to be unfrozen. We have included it in the draft number to be unfrozen for fiscal year 27 because it is a maximum approximately $21,000 impact to the general fund. But again, we'll ask that council if they concur with that or not. There's a senior civil engineer position in Public Works that is frozen, and an assistant engineer in Public Works that is frozen. Another thing that is included in the budget that we need to add is a policy director to the Police Compliance Division to maintain compliance with the Allen settlement. We've actually anticipated a few months of vacancy savings for that position because the job classification needs to be created and taken to the bargaining units and brought back to the council. So $203,025 is included in the draft fiscal year 27 budget. And another thing that is included in the draft fiscal year 27 budget, but again, we will bring this back for council concurrence or not, is adding part-time help to the city council budget. Currently, scheduling and other types of needs of city council are handled by one administrative person in the city manager's office, and that's overextending the position with everything else that this position needs to do. We did talk about the services and supplies decrease, what it is attributable to. As I mentioned, fiscal year 26 includes 5.1 million encumbrance and project budgets carried forward into fiscal year 26. So those will not carry into fiscal year 27. So that's a reduction right there. We've reduced outside legal costs by $250,000 based on review of cases. This number was provided by the interim city attorney, but of course we'll be working with the new city attorney as she comes up to speed to see if we need to make any adjustments to those numbers. We've decreased liability insurance premiums, and then, as discussed, increased public safety and community resources budget for HomeKey Plus, and then the AQ-CRT contract. Another item that is included in the budget that we will be asking concurrence on is to not set aside funds for the general fund divisions to the vehicle replacement fund. The vehicle replacement internal service fund is projected to have a balance of just over $8.3 million at June 30th, 2026. So it can absorb funding those in the meantime, not having funds set aside. When the general fund starts contributing again, the amounts will be increased to play catch up for those years. The reason it is also included in fiscal year 27 is it's an easy enough, I want to say low-hanging fruit to grab, because we're not mandated to set aside those funds. It is a responsible practice, I will say that. However, we're not mandated to set it aside, and when there's so many other competing needs, you know, it's an easy spot when that fund has sufficient balances to cover that. Transfers out, I do provide the detail of the transfers out, which we've touched on. We've got the animal services fund transfer out, recreation services, the Pruitt Capital Fund. City Council has previously approved setting aside $200,000 each year for Pruitt capital needs. There's the the lighting and landscape divisions transfer. The reason that it is decreasing in fiscal year 27 is because there was additional work for median and landscape enhancements that was approved to take place in fiscal year 25 and in fiscal year 26. So those projects are projected to be completed by June 30th, so we won't need as much of a subsidy for these special one-time cleanup projects. The Marina Fund, $700,000 each year. And then, as mentioned, the debt service on the 2015A lease revenue bonds for the golf course infrastructure. So you can see it's approximately $345,000. Unfunded liabilities, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, here is the pension liability and then the OPEB. So together it is approximately $171 million. These are paid off methodically every year, though. We're not going to get a check from CalPERS, for example, saying pay your $151 million unless CalPERS goes bankrupt and demands all cities pay. So we are paying a portion of the unfunded liability on an amortized basis every year, unless the city opted to adopt a different amortization schedule or pay more than is required to methodically pay that off. But one of the things I did want to mention is the pension liability, and I've said this before, it's kind of a moving target. You throw a dart and see where it lands. As a good example, the miscellaneous plan was $75 million this year, going up $6.3 million from the prior year. However, we just got the actuarial report, what's called the GASB 68 for our financial reporting, what we're going to have to record at June 30th, 2026. And it's going back down to 69 million, so it's going down 5.7 when it bumped up. So it's always depends on their actuarial assumptions, the discount rate, investment losses. So that's why it's really hard moving target when you can swing up 5 million and then drop back down 5 million the next year. So it is a little bit crazy. I also list on page 11 the contribution rates by each plan that we have. And for the safety plan, because we're in a pooled plan, they no longer provide us a ratio, a percentage to apply that's a combination of the unfunded actuarial liability, also known as the UAL, plus the normal cost. They provide us a lump sum payment for the unfunded actuarial liability to pay. So you can see in fiscal year 27 for the safety plan, it was 7.07 million. That's going up to 7.75 million in fiscal year 27. And you can see the contribution rates depending on the type of member. And that is it. So if there's no further questions, we can take any public comment, or if there's further questions, I'm happy to answer before we move
I
on.
just have very quick. With regards to the marina, one time, last year, when Park and Recreation made a presentation to the council, they talked about incentivizing some of the, naming rights and things of that sort. When it comes to the marina, I'm just putting this out, as it comes to that time that we might consider doing an RFP and putting this out and, breaking that responsibility away from the city. I just raise that as a possibility for us. With regard to lighting and landscaping, the one thing I do want to see, I requested it before, is what parts of the city of Antioch are in lighting and landscaping districts, and those individuals are paying for assessment versus a lot of the city that gets subsidized by the general fund. And I think that we need a map, we need to understand that, and explore what the various options are. One of the things that is on attachment A that just really surprised me, I guess because I had just received my Xfinity bill. When I saw the franchise cable TV, it's only going up $50,000. I was laughing because I don't know if you all are Xfinity people, but man, that has become a very, very expensive, thing. So I would like to see what the contracts, call out.
We don't have separate contracts with the cable providers. We only have the contract with the refuse. So,
Really?
yeah, we don't.
So
we
who
don't.
mandates this money coming to us?
I believe it must be the state or maybe I don't know if it's if it falls under the PUC or
Wow.
not, but I can find out. But we do not have separate written agreements with the cable providers.
Well, I would be curious,
Yeah.
and if there's any option for us, because a 5%, return on the franchise to us is not very lucrative.
Director Merchant, a couple quick questions. Are there any employee pay increases included in this budget in 27?
No, other than step increases,
Mhm.
there are no COLAs built into the
Okay.
budget.
Are there any consultant contracts built into this budget?
There are definitely consultant contracts. We can bring, as we dive into the budget further, bring that information back. I know a lot of the contracts, for example, that we have in place for this year are anticipated to be done by June 30th, or if they're not completed, for example, the operational assessments, if they're not completed, whatever would be left on the purchase order we would request to roll over. But we will definitely, bring the contract information back as we continue on.
Okay. And then could we get a list of all the grants by department and how much they are, what the term is, what the general fund contribution is, things like that, just so they're kind of just all in one table listed out?
Yeah.
I know that we have acquired a lot of them, which is great, but it would just be good to see what all that is in different departments. Could you also please, not tonight, but explain our 115 trust and how that helps our unfunded liability,
Yes.
and how we've contributed to it in the past and what benefit it would be to contribute in the future? And the other thing I would like to see is, since the council prioritized 117 sworn officers for 2027, and we've only shown 105 in the budget, I'd like to see it with the 117 in there, or whatever number that we think we're gonna be close to hitting. Just because I think leaving that at 105, if the direction is to go to 117, doesn't give the full picture to start with.
Will that include like transparency on the breakdown? So patrol versus detectives?
Yeah, when we bring that back,
Okay.
we can work with the police department to get the breakdown of who would be, investigative, not driving on the street patrol, like you say. We'll make sure and bring that information back with it.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions from council?
Because you raised this question, it would be beneficial, I think, to the council, but also to the community. Can you show us how much it costs to hire one sworn police officer? And I'm talking about the academy, going through through the hiring process, background checks, things of that sort, police vehicle, gun, the whole, what does it cost to hire one Antioch sworn police officer?
All right.
And
Yes,
that's with
Councilmember.
benefits, right? The whole package.
Benefits, shoes allowance, gun, if we're gonna hire one, what is the total complete cost of hiring one sworn officer?
Well, because I remember seeing some comparisons to other cities on hourly, but it wasn't like it wasn't the whole package of, because some cities are gonna, just like school districts, pick up more of your health coverage, where others do not. And so by focusing on an hourly rate, it may put us at one level, versus if you do the whole package of health and benefits, it might shift that in terms of where we rank in the region. It'd be nice to know that.
As well, positions are not one-time costs, so it would also, how can you see like the inflation on positions, right? Like how positions are inflated over time. So it's not one time because things will go up, right? So the cost of one officer, when you bring back the numbers, won't be the same year to year. So
Right.
how do you project out the cost per officer per year, knowing that it goes up? And maybe this is also important, and I'm meeting with the city manager, so I could just ask you about this, because if we're gonna be fully staffed in June, every position in the city is not a one-time expense. We meet next week, I'll get
Yeah,
the-
I will say, just to give a little bit background on the salary, like for 26, 27, we build in what we think the cafeteria or our health benefits package will increase in the year. We build in what our workers' comp rate is projected to increase based on the premiums from the municipal pooling authority. We use the PERS rates that are provided, so we've been provided the rates, and actually our PERS rates have typically gone up anywhere between 2% and 5%, and they're pretty flat this upcoming year, which is just amazingly weird, but great. I'm grateful for it. But, and then so we build in those cost projected increases in those other types of benefits.
All right, any other questions from council? Any public comment on this?
Yes, Melissa?
Thank you, Dawn. That made it make sense to me. Thank you. I probably spent a lot of time on this, or I did spend a lot of time on this, probably more than I should have, just kind of researching what other cities have done when they had deficits. I don't want you to decrease public safety. I think that's essential. However, I went back and looked at 2025 salaries and overtime, and I think we should concentrate on reducing overtime as well. And several ways you can do that is use civilians, volunteers, academy cadets for administrative or traffic roles, so sworn officers can focus on the work that they can only do. Programs like Angela Quinto and CORE should be, publicly reported to show us what the real savings are, or confirm if there aren't any, because I believe it does reduce police time, but it would be nice to see the numbers so you can make a decision on that. Also, I think if you collaborate with community advocates, our unhoused and violence prevention advocates are closest to the people that actually that need the help. And so I know we kind of started doing that, but maybe make it more often, engaging them proactively to de-escalate situations and connect people with the services before police intervention is actually needed. And I also think housing advocates should help people help themselves, not just relocate them, help clean them and feed them. And what I mean by that is like Rika brings in John Muir to help them. And that is one way to help people help themselves. We've started to pick up on technology. I think that will help decrease overtime as well. And personnel costs. This is where I researched. Cities like San Jose, reform pensions with Measure B and Measure F. So maybe our city attorney, our new city, welcome, can look into that. And then you can't do anything about the current pensions, but you can do something about the new pensions. Maybe that will help decrease our OPEV or whatever it's called. And then maybe you could actually afford COLA increases if we do that. San Jose did that, and in 4 years they had a balanced budget. Without structural changes, I think we need smarter spending, stronger revenue, and sustainable pensions. And hopefully our deficits will continue a downward trend. So thank you.
We have no further public comments.
All right, so thank you very much, Director Merchant and City Manager Scott, for your guys' report and all the work that went into it. And we look forward to seeing this. Do you know when it's going to be coming back for our first look at budget at this point? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to our next study session item. City Manager Scott.
Okay, thank you so much. Mayor and City Council members, this next item is an update on Code Enforcement Division operations and discussion of current and future priorities and policies within the division. We want to brief you on what we're doing and to clarify the role for the public and importance of code enforcement in the city of Antioch and why it is a critical function in supporting neighborhood stability, public safety, and long-term fiscal health. Code enforcement is fundamentally about prevention and compliance. It is not about punishment. It is about maintaining community standards that protect the quality of life for our residents. When we address illegal dumping, substandard housing, abandoned vehicles, overgrown lots, or unpermitted construction, we are doing more than correcting a violation. We are protecting property values, supporting responsible homeowners and landlords, and ensuring that residents live in safe conditions. Unchecked blight does not remain isolated. It spreads. It discourages investments in businesses. It contributes to neighborhood decline, and ultimately it creates larger public safety and fiscal challenges for the city. It is also important to clarify how code enforcement differs from police and public works. Our police department focuses on criminal activity and immediate threats to safety. Their job is enforcement of criminal law and emergency response. Public Works, on the other hand, maintains our public infrastructure, our streets, parks, drainage systems, and city facilities. Code enforcement works primarily on private property compliance. It ensures that property owners meet minimum standards established by our municipal code. The approach is progressive and administrative with an emphasis on voluntary compliance whenever possible. In many cases, strong code enforcement reduces the need for police response to quality of life concerns. It is a preventative function that keeps small issues from becoming larger public safety problems. From an equity perspective, this function is also critical. It protects tenants from unsafe housing conditions and ensures that community standards are applied fairly and consistently throughout the city. As we continue to work to strengthen community and trust and stabilize our finances, code enforcement must be viewed as a core service. It supports economic development, neighborhood revitalization, and public confidence in local government. Moving forward, we're focused on improving consistency, enhancing data tracking, strengthening interdepartmental coordination, and ensuring that our approach remains fair, firm, and service-oriented. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our director and his team to tell you what we're doing to change some strategies and approaches in code enforcement. And in addition to that, we also are sort of bookending this change with a revamp of See, Click, Fix, which we'll also talk about.
Thank you, David Storer with the department. We have a short video for you tonight. And I'd like to say I'm a participant in that video, but as it turns out, I'm the narrator. But it's been done through AI, so I'll blame Sonny on that one because he's got the skill set to do it. So what we will do is show you a brief video, again, And then we'll do the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint was in your packet previously. And we were attempting to try to add some slides to respond to comments that we got at the last council meeting. But we do have the information, and we will be able to provide that orally and then follow it up later with some hard copies through the city manager's office. So we'll go ahead and start the video. It's a short one, about, what is it, 2.5 minutes. And then Sonny will come and go through the PowerPoint with you. Thank you.
Let's start with a foundational question. What and who is code enforcement? Often when a resident sees a city vehicle pull up to their curb or an officer in uniform walk up to their door, it is natural to feel a moment of anxiety. We want to completely remove that fear today. Code enforcement is a dedicated civil division focused entirely on the health, safety, and maintenance of our city's properties. Our focus is on the environment around us, the structures, the neighborhoods, and the shared spaces that make Antioch home. When code enforcement comes to your door, we are not there to punish you. We know that municipal codes and zoning requirements can be dense, confusing, and overwhelming to navigate. Our primary goal is to help you through that difficult process. Our job is to help our residents, not burden them. We serve as your neighborhood guides and liaisons. When we identify a property issue, our objective is always voluntary compliance. We work step by step with property owners to explain the regulations, outline the necessary fixes, and connect you with city resources or community programs. We want you to see our uniform and know that a partner in neighborhood improvement has arrived. Navigating these municipal codes often goes beyond property maintenance. Sometimes our residents are trying to improve their homes, adding a room, building a fence, or upgrading a business facade, and they get tangled in the permitting process. Other times we identify a structural issue that poses a true safety hazard to the family living there. That is where our commitment to helping, rather than burdening, truly shines. We want to highlight that our primary focus is voluntary compliance, and we will always work alongside property owners. Our team will guide you through the compliance process, whether that means getting a building permit, understanding the codes, or connecting you to helpful resources. By working together, shoulder to shoulder, we streamline the process for the property owner. We combine our neighborhood outreach with staff expertise to turn what could be a confusing, bureaucratic maze into a unified, clear path forward.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, city manager. My name is Sonny. I'm the interim code enforcement manager currently. And that video, David had said his voice was used, you know, and I took it out last minute and used like a voiceover. I'm here tonight to provide a comprehensive update on the Code Enforcement Division's progress, current operations, and our strategic path forward. This report serves as a 6-month update on our division's priorities and how we are aligning our resources to better service the Antioch community.
Can we have the PowerPoint up in the back? Thank you. And Sonny, here's the clicker.
I don't know where to point.
Hey, Sonny, as you're talking, can you make sure you're talking at the mic so
Yes.
it can be heard, please?
Sorry.
Yeah, I know it's hard.
Shows how much I know and use AI. Okay. There you go. Department organizational chart.
To start with some context, the Code Enforcement Division is a core component of the Community and Economic Development Department. We work alongside building inspections, planning, and economic development to ensure our city remains safe, attractive, and open for business. Our mission is integrated into the city's broader goals of fostering growth while maintaining a high quality of life for our residents. Last October, the council received a formal operational assessment of the division. That report identified 5 key themes for improvement: strategy and vision, leadership, systems and processes, workforce and culture, and resources. Tonight's presentation is structured to show you exactly how we are addressing those findings and modernizing our operations. Currently, our division is operating with 9 dedicated staff members. This includes myself as the interim manager, 5 code enforcement officers, which I also am one of those code enforcement officers, 1 specialist assigned to the police department's community and engagement team, and 2 community development technicians. We are authorized for a total of 12 positions. We currently have recruitment processes to fill the permanent manager role and a specialized CET officer position. We will also be coming back to you soon with updated job descriptions for senior and flex level officer positions to help with long-term retention and career growth. It is worth noting the sheer scope of what code enforcement handles. Roughly 89% of our enforcement work is concentrated in 3 critical areas: planning and zoning, public welfare and conduct, and sanitation and health. Our municipal code gives us the tools to address 281 specific sections that directly impact the look and feel of our neighborhoods. On average, the average percentage of cases dedicated to an officer that is represented by the number 281, or the percentages on the side. These are some of the examples of what code enforcement touches on. Some of the codes under our municipal code: graffiti, fences, garbage, solid waste, and residentials. On the ground, this translates to very practical issues that residents care about. We spend a significant amount of time addressing major auto repairs in public view, property maintenance issues like junk and rubbish, and safety hazards like overgrown vegetation or site obstructions at driveways. To the left, notices and examples. Our notices contain some of this verbiage, which is an example of the educational aspects that we hand to property owners, and we go further to explain the municipal code violations that are there so they can better understand our codes and collaborate well with the code enforcement officers. Our team has been incredibly active since the last fiscal year. This example highlights the activities just from August to December of 2025. Since August of 2025, we have conducted over 2,060 inspections and opened nearly 1,000 new cases. On average, each officer is managing about 69 inspections and opening 33 new cases every single month. Most importantly, we have successfully closed over 1,000 cases in the same time frame, showing a steady pace of resolution. These numbers are just a small example and representation of code case activities from August of 2025. We are fundamentally changing how we do business. We are moving away from static geographic beats and towards a thematic approach. This means we are focusing our energy on key corridors, business storefronts, and known hotspots for illegal dumping. For example, Lone Tree vendor enforcements, commercial centers like Rayleigh's and Sycamore Square, and the Delta Fair Plaza. To support this, we've invested in better equipment, including a retention of vehicles that can handle difficult terrain, drones for gathering evidence, and safety vests for our officers. We have also expanded our presence to include evening and weekend enforcement to address issues that don't just happen during the 9 to 5 hours. Proactive enforcement is now a major pillar of our strategy. We are investing in training for our officers and updating our operations and procedures manual to ensure consistency. We are also working with citywide to restructure C-Click Fix, making it easier for the public to report issues and track our progress. Code enforcement doesn't just work in a vacuum. Collaboration is essential. We partner daily with Public Works on graffiti and dumping, with the police on encampments and noise, and with the city attorneys on complex legal warrants. We also lean on county agencies for health-related issues like hoarding or vector control, and fire districts for imminent fire hazards. These are some of the examples of work that we do with the county. Especially we team up with vector control for issues to rodent harborage, and health services for help with the property owners that need services with adult protective services or child protective services, and also with the fire department for hazardous fire codes and issues. A recent example of this collaboration was our street vendor enforcement action in February. Over 6 nights, our officers worked alongside the police department with a primary focus on education. We contacted 81 vendors, issued 64 warnings, and helped several others get on the path to proper permitting. I can say that this focus was a great example. The feedback was mostly positive, and it's a model we plan to continue for follow-up in our enforcements. Looking ahead, our priority is to finalize our permanent leadership and fill our remaining vacancies. We will continue to refine our thematic approach and use data to see what's working. We'll also be addressing our new evening and weekend schedules, mostly to ensure they are meeting community needs. Our ultimate goal is to keep checking off the recommendations from our operational assessment to build the most efficient division possible. Thank you for your time and for your continued support of code enforcement. At this time, David Storer and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much, Sonny. Do we have any public comment on this?
We have no public comments. Oh, so sorry. Would you like a microphone so you don't have to stand up? I have a wireless microphone. Would you like a wireless microphone?
Okay, see? That makes it easy. Hi, I have several questions or comments on the code enforcement. I know that you do a good job with moving the unhoused and the encampments. And I applaud you for that, because every time I've called, someone's come out, and I'm in a high area where it can be fire. What I do want to state is that in terms of hiring, I know for a fact that there is still some racism in this department, and also against females being in that department. They are harassed unmercifully. And I feel like that needs to be corrected. Another thing is that, you know, I saw the areas and heard what you were saying where you're focusing. I think you need to focus right here at home on J Street between 4th and 5th. It is Auto Center USA. That means that there's grease all over our streets. And the parking place, you got people coming there, especially on the weekends, that are working on their vehicles, people that live in the apartment, but they have their friends come over. And they're working on their vehicles. Now they've started coming up between 5th and 6th and parking. They're just leaving cars parked up there at all times. There's this place right here that's supposed to be a toll place. I've caught them several times towing their raggedy vehicles up on the block on J Street between 5th and 6th to leave them, because I guess they get in trouble with them down here. That needs to stop. That's been going on for 4 years. You know, and people working on vehicles and a neighborhood, no, that all that needs to stop, because it leaves the roads greasy. It leaves, you know, little parts or whatever that fall off or whatever is stuck there. And I think those things need to be addressed as well. Other than that, I appreciate you guys too for coming out and getting people to cut their lawns so that you're not climbing over stuff and thinking, oh God, is that a rat I saw running? So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right, any other public comment?
No further public comments.
All right, any questions from the council? David or Sunny? Yes. Yes.
I just want to make a comment. Yeah, is it Sanny or Sunny? And I'm not even going to attempt the last name.
It's Sunny Golgikovis.
Okay. I think probably this is true for all of us on the council. When we're out in the community, there are so many questions about code enforcement, the consistency, outreach, and things of that sort. I'm very happy, you know, with the city manager and with you and David and the team working together, because this gives me hope where I didn't have it a year ago, quite frankly. So I applaud you for, you know, wanting to change and moving in a new direction. I think the community will be very happy with you and staff and moving forward. So just thank you.
Thank you for that. And I just want to reiterate the point that Manager Scott pointed out, that there, as we heard from the speaker, there's a very distinct and clear order of operation for vehicles on the street versus those that are not on the street. And we are working very closely with PD to rectify that. And I think the collaboration that we had, putting people in cars together, for the most part on the vendor thing that Sonny talked about, is a great step forward.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes, so thank you for that report. It was very informative. And also I want to thank you that you kind of touched on going ahead, what are the areas that are consistently, you know, in regards to dumping is coming up quite frequently. I'd like for you to add to that list Deer Valley at Empire Mine. I feel like I always call in that area the most, because I think people think it's out of sight, nobody will know, but it's still a problem in that particular area.
Yeah, and if there's a question about the hot spots, I think that's what you were referring to. We do have our public works folks here who have got agreements with a third-party vendor to hit certain hot spots. So I think that message has been received, and we can add that to the list. We do have Monday, Wednesday, Friday pickups regardless now on the hot spots that we put in the presentation, but we can certainly add to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, a couple questions. So is Republic Services still picking up large illegal dumping for us on a
Yes,
daily
that's
basis?
that's franchise agreement, and work is being actually managed by our deputy director, Carlos Zepeda. We're also on an illegal dumping task force for the city and the county, and standing up our own task force along with the encampment task force group that we send emails on, which is separate and distinct from code enforcement.
And I just saw some new legislation that's been introduced at the state level to actually increase the fines and DMV
Yes.
involvement and things like that, which is
Yes.
going to be helpful, hopefully.
And so that collaboration is through a team that is through APD. I'm sure Captain Bittner can speak to it. The SET team, I say it wrong all the time, but the Encampment Task Force Group deals with that and all the statutes and all the things that come, which Carlos manages as well.
All right. And I'd also like to thank you, City Manager Scott, and Code Enforcement for expanding the service beyond just 4 or 5 days a week into the weekends and into the evenings, because that's huge as far as a lot of violations occur outside of just normal business hours. So that's been really well received. As far as these kind of centers that are kind of repeat offenders, I'll use A and 18th for an example there. You know, that over the Rite Aids is closed, Wells Fargo, that whole area. So my understanding is that if there's a violation and it's cured and then it goes back to a violation again, it ramps, and say they were fined because they did not comply, it ramps right back up to the highest level immediately. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. So we do have, within a 6-month period, if they repeat these same violations, we can go straight into the citation phase.
Okay, because one of the frustrations, I think, is that it gets cleaned up and then literally the next day or within a week, it's back to the same as it was. And it seems like if the fines, because they obviously are not putting the attention necessary, are severe enough, it might get their attention to maybe patrol it better, have security there, whatever it might take to not have the reoccurrence that seems to happen.
Yes, when it comes to that stage, we tend to work with the property owners because they are in the same situation we are. Some of the dumping sites are their property, and they want to work with us to clean it up. So we have contacts directly with them where instead of a citation, we work to resolve the issues by getting them to bring out their people to clean up the sites.
Okay. And then as far as this is for the city attorney now, as far as our ordinance is concerned, and you may not know at this point, but we had talked prior about looking at our ordinance and seeing if there's ways to maybe bolster it, because it's been a minute since it's been updated. Is that something that's on your plate or radar to do quickly?
It is definitely on my radar. I saw it on the list of priority projects. I have not looked into that particular project yet, but I will jump right on that.
All right, good, because I know there's, since the last time the code was updated, I know there's been some different vehicles that have been used to bring about compliance. And then also there was a question about vacant properties and what we might be able to do in relationship to that. And so that was something else that we had asked to come back and give us an update on what, I know the city of Martinez, I saw, just implemented a program for vacant properties or vacant buildings as far as a registration for them to register those properties. And so I know there's some ways for us to maybe get a better handle on that. Then the other question I have is, there was a talk about collaboration internally and with some of our partners. How about Caltrans, the railroad, the flood control district? You know, we have so many different property owners running through our property that we don't have control over. And I know that's a big part. I'll use the UP railroad that runs through the center of town there at A Street or D Street, for example. That's a constant hotspot. What's our ongoing relationship with them and how we can get better compliance from them, for example?
Yes. So currently through our task force, collaboration with PD, we do invite those property owners to come in and sit at the table. We do collaborate in terms of notices we still send out, especially for railroad and non-government agency entities like PG&E and Chevron. We do have contacts for them as well that we reach out to. It's not immediate that they come to the table, but they do reach out to us, and it would be nice if they were a part of our groups too.
Yeah, I think that's a must, and I know folks like Councilmember Torres Walker that back up to the tracks, you know, as the weeds get tall and it gets to be summer, it's a real hazard that folks are looking at, and
Yes.
that's up and down that railroad, for example.
Yes, and a part of our collaboration, we also collaborate with the fire department's code enforcement officers and the county's code enforcement officers to tackle some of that stuff too. Especially when there's tall dry grass, the fire department's inspectors they send notices. We do also send notices out to the property owners and make every attempt to be able to resolve that before getting into any penalties or anything like that.
Okay. And then this might be a question for Kelly. So I had or maybe you can answer it, Sonny, but there was reference to San Pablo as far as best practices that we were kind of modeling after. And so I was just wondering what sort of things their program have that we're trying to imitate that are making us a better code enforcement group.
Sure, thank you for that question. The reason San Pablo was part of that, why I put it in the assessment, is because their issues are similar to Antioch's in terms of blight, unhoused encampments, etc. And so I put them in the assessment to give you an example, and I think that if you think you have a copy there to show kind of what they go through. So they had a strong partnership with their police department, code enforcement, and other services in the community to, speaking of blight specifically, they did a street in approach. So they started on the street and they worked with abandoned vehicles, and then they worked next, when they got that cleaned up, they moved to sidewalks, and then when they got that cleaned up, they moved to personal property. So they needed all the partners at the table to help do that, and they had great success doing that, and have turned around their issues with blight in that time. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And the thing, you know, San Pablo being quite a bit smaller, and from that street in approach, we could probably spend all our time just taking cars off the street, right? I mean, we have so many vehicles.
Right.
And to me, the biggest issues are these properties are very visible from the highway, from arterial streets. And so it's kind of that balance between making sure the street's taken care of and the properties that are just an ongoing challenge.
Yes, exactly. I know they're a very different size community, but every community has a variety of different issues, so I focused on the issue specifically because I thought that would be of most interest as the code enforcement team and leadership was thinking about alternative ways maybe to handle the issue.
Okay, and then one other thing that you had mentioned in your assessment is we used to have a rental inspection program that that went by the wayside a while back, and you had mentioned, you had just referenced that maybe we might want to reconsider that. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I gathered just a little bit of information to understand that there are some issues with rental properties needing, having violations. And so if there perhaps was a specific program that could help address that. So I just put it in the report as a way of bringing it back for discussion and consideration to see if in the scheme of things it would fit well within the work that code enforcement is doing. So it's to be considered by the team and leadership.
Okay, perfect. And
Yeah.
the last question, and you reference it in your assessment as well, is the uniforms that the code enforcement officers wear, and that's really important for how they're perceived when they're out in the community.
Right.
What was the sense as that was discussed as far as and maybe that's for Sonny, what's the look that we're looking for out in the field? Because it can be a very, police looking look, or it can be polo shirts and khakis. So what did we kind of end up with there?
Right, exactly. I'll give my comments and then Sonny may walk in or add to that as well. So it really depends on the approach you want to take, right? If you want to be a more, and the comments from the team were sort of all over the place too, because there are different approaches that each officer takes to engage the public about that. Some like to be as different from police as possible because it's more about building relationship, and they felt they had more ability to interact and connect with the public that way. Others felt like some situations they walk into are dangerous. And so having the look of an officer gave them a little bit more confidence and the public that they were addressing, that they had enforcement abilities. They have enforcement abilities as it is, but so it really depended a lot, and that's why I referenced it, but I think it depends on the overall approach and that the city wants to take and what you want the narrative to be about the code enforcement. So I left it open, but just put that question out for future consideration. You really have to think about what it is you want to accomplish and the message that you want to send to the community. And I'll
Okay.
let
Yeah, thank
Sonny
you.
weigh in as well.
Thank you.
I'll take that one, Mr. Mayor, if I can. The main objective is to ensure that our code enforcement officers are safe doing their job. And to the degree that we can de-escalate the visibility of them, that really is an important component. So whether we're talking about black pants, black shirts versus grays and the blues or the dark colors here and there, that's something we can do through the assessment process. And as Kelly said, you know, we have both ends of that spectrum, so that's something we'll be evaluating with the city manager. And that also includes vests and stuff like that.
So is the goal to have one look for the whole team, though, so that when people see
I think
that-
that's
that
the
person,
plan,
they
yeah.
know that they're from Antioch Code Enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do we currently have one look for the whole team, or are people wearing different things?
Pretty much right now, it's one
Yes.
theme. It's pretty much black on black.
Okay, I wasn't clear on that, so that's good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
I just wanted to share my appreciation for the prompt response that I've seen when community members have expressed a concern about something they've seen or something in their neighborhood on the McCollum Trail, by the Raleigh Shopping Center, Lone Tree, different places in District 2. And generally, when there's been a communication, I get a response back from whoever sent that out to me that they appreciate the prompt response. One question I had is about graffiti. I didn't know, you know, that pops up in different areas, different neighborhoods from time to time. I noticed like on Contra Loma by San Jose Drive, I saw some graffiti today that I hadn't seen. And I saw some city trucks there. I don't know if they were prepping it or looking at it or what they were doing, but I'm just curious how that happens, because I know when I was at Antioch High School, that was one thing that we really kept a close eye on, because when our high school get tagged up or in close proximity to it, it would send off a message about territory and about just an unsafe kind of an environment where people are identifying who they are associated with and who they're opposed to. And so it just prompted a thought to me. Is that something you guys address? Is it something you see throughout the city? I'm just curious how that's...
Yes. So, Councilmember Rocha, graffiti is you know, a prevalent violation in the city, and we as code enforcement treat it as a collaborative effort with the property owner. Sometimes the graffiti is on public spaces, and we can address that immediately with the help of public works staff. We can go out there, especially if it's something that's related to gang affiliation, or we can address that right away. When it's on private property, we reach out to the property owners and make sure, you know, of course they don't want those graffiti on their businesses, on their homes, so we just have to let them know that it is a violation with municipal code, and we notify them, and just they go out and abate it right away. If not, you know, we go further to send out notices so that they are aware. But we do touch on all the graffitis that's visible in the city.
Yeah, I was just a little excited. The one that I'm referencing is the retaining wall on Contra Loma by San Jose Drive, and it's beautiful with the, you know, has the work and the concrete of the tules from the river. And then I saw someone tag their name or whatever.
Absolutely.
And
I mean, if it
it's
comes
just kind
through,
of upsetting when you see that happen.
yeah, if it comes through our channels, like even by call, you know, code enforcement officers, they have caseloads on that day, and if they notice it, they'll add that to their list of stuff that they need to abate, to send out notices. But we do encourage the community to send that over to us through the website, through Secret Fix. It gets assigned to an officer, and we go out and abate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, for mentioning Martinez. Also want to just remind the city attorney, since she just got here, Oakland has a vacant property and also vacant lot measure that was passed. I believe it might have been Measure W. I'm not sure. It seems to have a lot of teeth in what it could do. And I think this will be probably my 5th time looking into that. So I'm happy you're here. Also, absolutely to what the mayor said about revisiting the ordinance around code enforcement. I am interested in how high can we actually go currently with fines? Like, what is the highest fine amount that you can impose on a property owner?
So we start at 100, and then $500 and $1,000
And the
per
highest,
violation.
the highest fine is 1,000.
Yes.
And then after that 1,000, you can keep fining at 1,000, or you have to go back to the original 100.
No, we keep it at 1,000. It doesn't go higher than that, and it's per violation. So if there's 5 violations, that's $5,000.
And do we have a total number of? Is there a total amount of how much fines are currently owed based on properties?
Yes, yes. So we do have that. We do have that information. I just didn't get it in time for you guys to review it. I can send that over to you guys after.
I think that would definitely be important. And I believe, if maybe I could be wrong, but I asked about Measure O when I first came to the city as a Measure O. Measure O is actually, it has to do with the rental does that have to do with the rental property issues that the mayor raised? It was supposed to be a measure that was supposed to.
Yeah, it's,
Oh, I'm sorry. The fees on rental you might know better than.
yeah, it's the rental registration fee, and it's different than a rental inspection program. They're two different programs.
So how is Measure O doing?
I know Dawn left. I don't know if we have that number.
We can check for you and get back to you.
And then just one clarified question. So code enforcement is different from public works?
Yes, code enforcement is under the Community and Economic Development Department.
I'm just clarifying because I don't want to ask you questions about clearing encampments. Do y'all work with public works?
We do work with public works and the Antioch Police Department. Our code enforcement officers are a part of the community and
Yeah, that's a different team. The Encampment Task Force Group sits under the SET team of APD.
And so so it's my understanding when the encampments get cleared from I know encampments get cleared from the railways. Do we invoice them for that? Do they pay us for that, or?
They don't always get cleared from the railways. BNSF, RUP,
Yes.
PRBS. Some people move to the railways, so it depends on whether or not it gets big enough for us to have to address. And it depends on the circumstance, but we are in contact with the railway, and they do sometimes come to the encampment task force when it gets bad. Our deputy director and our police department do call and ask them to clear it, give us the notices to go in to clear it. I don't know if we get reimbursed when we have to do it ourselves, but I can find out. That's an ongoing conversation that we're addressing with the rail lines currently.
And then it also raised something for me when Councilmember Rocha talked about graffiti. If it's on a freeway entrance, is that Caltrans or is that us?
I believe it's Caltrans. Any city-owned property, I believe, if you recall a couple of meetings ago, you approved the purchase of a graffiti abatement machine for Public Works because they do that work as well. And so I don't believe, yes, our director will have more information.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. The stuff that you're probably talking is likely on state right away, which would be the freeway, Caltrans. We are in constant conversations with them regarding abatement, whether it's graffiti or other debris within the right-of-way.
Next time you have a conversation with them, can you let them know that, I guess I'm just thinking about all of the graffiti on the, like, exit signs on the freeway. I never know who to call. I'm like, who am I supposed to call about this?
It can come to us. We can
Okay.
take care of it. We can make the phone call into Caltrans, work with them, notify them of the issue, and try to get them out there to clean it up.
Thank you.
No problem.
So, excuse me, while you're there, Director Bunting, do we ever have discussions with them about like our off-ramps get a lot of litter and debris, and Caltrans is not very good at maintaining that sort of stuff? Have we had discussions about us taking care of that and then just charging them for it, or something to that extent?
Sort of. We've had conversations about that area or those areas. Caltrans is okay with us going in there and doing the work, but they weren't so interested in reimbursing us for that. So that's kind of where that has stopped.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we should discuss, because it's our front door to our city, and even
Right.
if we don't get reimbursed, I think it's important to keep that clean.
Mhm. All right.
Yes.
On
Yes, go
that,
ahead.
I think it
I think it is
might
important that we
benefit us to talk to our state representatives.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, Sonny, I do have one question. You have on one of your overheads, retooling and adapting the C-click fix. I can tell you from the community perspective, it has been a very sore subject. People have told me, gee, I've counted 15 times I've tried to get the attention and nobody's responding. So can you elaborate a little bit about what is happening so that we know, so we can?
I can do
talk
that. It's a
or-
different department. It's our GIS department who's in charge of C-Click Fix. We can come back with a presentation on how it's being streamlined. And in fact, in the last, I believe, 3 or 4 weeks, the numbers of complaints have dropped significantly. So we will bring that back to you at the next meeting.
Because it's, when you're out in the community.
Yes.
It becomes a big topic for people who have tried to use it and it's
Yes.
failed.
And Brandon and our PIO, Jaden, will be working on a public service campaign to talk about the changes. Mhm.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you. Did
Yeah.
you have something else? you
Yeah, I
wanted to
just wanted to thank our code enforcement team for the work and for redoing the approach. It took a lot to get these changes done, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank Anna and her team for going to the union to negotiate the changing working conditions. And also our, backbone and support in terms of Captain Wentz and Chief Addington, who are also helping and overseeing code enforcement, and then Captain Bittner and his team, who work collaboratively through SET and with the Encampment Task Force Group. I think that people do not understand how much it takes to run these divisions and all the peripheral help that the different teams do to support each other to make our city improve day by day. And I want to thank Director Merchant for her comprehensive overview of our finances this evening as well.
All right, and yeah, thank you. The direction of code enforcement definitely is on the right trajectory, so thank you all for collaborating and working well, and it's great to see us moving in a good direction. So we are going to conclude our study sessions for now. We're going to take about a 5-minute break, so council's been in session since 4:30, so we're going to take a quick restroom break, and then we'll be right back to start the 7 o'clock meeting up.
Special meeting break is called at 7:05 p.m.
All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to our regular City Council meeting of March the 10th, 2026. Mr. City Clerk, will you please get the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Rocha.
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Freitas.
Present.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum at 7:15 p.m.
All right, if you could please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, earlier this afternoon, we had closed session, so if we could have our new city attorney, Ms. Lori Asuncion, please report out, and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. We had one item for closed session today, and there was no action taken, so we have nothing to report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to public comments. Do we have?
Yes, we have some public comments. Can I have Melissa, followed by Leslie and Debbie? Let me get you a microphone. Test 1, 2, 3. Test.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Can you? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Council. I have three things to say. First, I would like a council member to make a motion to move number 10 to number 5 or number 10 to number 9 so we can address that this evening. I know these meetings usually go long, so I'm just wanting to get that moved up. The next thing I would like is there was discussion at the end of 25, and I think I brought it up at the beginning of 2026. No, end of 24, the beginning of 2025, that I wanted you guys to put the eminent domain of vacant building and lots on the agenda. We had started talking about that previous council, and it was something that I think they have started looking into what's all needed to be able to do this. So I would like the eminent domain to have some research done or whatever to bring that back on vacant buildings and lots here in Antioch that can be built on, bought by people in Antioch and used for, either homes or for businesses or something if they want to build their own. And then the third comment I wanted to make, I got a lot of time, is that where is the police chief? I'm disappointed in the Antioch Police Department. I rallied for them to get their funding. I pushed, I carried out, I cheerleaded for them and everything. For every time they want funding, I cheerlead. Yet when we had our hit and run in December, they did not get there until 2 minutes after that guy took off. We showed them videos. They had all the information. They claimed they were putting a whatever you call a bolo or something out on him, but he wasn't picked up. And when he came back through the neighborhood, we called him and we were told, oh, well, we're not going to arrest him right now because we can't get him on the DUI. And I'm like, but he hit and ran us and his injuries. And so I'm just really disappointed that I rallied for them to get funding and carrying on, and that when I needed them, they weren't there to support me and my daughter. And the results is I'm in a wheelchair. I will walk again, but I'm in a wheelchair. And I've had serious surgery. It was bad. So I just, I would like them to be put on the agenda to answer to me and to other people. I'm sure there's other people with these same things. So I guess agenda matter for people who have complaints. We need to hear the people speak here in these chambers. And I will be one of them to speak if we can get that on the agenda, in a future agenda. Thank you.
Debbie Blazier.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and staff. I'm Debbie Blazier. I'm the president of the Downtown Antioch Association. And I want to announce 3 things. First of all, we've done a little bit of rebranding, and where can you find us? So Antioch DAA on Facebook, Instagram, and Downtown Antioch Association at Gmail is where you can contact us in case that you have any questions about the events and things that we're doing downtown. We have our March, April, and May kind of booked out for things that we're doing in conjunction with the city, with Parks and Rec, and on our own. So this weekend is our first kind of big event that we have 28 business so far and still counting that will be participating in a St. Patty's Day word search. So the 14th and 15th, you'll look downtown, there'll be a balloon and there'll be words on shamrocks that the winners will be judged on how creative sentences and stories that they will create from these shamrocks that are in the windows. So we'd like everybody to come downtown, shop at your favorite stores, and put in an entry for creative stories and that. So we hope that the families will come. I did this a number of years back, and the stories and the sentences were quite entertaining and that. So there's prizes and some of the stores, and we'll be announcing specials and that online. So watch us on Antioch DAA. The second announcement or the last announcement is our DAA meeting. It will be at the Four Seasonings this March 26th. It's on a Thursday night at the end of the month, and we really would like to invite businesses, residents, and that to come down and see what it's all about as well. So thank you very much for all your time.
Thank you.
Jim Becker, followed by Crystal Law.
Excuse me. Good evening, everybody. My name is Jim Becker, and tonight I'm wearing my Antioch Chamber of Commerce Board President hat. So just some updates. This Wednesday, we're having a lunch and learn at Sutter Delta. CEO Trevor Brand will be addressing HR 1 and its impact on healthcare for our community, local businesses, and our employees. This is a really important topic, and we encourage everyone here to join us. Next Wednesday, March 17th, we'll be having our Dine and Shine. We'll be celebrating Hen and Drake Modern Tea Room down here downtown, so join us for lunch. And then on April 7th, our Government Affairs Committee will be hosting BART Director Foley, who will be speaking on the proposed BART measure as well as the issues that it could pose for stations like ours, for Antioch. So please join us for that as well. And now I have the big news. First, I want to thank Mayor Bernal for being part of our honorary selection committee this year for our awards. And the awards are for Youth of the Year, Amanda Brown from Deer Valley High School. Citizen of the Year, Most Impact is Allison Norris. Lifetime Achievement Award is going to Joanne Bilba, who is 96 years young. Nonprofit of the Year is Share Communities. Small Business of the Year is Almost There Travel, and Large Business of the Year is U.S. Bank. And I want to remind everybody, I heard earlier in the meeting about graffiti and broken windows and all that. I just want to remind folks here on the dais and also here in the audience about the Chamber Cares program. If you see vandalism, graffiti, broken windows, or other issues, let us know. We can provide the business owner with an immediate grant of $500 to help with repair costs. And for more information about Chamber Cares and some of the events I mentioned, go to AntiochChamber.com. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you.
Crystal, followed by Melissa.
Hello, City Council. I had a whole speech prepared, but I am not going to follow that speech today. I am very disappointed in the mayor. To even think that we would have a second thought on home key, to even think that we would have a second question.
Excuse me, Crystal, there's an agenda item.
That's
about
fine.
this.
That's not even what I'm talking about further.
Okay.
To even think that there would be a second thought on any of that, but yet we're out here, we are doing photo ops, we're getting in front of cameras, which is great. You know, you're doing your job, right? But I don't see what you're actually physically doing in any of it. And I'm coming down because it's upsetting to me to think that you're reaping the benefits of everything that the other city council did, but you get all the congratulations for it. Look, we all have to work together. One of your interview questions for me for APOC was, how do you work well? How do you work together with people who you don't, or can't get along with? I want to ask you that same question. I want to see where's the Christianity when we have people out here suffering and don't have places to live, and yet their cars are still being taken. I want to know where is it at? You say that you empathize with people and that you've been there, but I just don't see any type of empathy. I see you going for your voters. I see you going and being working with the, whatever they want. You can't do both sides. This isn't a game anymore. We need help out here.
Melissa?
I guess I'll start off by saying I have noticed a great improvement on the dais about attitudes and talking to community members, and I do appreciate that this last year. And I also really appreciate when I reach out to people, they actually get back to me. That is, even if it's a thank you, I just saw this, thank you for saying something. For those I don't reach out, you can reach out to me because I've done that already. The worst things, there's some things I'm concerned about. And one of the things I reached out this last week was losing Zach Steele. And it would really concern me because economic development needs to be very proactive in this city right now because we need to generate revenue. And as elections approach, I hope our community can rally around the civil and productive discourse on these issues. And my vote will be going to the one, because D4 and D1 are up for election. I'm in D4. My vote will be going to the one who I think best can move this city forward fiscally with ideas and actions. Say what you want about Lamar, he had ideas. They didn't work, but at least he had ideas. He didn't treat people well, but he had ideas. So that's the one positive. So my question to those that I've been advocating for and those who ran on economic development, what is your plan? Because I haven't seen any plans or any ideas, from you on social media or when we talk one-on-one. And I'd like you to address that tonight in your closing comments, because right now, when it comes to economic development, I'm giving this council an F, and there's still time for final grading in 2028, so I'm hoping that we can turn this around. Like I said, in 2026, I'll be looking for candidates who just aren't good at rhetoric, but who also bring real plans, real ideas, real accountability for our city's future. And I'll be a strong advocate for those leaders. So regardless of personal feelings about any candidate, I think all Antiochans should focus on that. We should focus on people's accomplishments and how they've consistently shown up in Antioch and what they have done to try to improve our city. I want to regain the hope that I once had in this council's ability to lead proactively and make Antioch a city we can all be proud of, especially regarding economic development, because I think that is our next step. Thank you.
No further comment cards.
All right, thank you. Is there one more coming down?
Thank you. Good evening, Council and City of Antioch. First, I wanted to address, you spoke about the golf course. The golf course gave us a check for $20,000, but a few months ago, you guys agreed to pay off their 30-year debt. Okay? So we're stuck with this golf course company for 30 years. And if any of you guys have played the golf course, it used to be one of the best in the Bay Area. You used to have to wait an hour and a half to get on the tee time, just like the way it is now in Concord at the Apple Creek. It was a moneymaker. It's all gone to hell. So bad decisions by the dais, okay? The chief's remarks last week, okay? The chief gave a nice report. First of all, he's talking about the total amount of calls that the police handle, okay? Thousands of them, maybe thousands of them a day. Look at all these calls, wow, they're really working hard. But then, you know, he gets a few questions from the, from the public, and it's like, well, when somebody fires off a shot, like, at your house, when somebody fires off a shot, sometimes 5 people call in. Somebody driving by, they'll call 911. Somebody that's actually saw it happen, they'll call 911. So one incident turns up with 5 different calls. So yeah, it looks like our police is doing a lot of work. But they're not. They barely even get out of their car. I remember, when people started first making videos of police, somebody got beaten up down in LA, and somebody photographed it, and then pretty much the police were afraid to get out of their car because they didn't want to end up on YouTube that night. And when I take Bart to work, I go by the Concord police station. And every time I go by there, there's 6 shiny, brand new motorcycles. And they're just waiting for the morning when 6 motorcycle cops show up to work. And they go through Concord and they make the city safe. The cops on the motorcycles, they're giving the information to the dispatcher. They're like the eyes and the ears of the police. We don't have a traffic, you call it a traffic division? 1 officer, is that a division? Let's call it a traffic duo, okay? Because we have no traffic enforcement, okay? Even Louis says when the light turns green, he doesn't even move for 5 seconds. That's our representative. He's afraid to drive his car when the light turns green. You guys can do better.
No further public comment.
All right, thank you. Moving on to proclamation. The proclamation tonight is for National Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, March 2026. Do I have a motion to approve the proclamation?
Move approval.
All right, motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Freitas, second from Councilmember Wilson. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, and this is, proclamation is going to be received by a couple of folks. Danielle Aubin, who's the Coalition Coordinator for the Bay Area Community Resources, CCC Meds Coalition. She's going to be receiving, as well as Tracy Hearn, Treatment Center Director for BART program. So after this is read and after we get public comment, then we'll go ahead and council will come down, say a few words, and we'll take some pictures with you all. So National Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, March 2026. Whereas March is recognized as Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, bringing attention to the serious issue of prescription drug misuse and its impact on individuals, families, and communities, including here in the city of Antioch. Whereas while prescription medications such as opioids, sedatives, and stimulants can be effective when used as directed by a healthcare provider, their misuse can lead to severe health consequences, including addiction, overdose, impaired judgment, and increased risks such as impaired driving, infectious diseases, and complications during pregnancy. Whereas prescription opioid addiction remains a significant public health crisis, and synthetic opioids, including counterfeit prescription drugs laced with fentanyl, continue to be a driver of fatal overdose, and in 2024, the rate of fatal overdose from fentanyl in Contra Costa County was 10.2 per 100,000 residents, a significant reduction from the 2023 rate of 14.72 per 100,000 residents. And whereas in 2023 in Contra Costa County, there were 447,583 opioid prescriptions given to patients, which is an adjusted rate of 313.9 per 1,000 residents, higher than the state average of 345.62. And whereas, according to the Center for Disease Control, 105,007 drug overdose deaths occurred nationally in 2023. 80,000 were from opioids, and 183 of those opioid-related deaths occurred in Contra Costa County. And whereas the City of Antioch encouraged community members to take proactive steps to prevent prescription drug misuse by safely storing medications, properly disposing of unused or expired prescriptions, and raising awareness about the dangers of misuse and overdose. And whereas the DEA's National Prescription Drug Take Back Day on Saturday, April 25th, 2026, provides a special opportunity for residents to safely dispose of unused medications and participate in efforts to prevent prescription drug misuse in our community. And whereas in the Contra Costa County Medication, Education, and Disposal Safety Coalition encourages residents of Antioch to use prescription medications only as directed by healthcare providers and never share medication with others, and promotes awareness, education, and responsible behaviors regarding prescription medications, strengthening the health, safety, and well-being of all Antioch residents. Now, therefore, I, Ron Burnell, Mayor of the City of Antioch, hereby proclaim the month of March 26th and each following March to be Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month in the City of Antioch. All right, would Danielle Oben like to come on up and say a few words? She's here. Hi, Danielle.
Thank you, Mayor Bernal and the City Council for proclaiming March as Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month in Antioch. On behalf of the East Contra Costa County Meds Coalition chapter, we sincerely appreciate the city's commitment to raising awareness about prescription drug misuse and its impact on our community. This proclamation helps highlight the importance of prevention, education, safe medication storage, and proper medication disposal. By working together, schools, families, healthcare providers, and community partners, we can help reduce misuse and protect the health and safety of Antioch residents, especially our youth. Thank you again for your leadership in supporting a healthier and safer Antioch community. And I would also like to take this opportunity to remind the residents here in the city of Antioch that DEA Take Back Day will be taking place on April 26th. And that is an opportunity for you to dispose safely of all your unwanted prescription medications. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And where will that be located for folks to drop those off?
The closest location I have confirmed is Oakley Police Department.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, next, if Tracy Hearn, who is the Treatment Center Director for BART programs, if she could please come up. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. On behalf of BART programs in Antioch, thank you for this proclamation recognition. Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month. We are very honored by this recognition. I have many of my employees here to accept the award, not just myself. I also have the TCD Treatment Center Director from Richmond to accept the award as well. City of Antioch is very committed to addressing substance use and supporting recovery in our community. I have seen that not only within our community with our police officers, because I have been working diligently with our police force. So I want to actually thank you guys all. And if the chief is here, I want to thank him. I have also been emailing him officers' names as thank you. So we have been trying to clean up the community, and I am sincerely grateful. So every day we see the strength and resilience of individuals working towards recovery, and partnership like this really makes that possible. Thank you again for your support in helping raise awareness about this important issue.
All right, thank you. And I also like to thank you for your efforts to clean up that area around your facility. It's really been a huge improvement over the last couple months.
I've been there 4 months, and that is all due to not just me, but my regional director, Matt Edelman, and I have been working diligently. So.
Yeah, for folks who don't know, the BART clinic, we also know it as the methadone clinic, and so it was an ongoing issue for quite a while, and just recently it's really made a turn for the better as far as just the appearance around it. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, do we have any public comment on this?
No public comments.
All right, so we could have folks come on up. Tracy, why don't you and your group come on up first, and then we can give you this award, and then we'll. Captains Bittner and Bowers, you guys want to come on down and take a picture with us as well? Yes. All right, moving on now to item number 2, announcements of civic and community events.
I have some announcements for, you guys
Somebody
we're
please
all
make an
looking at each
announcement.
other. I can make the announcements while Director Cabral comes up for Director Wright, who is not here. He wants everyone to know that the extravaganza is happening on March 28th for the egg hunt, and it's happening in 2 parks at 2 different hours. So from 10 to 11, it'll be Contra Loma State Parks and Montclair Park, and from 12 to 1, it's Meadow Creek Park and Diablo West Park. And then the recreation events calendar has come out. Don't worry, I've asked Nicole to put this on your calendars so that you don't miss anything. And so it has the ice cream socials, all the events that are happening that the city is putting on this year. And then the last event, I don't know if the chief wanted Captain Bittner to remind everyone, but I can, is the grand opening of the Sycamore Police Substation on tomorrow from 5:30 to 7.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And just to piggyback on what City Manager Scott just said, the grand opening is going to be super exciting at the Sycamore Plaza. Really excited. Thank you. And Recreation is doing a great job at all those events. The fact that they have a whole calendar of the year is exemplary with such little staff, so thank you, Recreation. I will not keep you too long, but I wanted to introduce Rochelle Leon, one of our Antioch Council of Teen students who has been with us for a long time. As you already know, every council meeting, or at least one council meeting a month, we try to have a youth come up and public speak and speak about some of the events that youth services are doing. It's good practice and they enjoy being in front of you, and what better way of showing civic engagement than being here with her amazingness. Thank you.
Good evening again. Thank you for the lovely introduction. So as you already know my name, I'm from Dozier Libby Medical High School, and I'm here from Antioch Council of Teens with a couple of announcements for March. So starting off, March 13th, we have a Teen Slime event workshop. So that's going to be for Antioch students or youth that reside in Antioch, and it'll be from 5 to 7 p.m. So if you like slime and you're from ages 12 to 15 years old, please make sure you come. And side note, everything is free, so even more of an incentive. So up next, we have a blood drive that was organized by 2 members from Antioch Council of Teens. They collaborated with American Red Cross and their school to make this happen. So if you would like to contribute and give back, please show up to donate blood March 21st from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. So we at the Antioch Community Center, and we hope to see you there. Please, if you have any questions or concerns about anything, please make sure, or if you would like to register for anything, please make sure to email youth@antiochca.gov. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Rochelle. All right, are there any other announcements?
No further announcements.
All right, moving on to item number 3, announcements of board and commission openings.
Thank you. The City of Antioch has the following positions available. The deadline to apply is 5:00 p.m. Friday, March 20th, 2026. The Board of Administrative Appeals has 3 full-term vacancies expiring March of 2030 and 1 alternate vacancy, a 2-year term. The Parks and Recreation Commission has 1 partial term vacancy, which expires March of 2028, and 3 full-term vacancies expiring April of 2030. The General Plan Advisory Committee has 5 committee member vacancies and 2 alternate member vacancies. And the Sales Tax Citizens Oversight Committee has 3 full-term vacancies expiring March of 2030 and 2 full-term vacancies which expire March of 2028. To be considered for the vacancy positions, please complete an application and submit it to the city clerk's office by the deadline date of Friday, March 20th at 5 p.m. Applications are located on the city's website and may be picked up in person here at City Hall. You please email your completed application to the city clerk. You can also drop off your application in the water billing drop-off box located in the parking lot just outside. Thank you.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Mandy. City Council Committee reports and communications. Councilmember Rocha.
Both of my standing committees that I sit on with a couple of my colleagues here are not until next week. The City Schools Committee meets on Monday, and then the Tri-Delta Transit Board meets later in the month, so I don't have any report at this time.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Torres Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. None of my committees have met, but thank you, Councilmember Rocha.
Yes.
We're always like, what do we say? It's so formal. Again, as Councilmember Rocha stated, the City School Standing Committee will be meeting March 16th at 1:30 p.m. at the main AUSD office up the street. Please come. That is a public meeting. I know it could be hard for people who work. We're still trying to figure out how to make those meetings later in the day so community members could attend. I will not be attending that meeting. My brother-in-law, who is a veteran, passed away, and we will be having a send-off for him. It's really important to our family, and so I will not be there. But I trust Councilmember Rocha to lead that meeting because he is our expert on education. Our Cannabis Standing Committee meeting will be happening on the 18th at 10 a.m., Mayor Pro Tem Freitas. We also, that will be here in the council chambers. Very exciting meeting. Come and learn about all things cannabis. I know Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Freitas is excited. and then just in case people don't know, but it's already public, there is a joint meeting of the City Council and the Planning Commission that same night at 6:30 p.m. here in the council chambers. And then on the 26th, the Community Development Block Grant Standing Committee is also meeting, where myself and Councilmember Rocha sits on that committee. It is 9 a.m. I apologize again. That is super early for residents who work. It is a public meeting. If you can make it, please come. If not, watch the playback so you can understand what are the next steps for CDBG and our PLHA dollars. Let's see. Yep, working hard or hardly working. District 1 Town Hall was on the 26th of February. I want to thank all city staff who attended, from the police department. City manager Scott was in attendance. Thank you so much. I also want to thank the mayor, who was able to show up for a brief moment. And I want to give a special shout out to all the community members who showed up. I will have a full presentation out. We actually collected cards with people's concerns and contact information. So I plan to reach out to those individuals and also have a full report back at the next council meeting. And a special shout out to Alicia and Brenda from Diane Burgess' office for coming and talking about our supervisor's commitment to the city of Antioch. Shout out to Derek Butts from the district attorney's office, who came and discussed the resources coming to East Contra Costa from the district attorney's office and his commitment to working with Antioch residents on resolving issues. I also want to thank Assembly Member Ana Maria Avila Farias, who sent the representative and showed up as well and reaffirmed her commitment as our Assembly member to bring resources and continue to support the city of Antioch moving forward, as well as Peter Kim from the Office of Racial Justice and Social Equity at the county level. They're going to be rolling out a framework and some conversations. There's money coming down from the county for mental health and like wellness support, and we need those dollars here in Antioch. So I would encourage any resident, if you see an announcement come from the county about attending these meetings at the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice, please attend, because our voices is what's gonna bring dollars to Antioch. If we aren't in the room, then our issues will not be addressed. So I really encourage us to stay in the loop with the county and what's happening so we can continue to get those dollars here in our city to support us. And that is it.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Delta Diablo meets tomorrow, but in the meantime, a few weeks ago, I traveled with a delegation of the board of Delta Diablo to our CASA DC policy trip. What a lot of people don't know is the plant, Delta Diablo plant, which services the cities of Antioch, Pittsburgh, and Bay Point, which is unincorporated Contra Costa County. And this plant is embarking on a $338 million secondary processing improvement project, which includes the Antioch pump station, which is very old, needs a lot of updating and repair. So we traveled to DC and spoke to both Congressman Garamendi and DeSaulnier, in particularly, Congressman Garamendi was very interested about the pump station and about Delta Diablo, really wanting us to work very hard to get funding. It looks like they're very interested in getting some it's not guaranteed, but we may get some earmark dollars to help with that station. As Mayor knows, that pump station is pretty old. It has about, 2 to 3 miles worth of pipeline that goes out that's been very, that's very old. We had some issues during a couple of rainstorms ago, so that pump station, which pretty much impacts everybody here in Antioch, definitely needs some funding. So we may potentially be getting funding for that by us partnering with Delta Diablo to getting that funding. So I will keep our council posted on that. Also, I was able to attend last week. The city of Antioch had a meeting of all administrative assistants. So I was able to stick my head in, say hello, see what they're talking about, what their concerns and what they're working on. So that was a really enlightening meeting. And then also coming up, I will be going on, I'll be going on some meetings in regards to AI and how it's impacting municipalities. So looking forward to going to that meeting and reporting back on its impact here in Antioch and how that technology either works for or against us. So that's my report.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freitas.
Basically, the meetings and have already been announced, and so I don't have, I don't want to be repetitive.
All right.
Can I
Yeah,
add
of course.
something? 'Cause, Mayor Pro Tem Freitas made me think about this while going on our DC trip. Congressman Garamendi talked about your work with MPDES. So I'm encouraging you to connect with them because there may be some opportunities there for us to get some funding.
All right. So for those of you who don't know, Mayor Freitas, or Mayor Pro Tem Freitas, he was one of the founders of our county and National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES program, and that involved all of the cities in our county, and it's been very beneficial to keeping our river clean and our waterways. So it's impactful years ago and still today. So I was in my report out, I was attended the CCTA, Contra Costa Transportation Authority Administration and Projects Committee, where we worked on and approved or recommended for approval of the mid-year budget. Transplan is going to be meeting this Thursday. I'm going to be having a town hall with Senator Grayson and Treasurer Ma on April the 2nd out at the Water Park Community Room, 6 p.m. if you'd like to hear things local and state regarding things that they have to share. And then Mayor Pro Tem Freitas and I are going to be doing a bunch of interviews for the GPAC applicants. That's our general plan advisory committee. So we're going to be doing that over the next week or so and getting those folks back before the council, hopefully at the next city council meeting, so we can get those meetings started, which is very important. Regarding just my mayor's comments, most of you were not at our study session we had earlier about our budget, and so it was sobering to hear the state of our finances. There's a projected $11.3 million deficit for the upcoming year, which may or may not mean a lot to folks, but when we have a little bit less than $100 million in revenues, that's a significant amount of money. We have many needs in the city of Antioch, as you all know, and our limited resources compete for all of those. This is down from a $27 million deficit last year, so we've made a lot of progress as a council working that down, but we have a lot of work to do to keep that going. And we obviously can't just continue business as usual. We have to continue to figure out ways to both increase revenue and to decrease costs accordingly so that they match up. 85% of our revenues come from taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, different types of taxes. So we're heavily tax dependent. We heard one of our speakers talking about economic development. And economic development is very important, but there's a lot of things that drive economic development in our city. Public safety being one of the largest things, and making sure that when people have a business here that they want to keep it here, it can grow, or when we're trying to attract new businesses to come to the city of Antioch. So we are, staff is working hard on a plan right now as we speak to bring back to the city council that we'll be talking about economic development, because that is one of our 3 priorities that the council adopted at our last city council meeting was economic development. And a lot of that was driven by code enforcement. We also had a code enforcement presentation before this meeting tonight, which allowed the code enforcement department to talk about what they're doing to keep our city moving forward as far as blighted properties, graffiti, homeless encampments, working with other agencies. The hours have been extended so that we are able to serve the community into the weekends now. And so we do have a plan. We're working on updating our ordinance. We're working on looking at ways to hold people accountable. And so that's very important, I'm sure, to all of you, just like it is to our city council. Another area that is a priority for the city council in this upcoming budget and year is having a fully staffed police department, complying with our DOJ. The substations was another, as was mentioned. We have a grand opening of the substation down in Sycamore Square, 5:30 tomorrow, if any of you can make it. As Director Cabral said, it's going to be a very exciting and big moment for that neighborhood. So that's going to be big. The youth is also a huge priority for the city council in all youth in every way. And so, and then finally, homelessness and making sure that we're addressing that. We're going to be working on a 2-year plan, figuring out what we're going to do with our Delta Fair property. So we have a lot of things we're working on again. The bottom line is that we need public engagement as we work through our budget over the next 3 months. It's going to be a tough discussion. Tough decisions are going to need to be made, but we need to do them in the best interest of all of the Antioch community. And so we need to hear your voices and hope that you will all stay engaged in that. So that concludes my comments. Our presentation today is, on our next item, number 4, is the district plan, East Bay Regional Park District. Our director, Colin Coffey, is here, and Director Coffey is going to talk a little bit about the plan. I think we have a PowerPoint, and then we're going to grill him with questions about all the things we want to know about the Park District.
Certainly, Mayor. I was told there was a problem with the PowerPoint, so... Oh, we got it? All right. I was prepared to work without it. Thank you, Mayor, council members, city manager, and public. My name is Colin Coffey. I represent Ward 7 on the board of directors of the East Bay Regional Park District. Ward 7 is essentially all the northern waterfront of Contra Costa County and East County into our Delta community. I think you all are aware that this incredibly expansive and wonderful regional park and trail system we have in the East Bay is a result of our founders deciding 90 years ago that these 2 counties, Alameda and Contra Costa, wouldn't rely on county park departments. So instead, they created what has turned out now to be the largest local government in the country devoted to regional parks and trails, the East Bay Regional Park District. We have an independent budget because we have our own property taxes and aren't dependent on counties or states or any other government entities. And we have our own elected board. Oh, let me see. Oops. Where are we going? There we are. So, we've arrived at a point where our annual expense budget is around $370 million. We have 1,000 employees. We have a fully staffed 70 sworn officer police department and a fire department and 2 helicopters. So it's a remarkable achievement for these 2 counties to have this incredible park system. The task I have is to describe for you the master plan process that we are currently engaged in. And it is informed largely by a mission that involves recreation and conservation of land and access for people, climate resiliency, and wildfire protection these days. The district plan that we're preparing will guide the future of the East Bay Regional Parks and address changing conditions, including climate, the economy, demographics, and park usage. Among our desired outcomes for this plan will be to inform us by the diverse communities that use our parks, benefit from, or seek greater access to park district resources, and move accordingly. Themes are equity, resilience, fiscal sustainability, and collaboration. These are the topics for our goals, including access, experience, resource protection, and public land management. Our timeline for this master planning process is accordingly here presented. Round 1 was visioning and largely based on feedback from a community survey that resulted in about 6,000 people responding to what they wanted to see for the future of the East Bay Park System. We are currently engaged in round 2, which is focused on the master plan's goals, actions, and priorities. And we are largely doing this, I think, by reaching out to community groups and the general public, as well as important partners like the City of Antioch. So far, what we've been hearing is our park users are most interested in investing in existing parklands, providing access to newly acquired parklands, and balancing resource conservation and public access. Round 2, as I mentioned, emerging partners that we're reaching out to, established partners, institutional partners, tribes, park visitors, and our own staff. Currently, we're engaged in aggressive outreach and awareness. We have consultants working with various community groups, including out here in East Contra Costa. We hope by next winter to have a draft district plan for all to review and have further input. It will then conclude as our strategic roadmap with key priorities informed by public input, existing conditions, and future trends. All are invited to go to ebparks.org, and there's a banner there, district plan, and it has all the background information, a lot of demographic information that's fascinating to review. We can go city by city and determine whether people who reside in whatever city use our parks very much and how they use our parks, how they get to our parks. It's fascinating stuff. You'll be pleased to know Antioch residents use our parks. They are very active park users in this area. And then, thank you. What I want to do now is talk about a separate planning process that we've just engaged in, and that's on the Contra Loma Lagoon. The history, long story short, was we started repairing problems with the lagoon, and it turned into one of those, this old house kind of stories. As you start tearing into it, you find things wrong that are more serious than you thought, and you get to the point where you're practically rebuilding the home. That's what happened here. It got to the point where staff and our consultants determined that we can't repair that lagoon, and so we closed it. And as of last year, mid 2025, we had come up with a plan A and B to replace it with a new lagoon, pricing out of between $10 and $15 million. So an interesting process to go through to determine what should replace the old lagoon and what kind of facility it would become. They are currently working on a plan C, and I haven't seen that yet. It might be, for instance, a regular pool rather than a lagoon, which would allow us to do more programming out there. But we just hired last month a community outreach consulting firm that will commence probably this summer with community forums in Antioch to go over these plans for a possible replacement of the lagoon and get community feedback so that we can be informed. We're going to spend a lot of money on this at some point, by the community what programming they want at that facility. So that's where we're at now. And I want to introduce Pete DeQuincy, who is our manager of lifeguard services. Because I'm just incredibly proud of what Pete has been doing in this community and the surrounding communities in lieu of having the lagoon facility available. So if Pete could come up and talk to that.
Thank you, Director Coffey. City Council, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager Scott, staff, and public. My name is Pete DeQuincy. I'm the Lifeguard Service Manager for East Bay Regional Parks, and Contra Loma was one of my facilities I oversaw. At the time of when it did close, we made the decision that we still needed to provide services to the community. And so the immediate place we reached out to was Antioch Unified School District, because they have 2 pools available that were being underutilized, Deer Valley and Antioch High. And so we then proceeded to work with them in regards to just what could we provide to the community members. And so we started to work on developing programming for the summer at their sites and swim lessons for the community members, specifically the students. We found that there was a large or a high percentage of the student body that did not or was not or didn't have the ability to swim. And we wanted them to learn. And so we continued to do that, and we've continued to do it all the way up to the present. For the starting year of 24, we trained roughly in partnership over 1,000 kids how to swim at the school district. Historically, we were only at a threshold that we could ever get to was 500 at Contra Loma. So by the fact that we could get to 1,000 by working collaboratively with the school districts was phenomenal. This last year of 2025, we did 3,000 students. Some of the other things that we've done in addition to that, which really came from the drivers of the community and the students, is we received a call because Dozier Libby does not have a pool. And Dozier Libby wanted to do something. And so when they met with us, or when I met with them, they were saying basically, we'd like to have East Bay Regional Parks come out and teach CPR to the students. And I said, no, we would not do that. What we would do instead is we would train their students to be the instructors. And they would then, we would provide them the equipment, find them the means to cover the cost of the certifications, and allow the students to teach each other, their peers and students. And within the first year, they trained over 500 students. This last year, they did a phenomenal job, and it extended beyond just Dozier Libby and has now moved into Antioch High. It's also gone into the middle schools where the 8th graders, Principal Bowers at the time at Park Middle School, said, Pete, we'd really like to see something that the 8th graders could do. And can you make it happen? And I'm like, I don't know what we can do for young 8th graders. So I reached out to National Red Cross, and they waived us specifically to allow 8th graders to become instructors in hands-only CPR. And so those young people then went around and certified 6th, 7th graders. And we extended the program to Park Middle School, Orchard Park, Dallas Ranch, Black Diamond Mines. For 2024-25, this last year they certified a little under 1,400 kids. The high schools, the middle schools. This year at this point, even before they're at 1,700. And again, it's the students that are driving the work. I provide the equipment. I cover the certification through a Regional Parks Foundation grant, but the students drive the program. And it's really about engaging them now within the community. They're serving their peers, they're serving the community. It's about leadership development. They're making adult decisions about how they want to give back. Next week, they're going to be, well, I shouldn't even say next week. Friday, they'll be at Dallas Ranch serving there. And then 2 weeks from now, we'll have this pilot of an idea where the 8th graders will walk from Park to Sutter Elementary to provide certification to the 4th and 5th graders. Again, what they're doing hasn't been done anywhere in the country. And so it's a big deal. And I can't thank enough for the community members, the students themselves, and the schools allowing us to do this. And again, I know that Dozer Libby has already reached out and is providing that service, extending it beyond the city of Antioch to Oakley, to Brentwood, to the students there. And so again, we're going to continue to do that. I know as we continue to move forward, we're going to expand the program both for swimming and for first aid CPR. The kids are teaching EpiPens, asthma inhalers, naloxone. So they're doing a lot of great work, and I know that we're currently in talks with your city as well on what we can do to support the water park in regards to training, youth development, and so forth. So is there any questions that you might have at this time that I could answer?
Yeah, I think before we ask questions, if there's any public comment on this, I'd like to get that first, and then we can go ahead and ask some questions, if that's okay.
Yes, we have one public comment.
Hello, thank you for that presentation. I just wanted to say that I noticed one thing that's different from in Alameda County to this county. Alameda County has facilities that you can rent and use in their public parks. You can have weddings, you can have anniversary parties, you can have all kinds of things. I have not seen that in Contra Costa. Maybe I've missed it, but I have not seen any places where you could rent to do that type of thing, have weddings. That generates a lot of money. Even I gave my youngest daughter a baby shower there, and I gave another one something else there. So I'm wondering why that hasn't been implemented here and as a means of even making, generating more revenue.
40 years ago, I was married in Contra Costa County in Tilden Park at a park district facility known as the Brazil Room. We share 40th anniversaries, don't we, Mayor? Mm-hmm. So we do that. We have various facilities all around the two counties that people can rent. Yeah, and people get married at Briones Park. There's an area there where you can get a permit or I guess probably pay a fee and hold a wedding there. Kennedy Grove can be rented, yeah, for facilities. Black Diamond, no, but we're working on it at Black Diamond. There's the visitor center in the mountain that is being reinforced so that we can have groups in there again. So you can have a really neat wedding or some other event, basically in a cave in a mountain. We used to do that kind of thing. Thank you though, for the answer.
Potentially the development that you guys are doing at Roddy Ranch. Potentially.
No, Roddy Ranch is largely a habitat preserve.
Mm-hmm.
So we will provide trails, but we're prohibited from building things there because of the habitat issues. I wanted to say one more thing. The added value for what Pete has been doing is keeping a whole bunch of lifeguards employed. You know, I really appreciate that part of it. And his programs are literally training future lifeguards that we will have. So there's a lot of strategic value in this for the Park District as well.
Awesome. Any other public comment?
No further public comments.
All right, any?
Okay.
Come forward to be on the record.
Please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, sir. I was curious if Park and Recs for Antioch have an adaptive and inclusive resource program for disabled individuals to have like a sensory experience at the park. I know that it's missing in most parks, but some cities in Contra Costa do, in fact, have a program specifically designed for people with disability.
Yeah, and we have staff that are devoted to that.
All right, thank you. Any others? One more, yeah, Mr. Broom.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to see you, Colin. I used to intern for Save Mount Diablo, and I had the opportunity to take a wilderness first aid training with them. They also offer outdoor experiences and the like, but to see some of the work that Pete has done, having worked at Dozier Libby as well and some of our other educational institutions here in town, I'd love to see the city, perhaps I can't make it to the city school standing committee because I'm teaching. However, I'd love to see some collaboration with the Park District and the city and the school district to enable our youth not only to have prowess in aquatic life-saving, but also wilderness education opportunities. There are no outdoor education programs within the school district that I'm aware of at the moment. So getting everybody to come together and partner towards that and, you know, make it safer for our Antioch residents to go out and hike and perhaps, you know, we have to deal with rattlesnakes. There's a lot of hazards. You know, we may be close to an urban environment, but you can get really far away from help very easily here. So encouraging our community to get that kind of training and get that kind of education and just the love for the experience of the outdoors would be amazing. And seeing more of this program expand, not just from aquatics to other first aid, would be amazing.
All right, thank you. All right, it's to the council, and yes, Mayor Berton.
Just two comments. My son is 34 years of age, but he was a lifeguard for East Bay Regional Park District, and now he's a Michelin star chef. So, you know, I've always
Happens all
been
the
very,
time.
very happy, you know, with the experience that he had, and it was very good for him as he grew up. You know, I'm not letting you off on the pool facility at Contra Loma, because for decades it played a very critical role in the city of Antioch. It was a point that many, many people participated in, particular people who did not have a lot of money. It offered them extraordinary experiences, you know, both in the wildlife, but also in the swimming, the lagoon, and things of that sort. So you talked about a different alternative being a built-in pool. My question is, what's the timeline?
Well, we're going to spend at least 9 months from here on, now that we have the consultant, on these community engagement process so that we get that feedback, and that will inform a decision as to what direction we want to go in creating a new facility there. And, you know, so that in theory could be done by the end of the year or early next year. And then when would it be built? I think you know from your own experiences, as I have learned, that that is a function of fundraising. And we're very good at it. And we're very good at leveraging our own capital funding, and we're in pretty good shape on that level, and going out to other funders. And you reach a point where you're hopefully close to fully funded, and then you start going out for construction. But I don't know what that time frame is going to be.
Well,
Because,
I hope
it's going to need a new administration in Washington, for instance.
Well, Director Coffey, I hope it's more of a priority, because Antioch has not had the lagoon, have not had the swimming facility for what, at least, I don't know, 8 years?
3-4 years.
You know, and it is a priority in this community, and it is missing. And, we've had a discussion on some of the district's priority. It's needed here in eastern Contra Costa County. And I hope that you will, represent us well, because the faster, the better it will be for our community.
Yeah. I have my priorities, and staff knows it, so I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
We took quite a bit of time talking to the water district about whether we could go back to swimming. And I think you and I have had that discussion. We really worked at that. And the answer was no in the end.
Right.
Take me along next time.
Let's go. We can do that.
Anybody else? Any other questions? I want to really thank you, Director Coffey, but Pete, thank you so much for letting us know. I wasn't aware that all of this has been and continues to go on, and it's growing, and it's down to the elementary level. And I mean, the numbers you're putting out there are just phenomenal. So that is really something to be proud of, and to also promote and let the world know about, because that's what you've done in figuring out a way to help our youth and train them to swim, train them in CPR. I mean, those are two really important skills, especially where we live here on the Delta. So thank you so much for being innovative in that area.
Thank you, Mayor Bernal, for your kind words. Again, a lot of the work, most of the work, is all because the kids have that inspiration and drive, and they want to do it, and they want to give back. And I'm just there to help facilitate them in that effort. So
I'm going to leave a pile of master plan brochures for out on your deck out here.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you again for your presentation. Very much appreciate it. All right, moving on to the consent calendar. Do we have any items that council or the public want to pull?
M.
The public would like to pull H, J, K, and L.
You said H, J, K, L?
Correct. H, J, K, L.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve everything on the consent calendar except items H, J, K, L, and M?
So moved.
Motion from Councilmember Wilson.
Second.
Second from Mayor Pro Tem Freitas. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, moving on to item number H, notice of completion for neighborhood traffic calming project.
Yes, thanks so much, Mayor and City Council. Is there a question on this, or did you want the full presentation?
I
Who
think.
pulled this?
Is this a member of the public that pulled it? Okay,
Yes.
so. I think we
Leslie
can-
May?
I think we can hear the public comment, please.
There was a question.
Okay.
I was just wondering about, the listings of the streets. When are they getting to J Street and West 10th? Those are two streets that I've lived on that are just tore up, like, and people are just racing through there, and there's so many children on J. It's the apartments, they're out there playing in the street. So I'm wondering when they're getting to J Street, and also when they're getting to West 10th, the street I used to live on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Yes. Could you come up to the microphone, please?
I'm actually really glad that you guys are bringing this up, and I wasn't aware. But we just had another huge accident where the school teacher was hit by a car on Laurel and Country Hills over the weekend. Since we've opened up Laurel, I think we're up to 4 or 5, and that's a lot of people being injured in that time frame. Some of the neighbors, you know, we all get together in the neighborhood. There's like 50 people standing out there trying to figure out what the heck is going on. We're all hoping that you put a street light in there, because that would save a lot of lives, I think. Anyways, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any others?
No further comment cards.
All right, any questions or comments from council? None? Can I have a motion, please, to approve item number H?
I'll move to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Rocha,
Second.
second by Councilmember Torres Walker. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, and Ms. May, I think we can get the answer to your question from staff. Item J, consideration of bids for Pruitt Water Park Pool resurfacing.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. Did you want the presentation or is this a question?
Is this a question from the public?
From the public. Ms. May?
Okay, I wanted to know that, didn't we approve money for repairs to this pool and steps, I think it was the steps and stuff earlier in 2025? Wasn't the money put aside for that, and wasn't it approved for that one? Same, well, actually, I might as well say the same thing for K2.
All right. Any other comments on this or questions?
No further comment cards on these. Oh, one more? Makes it easier for me to see you.
I would really love to make things easier. Can you give me 3 minutes? I would really love to make things easier for you, sir, but you keep violating the Brown Act, okay? People don't need to give you their name. People don't need to fill out any cards, and you don't need to answer me, okay? It's my 3 minutes, and I'm recapturing my time. My name is John Trizuto. Been a resident of Antioch for 25 years. I think we have Mr. Heffenberger, is that how you say it? Where'd he go? Brad? Okay. Remember the guy that used to be in charge of recreation, in charge of the water park? He did such a lousy job that we don't really have a water park. And you need to stop calling it that, okay? What we have is a swimming pool. We've got a swimming pool at Pruitt. None of the water slides work, okay? Now let's go back about 10 years. We used to have water slides, even they were good enough for adults, okay? People would bring their kids, they would go down them a few times, but most of the time it was for their kids. And then during the week, you would drive by, what would you see in the parking lot? You'd see like 10 school buses. People, high schools from all over Contra Costa County used to bring field trips to the water park. That's how you guys, that's how it paid for itself, okay? Buses used to show up here with junior high, high school, and they loved it. As soon as Mr. Heffenberger, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, because I have a hard to pronounce name too. Mr. Heffenberger, he used to come before you and say, oh, it's a gem. This is a gem of the Bay Area. But no, when the water slides broke, what did Brad do? Well, first thing he did is he raised the prices. So we have no water slides now, it's just a swimming pool, and we're gonna raise the prices. So guess what happens? We don't have any money. Now Brad keeps coming to you, asking you for money. And then some of you guys are asking the right questions. We can't afford a water park, okay? It would be nice if we had money to go pick up everybody and bring them to a pool to swim. We can't afford a water park, okay? When Brad was in charge, he let the thing deteriorate. Now it's just a swimming pool. So stop calling it a water park. We shouldn't put any more money into it, especially when we have deficits, millions and millions of dollars, okay? You guys, you raise the prices and you don't have any water slides. And now you want to put like 300,000, another 100,000. Last year they said, why don't you just give us 200,000 every year and we'll just use it. So please don't be idiots, okay? You're spending our money foolishly. I've been coming up here for 10 years to tell you you're spending your money foolishly.
Thank you.
One of us is right.
I actually have notes on the water park that I've been thinking of. I'm going to disagree with Mr. Johnny Walker, even though I appreciate him. I don't think we need another closed asset in Antioch. We have a lot of things closing. So I want to talk about how to make the water park profitable and an asset, not just to our city finances, but our community as well. The real issue to me is management and customer experience. I went and reviewed the reviews on it. Not great, poor customer service. So we need to reward the staff who deliver excellent customer service and help maintain a positive park experience for the guests. A well-run park attracts repeat visitors and boosts revenue. I would suggest setting a goal on how much you want to increase it each year. Here's some ideas I have that you don't offer. Monthly passes. So instead of a whole year pass, maybe a monthly pass for grandkids visiting or something like that. Family passes. Maybe just the weekend passes because parents are at work. They can only go on the weekend. A bundled entry and food option. So they buy a ticket and it comes with a hot dog and a drink or something. Organized teen nights with Montserrat and our Council of Teens, and have them plan something fun that teens would like, because our slides from having kids, it's not really something my kids as teenagers wanted to go to, but when they were younger, they did like going there. Maybe put some cabanas in and do cabana rentals. Souvenir cup program, sell the cup for $10, free that day, $1 refills on subsequent visits. Host glow swims, like make it fun. I'm just saying. Invite our neighbors, Brentwood, Oakley, Pittsburgh, do a Pittsburgh swim. They don't have water park. Brentwood does, but Pittsburgh does and Oakley does. Do it like this is Pittsburgh. So talk to the city councils, get them to come do it. Talk to schools and do like Deer Valley swim night or the Sutter swim night. I was trying to think of a thing. So I think we just need to be more innovative, have more smart management. I met Nicole, her assistant. She's lovely. She should train everybody on customer service, if you ask me. We want it to be self-sustainable and make a profit for Antioch. So those are just some of my suggestions. I have more, and I can email them if you want me to.
Anybody else?
No further public comments.
All right. Any questions or comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Torres Walker.
City Manager Scott, can you let us all know what you've been doing related to improving customer service in the city of Antioch?
Yes. Are you talking about in terms of cultural responsiveness?
Yes.
And yes. So our staff is being trained on basically how to give good customer service. So that starts from the entire sort of organizational culture, answering the phones, returning messages within a certain amount of time. I think as exemplified by my executive assistant all the way through to the clerk's office, and with the Parks and Rec team as well as Montserrat's team. So customer service is a tenet of our values, and we are doing a lot of things to sort of increase how we do customer service. I think you heard a little bit about that in code enforcement. Some people want to wear certain jackets. Some people want, it just depends on the areas that they go into as well as the service that they're delivering. But it is something that we are working on actively. And it's a part of not only our, how we put on the face of the city, but also how we do it throughout performance management and progressive engagement and discipline. So it's something that we're working on.
I know that I was introduced to the gentleman who was leading this strategy for the city, and I also got to see the inverted triangle and how services from the bottom up, not the top down. Is that training happening in each department separately to address those issues and then also collectively with
Yes.
departments together?
So it's baked within how we look at the operational assessment as well as how we do process improvement and service delivery. So I believe that Councilmember Wilson was saying that she stumbled into the inaugural meeting of all the administrative assistants. So for the first time, every administrative assistant in the city got into one room so that we talk about how do we operationalize the priorities of the city council as well as directors from the time that they walk in to the time that they get out. So how do we make sure that we have the same information across all levels, from the directors all the way down to the line staff, so that everything cascades up and down, so that we have the best service delivery for community. So it's a big deal when we sort of cascade all of the efforts to make sure that the information gets out. And then what does that mean for the PIO, Jaden, to make sure that the customers and the residents get more information about what's happening within the city. So we see that with the biweekly report that's inaugural, all the way through to our administrative assistants and frontline staff getting together regularly to talk about how they're going to engage with the public and have a feedback loop between the council and the community.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure Melissa knew that that the city is working on improving customer service.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on items J and K on the consent calendar? Could I have a motion to approve those, please? This was on the water park. These were the two items that we were just addressing.
I'll move to approve.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Rocha,
Second.
second from Councilmember Torres Walker. Please cast your votes.
Confirming this is to vote on both J and K.
J and K, yes.
Yeah, you guys didn't do K yet. You did H and J.
Excuse me, so my understanding was this was on both items, but we can vote just on item J if there's folks that want to talk on item K related to the water park concrete improvements. So could you please cast your vote, or please make a motion for item J, say motion.
I'll move to
Rocha.
approve item J.
Torres Walker, second.
Second.
All right, please cast your vote. All right,
Motion passes 5-0.
Item K, consideration of bids for the Pruitt Water Park Concrete Improvement Project, PW 567-17. Do we have any public comment on this?
Yeah, let's combine the two items. That way we can get rid of some of the public comment. Is that what you're thinking? Because, you know, when you first started, you didn't even ask for public comments. We had to keep reminding you. The most important thing in this room is the public comment. So, you know, you don't want to combine a bunch of items because somebody might want to speak on K and not on J. Okay? So did you guys, what am I speaking on again? Brad Heffenberger. Okay, he used to be the head of recreation and parks. He was in charge of the water park. He did a terrible job. Okay? A terrible job. The water park went downhill. No more water slides. No more buses of kids with all their money to keep the water park going. Nothing. Brad let the water park fail. So our city manager, what does she do? She promoted him. Is that what we? I used to work for the post office, and that was the thing they did there. If you really screwed up bad, I mean really bad, that's how you got promoted. That's how government agencies work. You screw up, they move you around, they promote you. So why did we promote Brad? Why did we promote Joe? Nothing in the police is done. The city is not any safer after Joe was the policeman chief for a year, but you promoted him. Why? Where's our traffic division? So Brad Heffenberger, director of public, what is it called? I don't know. He ran the water park. He did a terrible job. And now you guys 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not polite to point, so I'm going to do this thing. This is what they taught me in my class. You 5 just gave away $300,000 that we don't have to fix a water park that's already broken that nobody wants to go to unless they're maybe 5 or 6 years old, okay? Now, we just had an excellent presentation, wouldn't you all agree, by the fire guys. And the excellent things they're doing at our 2 pools. Look what they did, just with 2 pools that were sitting there for years. They trained all these lifeguards. What was Brad doing? Brad has some nice jobs for the teenagers, you know, but pretty much we're subsidizing it, you know, that the park is not paying for itself. So we can't afford it. So you guys want to keep spending money. You won't listen to me. I've been coming up here for 7 years now, telling you that you're going to go bankrupt. And I don't want to be the one to come up here to say, I told you so. But just stick around for a little bit, okay?
Yes, we have another public comment.
Thank you. I can say that I did grow up going to that water park, and I did enjoy it as a youth. And I appreciate it being there today. But I'll tell you that now as an adult, I have a responsibility to myself and my family. I'm a taxpayer. And we discussed how precious those tax dollars are. And so I'm genuinely concerned that we are putting through consent calendar capital improvement projects that we have previously approved for significant capital improvement projects in a park that has historically brought us a net negative annually. When I first started looking into this park, it was losing $500,000 to $800,000 a year, coming from our general fund, transferred over every year. All other funds. I remember one year I found that the Delta Fair 211 fund transferred dollars into the water park, and that's not even legal, because that fund is supposed to go to parks that are built before 1980. And today, that park is losing over $1 million a year. And then we have a capital improvement project that we're scheduling here in spring to replaster 2 pools that are main drivers for people going there that should end in June into the swim season. So that means we understand we run this park at a negative, so let's spend money that we can't afford on a project during a time when we could be making money there. That is already gonna be a net negative. That's realistically like somebody saying, honey, you're setting our house on fire. Let me go grab all the money from the safe so you can burn it too. That's dramatic, but it's realistic. Because I also live on Pruitt Ranch where those shrubs have never been replanted. Those sound walls are leaning over, gonna go. And those are people's backyard walls. So I really think we need to understand what this water park is doing to our budget. And more importantly, why are we scheduling capital improvement projects at a time when the water park should be open? I don't think they're gonna finish in June. We always have contract amendments that extend out projects.
All right, seeing no other public comments, any questions or comments from council? Can I get a motion, please?
I will.
Yes.
And I just want to say that Andrew has been coming to this council since I've been here saying that we have not made any money off the water park. And I've always heard that the water park was not meant for us to make money, similar to the golf course, that it was for residents who wanted to golf and residents who wanted to swim and have those great experiences, and that the intent was not revenue. And I just was like, okay, I guess, you know, if that's what people want, but we're kind of at a point where it's about a health and safety risk at this point, because if we don't resurface the pools, if we don't fix the slides, if we don't repair the gates, like if we don't do any repairs or capital improvements, the park in itself structurally is going to continue to decline. And then it's going to be an asset that is extremely depreciated. And then what is the city going to do with it? And so I think like there's always been this conversation around that I know I've had with Andrew and like other folks is like, I don't know if the city sells it, has somebody else manage it, or what happens, but it's clear that the water park hasn't made the city very much revenue. But it's also clear that it's a place people still want to go and have exist in the community. And we can't let it continue to decline structurally, because then it becomes a health and safety risk and a blight on the community. And we got people complaining already about blight every day. So it's like the vote has to be made, because we can't, you know, I'd rather not have the latter. And so I think like we can go backwards all we want to talk about mismanagement, because there are people who've been here longer than me, but I think the only way is like forward. So what are some of the ideas that we could talk about as a community where the water park could be preserved? The city can stop just backfilling a black hole and not making any revenue, but people could still have access to it. I would like to hear some of those conversations happen at the level of this council. But I'd keep supporting the improvements, because I would hate for somebody to get harmed at the park. And this city has had enough litigation already. We've almost lost our insurance. Slip and falls, you name it. So I don't know what the answers are, city manager, but Shahad is amazing, an amazing director and leader. And now over Parks and Recs. And I'm pretty sure he has some ideas on how we can make improvements at the water park. And I would also take some of Melissa's suggestions, not that I normally do, but tonight she has some great ones. Yeah.
All right, anybody else have any questions or comments? Can I have a motion to approve consent calendar item number K?
So moved.
Councilmember Suarez Walker, have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Wilson, please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, item L, acceptance of award for the California Violence Intervention and Prevention CalVIP Cohort 5 grant funding.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Is this a council presentation request or a comment?
Member public comment.
Is the mic on?
It's off now. Okay.
Just yell.
Hello?
No.
Why does it say it's green? Hello? Okay. I just want to say thank you guys before you vote for voting for this and accepting this award. That's all I want to say. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment? All right, any questions or comments from staff or from the council? If not, you make a motion, please.
I just want to thank Montserrat Cabral, our amazing director at the Department of Public Safety and Community Resources, and her staff for working really hard. These state applications for CalVIP are super competitive. Not every city gets the funds. And I know cities who've been getting these dollars for 20 years. And so thank you so much for setting the city up to continue to give future funds to do violence reduction in Antioch.
All right, thank you. Can I have a motion to approve this item number L?
So moved.
So a motion from Councilmember Torres Walker,
Second.
second from Councilmember Wilson. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, moving on to item number M, 2026 Municipal Pooling Authority Joint Power Agreement Renewal.
Ms. Scott, I was the one who pulled this item out.
Yes.
Let me just ask, I mean, I noticed in the consent calendar, there's actually a presentation.
Yes.
Is Ms. Cox actually here?
Yes,
Okay.
Linda Cox, the Chief Administrative Officer for the
You
Municipal
can't
Pooling
fall
Authority.
because-
is-
I'm a risk manager. Okay, so I think, it would be very helpful to the community to explain who you are and why you're critical to providing services in the city of Antioch.
Yes, I think we have the presentation in the back if you could, okay, thanks, Jennifer.
No, but I can, who, are you controlling, Michael?
Clicker, is it still up there?
John, did you take
East Bay.
He didn't have a presentation.
He did take it.
Well, this is fun. This is fun. Good evening, everyone. I am Linda Cox. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for Municipal Pooling Authority. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about who we are, what we do for Antioch. Municipal Pooling Authority was formed July 1977. Antioch is one of the founding members of the pool, who was part of there's a list in the staff report of all those founding members. The pool was formed to offset rising costs for general liability, workers' compensation. Primarily general liability was the first program. The second program was workers' compensation, and then we added property, vehicle, physical damage, employment practices, risk control. We have some ancillary employee benefits, employee wellness programs, and more. We have 21 members, 21 municipalities, primarily here in the East Bay in Contra Costa County. That's where we started. MPA is one of the last pools in California in which we self-administer claims for workers' compensation and liability. Many pools staff that out. We do not. We have a full staff that does it in-house. The beauty of that is our board has, and our members have more intimate interaction with our claims adjusters, and so we're able to work more closely. We are also the only pool in California that provides a wellness program, which the city of Antioch does participate in. The pool is, what a pool is a pool is where the members come together, and it's for municipalities, government entities. There are many pools throughout California. There's about 1,800 pools in California, as you'll see in the staff report, we mentioned that. And funds are joined together, and those funds are set aside for the payment, for the administration and payment of claims. We are considered a self-insured entity in which we are governed by a board, and that board reviews and defines the memorandums of coverage and how coverage is going to be provided. The exclusion is workers' compensation. That is statutory. The law says we do what we do. So there is not a difference in that. Some of the things, our governance, speaking of our governments, we are 21 members. Every member has a primary and alternate board member. Those members are designated by those individual city councils. We also have an executive committee, which is a 7-member committee made up of the president, vice president, treasurer, and a few members at large. The executive committee is the governing authority that reviews claims and considers settlements for those claims that are within our coverage, which we'll talk about soon. We have another committee, which is the Coverage and Governance Committee. That is the committee that reviewed the JPA agreement that you are looking at today. And it's outlined in the staff report, the various reviews that it went through. It is a very comprehensive document. It's required that that document is reviewed and considered by the members of the pool. Those documents, in addition to the JPA agreement, are the bylaws and the memorandums of coverage. And we have the three primary memorandums of coverage, or the workers' compensation program, the general liability program, and the vehicle program. Those are the three which have those memorandums of coverage. But we're also self-insured for short-term disability, which many of our members also participate in. Some of our services. We have many services. We have 18 programs. And as I already said, workers' compensation and general liability are our primary programs. They're our hallmark programs. And our vehicle program, which provides coverage for those city vehicles and police vehicles. We also, because we are a pool, we have access to brokerage coverage, property brokerage coverages. And so we do receive those coverages at a discounted rate, economies of scale, based on our little family of members. Those brokers review our exposure and our liability and work very hard to bring those costs down for you all. We have our wellness program is very hands-on, very comprehensive. And then we also provide safety and risk training support, individualized by cities, or we have a number of annual regularly occurring trainings that are available to all of our members. We have a very, very proactive police risk management committee where members of police departments from every municipality within our pool, and there's 18 of our cities do have police, that they all participate in. It is a committee of officers who let us know what they need, what kind of trainings do they want, what kind of information would they like us to do the research on and provide them. And it's an opportunity for them to come together and share information. That committee meets 3 times a year. And then we also have a Public Works and Safety Committee that's also very active. Members from every city come, and it is for those employees in those specific departments. Same format. They tell us what we need. We provide that for them. So it's that extra training that is really customized for what the cities are asking from us. And then we have an ergonomics program, which provides ergonomic evaluations for every single employee in all of our members. So, and on-site trainings if they're required. And also you're able to access through us the employer's liability pool. It is another pool of pools in which you receive employment liability coverage, which is invaluable to our members because it also comes at a very reduced cost due to economies of scale and sharing in the cost of pooling. So our layers of coverage, our workers' compensation program, what we provide for you is $0 coverage up to $500,000 for your workers' compensation claims. Then we access another pool, which is PRISM, in which we have coverage from $500,000 up to the statutory limits. The general liability program, each individual member has a self-insured retention that ranges from $5,000 to $100,000, and we provide up to $1 million in coverage in that program. We also have excess coverage through Karma, which provides in-house $9 million. So combined with the 2 programs, we're technically self-insured for $10 million. And beyond that, then it's excess coverage through excess insurances, and we have $34.5 million in coverage for general liability. What do we do with all of the funds that are sent to us? Annually, we charge our members a premium, which is seen in your budget, and that is based on a number of factors, and it is a share of cost that is shared amongst all the members within the program. We've also been incredibly conservative with that money that you provide. It is invested. It is your money. It is money put there to provide for claims. We are now over actually 90% funded today. I've been with MPA for 10 years, and in the beginning we were funded, we were barely above 75% funded. We're now at above 90% funded. What does that mean? Why is that important? means we have almost all the money in the bank to pay for all anticipated claims for all members. So it's a very good place to be. Same with the general liability program. You can see in 2017 we were funded at 80%, and now we are at 90%, and in truth we're well above that. This year in July of, actually this fiscal year, so the beginning of this fiscal year, July 2025, we developed a captive. We call it Municipal Pooling Authority Captive, and it's an alternative investment opportunity, and it's purely investment. It's an investment entity that allows us to take larger risks at how we invest our money so that that money is working better for our members to offset the escalating costs of coverage in general. And it is, we're almost at a year mark, and it is proven to be doing very well right now. These are all the programs that MPA provides to our members, and if you'll see all the X's, these are the programs that Antioch directly participates in that we have here today. And I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that presentation.
Sure.
Do you want to ask a question before public comment?
You can have.
Yeah, is there anybody want public comment on this item?
No public comment cards.
All right. All right, Council.
And so let me ask, why is it prudent for us to be a member in MPA? Do you compare your program to other programs, commercial?
Yes. So to purchase public private insurance, for example, would not be as beneficial, in our opinion. The reason you pool your money is to share in the cost of coverage. You do not pay full fare for all claims. All members share in that cost. There's a cap on how much you pay for a claim, and then every dollar over that cap is then spread amongst all the members to share in that cost. So that is the largest benefit. The subsequent benefit is that the board writes those MOCs, those memorandums of coverage. The board decides how coverage is going to be applied. And that is the governing document. And of course, that's updated every year, and it is updated, and changes are made based on based on laws, based on needs of the membership, and how that coverage is. In private insurance, you wouldn't have that flexibility at all. You wouldn't have the ability to change those governing documents. They are what they are. And also, I would say the third beneficial component is because we do have claims administration in-house, we have a much more intimate relationship with our claims administrators. Our cities do. They work very closely with you on that claims administration.
So I'm certainly not an attorney, but the changes that it looks like you're recommending are very minor and they're not substantive.
This is true.
And as a city attorney, I'm sure has had to review your opinion.
That's correct, Mayor Pro Tem. It's all of them are just clarifying provisions, aligning, changing terminology, definitions, updating statutory references so that they're current with the current law. And I think there's one other category, which you saw this in the staff report, refining operational procedural elements. I did look at those 4 points, and I looked through the agreement, and it's reflective.
So just one last comment. In the last several years, obviously, we have dealt with a lot of litigation, and we are paying out a lot of settlements. And frankly, I appreciate the fact that you exist, and you've worked with us to get us through all these issues. So I just wanted to publicly thank you.
Thank you. That is also another benefit of the pool. We are intimately involved with every single one of our members and do what we can to help when the need is there, absolutely.
I had one question. In the draft of the new agreement, there's a statement in here that says, such as the city of Pleasant Hill.
I knew that was going to be. I'm sorry. Let me grab my notes.
I just wanted to say such as the city of Antioch instead, because I think it should have been. I don't know why that was. It seemed odd. It was just called out in this document as one of the member agencies out of the 21.
It is a requirement of the of the code of the law that allows for pooling entities to state that we don't supersede or override the laws and requirements of a city and vice versa. So it's a collaborative relationship. And the reason we chose the city of Pleasant Hill is because they're our founding city. We actually grew out of the city of Pleasant Hill. The original employees of the pool were Pleasant Hill employees. So our original policies were Pleasant Hill policies. We still have some of their policies. So that is why that city was chosen. Any city could have been chose.
They were just more the honorary city to
Yes, they
choose?
were.
Okay,
Yeah,
then I
absolutely.
won't ask you to change it to Antioch then at this point. Right. Any other questions, council? And we already asked for public comment. Yeah, so can I get a motion to,
I'll move approval.
all right, I have a motion. Can I have a second, please?
I'll second.
We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Freitas, second from Councilmember Roach. Please cast your votes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. I am going to take a 5-minute recess before we start into into our public hearings, which might take a minute or so. So we'll go ahead and recess for 5 minutes.
Meeting recessed at 9:10 p.m.
Is that all right with you? I'll take a quick recess? All right, we're welcome back from our recess. Mr. City Clerk, will you please have the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Rocha.
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Freitas.
Present.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum at 9:23 p.m.
All right, moving on to item number 6, public hearing.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and move item 10 up to right before item 8.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Torres Walker, second from Mayor Pro Tem Freitas. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, item 10 is being moved before item 8. Going on to item number 6, appeal of conditions of approval requiring the Lakeview Center CIH project to annex into CFD 2018-01 and CFD 2018-02. This is continued from February 24th. This item has been requested to be continued, so I'm going to open the public hearing. There's been a motion, or there's been a request to continue this item. Do I, yeah, is there any public comment on this?
Yes, Melissa?
Are you kidding?
Sorry.
So my thing is just about transparency on it, because I read the staff report and it says, staff is requesting this item be continued off calendar to allow staff and appellant to come to an agreed resolution of the matter. And to me, that's just so generic, and I would just like more transparency around that. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment?
No further public comments.
All right, we're closing the public hearing. Do we have a motion to continue this item?
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilmember Torres Walker.
Second.
We have a second from Mayor Pro Tem Freitas. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, moving on to item number 7, appeal of conditions of approval requiring the Buchanan Crossings CIH project to annex into CFD 2018-01 and CFD 2018-02. This has been continued from February 24th. This is a public hearing, which I'm going to open. Any public comment on this?
We have no comment cards.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. We have a motion to continue this item.
So moved.
Motion from Councilmember Torres Walker.
I'll second.
Second from Councilmember Rocha. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, moving on to item number 10. This is a City Council regular agenda item. This is for CSH Mahogany Housing Home Key Plus Program Update, 2436 Mahogany Way, Antioch. It's the Antioch Inn and Suites, formerly Comfort Inn. City Manager Scott.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. Interim Director Storer will give a brief update on the project.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Storer. This is my real voice. It's not been AI'd, so that's the good news. Also, more good news is that I'm not alone here in the presentation tonight. I have Puneet from CSH Mahogany with us to also provide a presentation and a PowerPoint. This will be his. My just brief update to your council is that you may recall that your council adopted a resolution last year. We've been working with HCD and the applicant, Puneet, and his team with respect to moving forward in steps. The question came up at the last council meeting to provide an update. So I just want to do that very briefly. In the staff report, I did give some background on the site logistics, the units, that kind of stuff. But when it comes down to where we're at in the process, we are in, as we speak, we have an environmental consultant preparing the NEPA work, which is necessary in order for the city to then release at some point the $750,000 one-time payment through HUD and CDBG grants. So with that timeline occurring, we expect to be in the realm of coming to your council for award of the money, probably in early summer, late spring. The time that we have right now from HCD is such that HCD staff, better say it, HCD staff has forward a recommendation to their, not governing body, but the next review process called the Internal Loan Committee, who should be tentatively scheduled this week and hopefully within a week or so. Depending on how they go through their process, there's no guarantees that we hope to have a decision within the next few weeks, certainly within about a month. So it has been a process that we've been working on a lot with respect to the timing of all of the pieces. And at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions. And, oh, by the way, we will need to talk about a modified timeline too, because when the award is granted, Puneet will have the clock will start for when construction appears on the property. Certainly after acquisition. So happy to answer any questions and then turn the time over to Puneet.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hear from Puneet first, and then we can get public comment and then open it up to council.
Yes. Thank you, Council and the community, for giving the opportunity to provide an update on HomeKey Plus. And I know.
Excuse me, Puneet, can you talk into the mic, please?
Sorry.
Yeah, you can pull that thing down.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, I should have realized that. Hope everyone can hear. So thanks for the opportunity. We have been working CSH, City, HCD for the last, I think, almost a year, working tirelessly to make sure that the documents HCD asks, like we submitted on time, May 30th, that was the last date. We submitted the application. We received the threshold letter in November. Then we have been providing the details, updated resolution, document updates and everything. And we have been informed, as David was mentioning, by HCD staff's manager, that they have all the documents which are needed. They have recommended our project for the award. They are planned to be meeting. They meet every second Thursday of the month. So which is 2 days from now, March 12th, they will meet and they will review and assess their staff's recommendation. And I think Deirdre told David, you on Friday, that we should hear within few days or a week. And of course, they are saying this timeline can change depending on HCD leadership. But we are very hopeful because we have provided all the information which is needed. I just wanted to take quick few moments, talk about what we have progressed on, as well as overall project, as well as what we are seeing on HomeKey Plus, and also talk about the overall timeline. So as I was mentioning, they have communicated we should hear back the award in a week's time, at latest few more weeks from then. And really special thanks to City Manager Scott, Interim Director Storer, City staff, HCD staff, as well as my entire team for getting us to this milestone. And of course, we are almost there to achieve and receive the much needed $34.9 million. And these are Proposition 1, our taxpayer dollars, which are there for the county or the state. Hopefully, it will come for the city of Antioch. And we would be able to have 85 low-income permanent supportive housing built up by converting and creating the CSH mahogany housing. Also, a quick note, just sharing some good news on CSH's front. We received HomeKey Plus award for Sacramento last December. So our process, our following, our diligence is already indicative of one award being won by us on HomeKey Plus. And this is in addition to the HomeKey Round 3 award we got in Oakland, which is in full swing of construction. In terms of HomeKey Plus background and update, as you guys are aware, this was a NOFA which came out in November of 2024 to allocate the Proposition 1 funds. These funds are there to convert hotels or non-residential areas, to quickly convert them into housing for homeless or veterans. And right now, so far, the HomeKey Plus is substantially undersubscribed. There is at least $1 billion still outstanding. They had $2.1 billion. They have allocated $900 million so far. So as long as a project meets the threshold, as long as they provide the right documents, as long as they were submitted by May 30th, they will get the award. And I think that's why the staff has reviewed everything based on what city and us have provided them. They have recommended for the award. In terms of, I just wanted to take a moment, and we had discussed this, just a refresher. I know council already knows this, and city staff also knows it, and possibly community as well. This just talks about the local need and recent steps. 2025 PIT numbers actually were really much better than 2024 for entire Contra Costa County, a 31% reduction in homelessness. But if you look at where we still stand, from 413 in 2024, we're down to 246, but there are still 246 people who are unsheltered. We still have 792 units for very low income which need to be built for Antioch. And having CSH Mahogany 85 units really helps towards both those goals. And lastly, giving a quick update on where we stand on the project. So property is already planning for the conversion. We have already highlighted that by having that banner. We are trying to keep it vacant and be prepared once the award is given. And as we had stated earlier, the plan is to have extensive case management services, support services. We will have a gated community. We will have 24/7 security so that we have an actual low-income permanent supportive housing which is well-functioning. It already has the appropriate access to health services. It is appropriately located. David already mentioned about the NEPA progress, which thanks to the city, we have made so far. We are on track on that. We also have started engaging or re-engaged with Department of Behavioral Health and H3, who had already committed funding dollars at the time of submission, and we are trying to see how additional funds can be secured, along with engaging district supervisor and exploring Measure X for ongoing support, because we want to make sure that it's not just establishing these 85 units, but functioning and supporting it successfully for 15 years, and then hopefully for 55 years. And we are all into the mission of developing a secure, low-income community with services to address homelessness. That's all I had, but we can open up for any questions which council might have or the community might have.
All right, thank you, Puneet. Do we have any public comment on this?
Yes, we do. Leslie, followed by Mary and Dr. Kimberly.
It's your turn first.
Mary.
I'm so sorry. I'm like sleepwalking at this point. I just wanted to also give who found the Home Key program many, many years ago and brought it to Tamisha, who then helped spearhead it to the rest of the council, and having a council actually approve it. I am so excited and happy, and thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Dr. Kimberly, and then Nicole.
I just want to say thank you to Andrew, too, I don't see him, for bringing this to the council for Antioch in this much-needed community. I think the main thing that I want to get across, or that I want to ask the mayor, is I remember that you did an interview with the news. I think it was on June with Jody Hernandez, and you said that you had a plan for homelessness. And so far, I haven't really heard that plan. Tonight, I heard that the city is struggling, the city's gonna make cuts, the city has all these issues, but homelessness remains one of the biggest issues facing Antioch. And I hope that tonight, that you're the leader to make sure that this passes and moves through, because it doesn't seem like it's a burden to the city. It seems like this grant is something to help boost the city and solve some of its problems. So I hope that you're the stand-up mayor tonight and help for this to pass. Thank you.
Nicole?
This thing don't bend? Okay. Okay, so I have some notes here. Thank you so much, Andrew. Can we give him another round of applause, please? All right, y'all, that's enough because y'all taking my time. All right, But thank you so much. And thank you to Misha, Monica. Y'all have been working on this for a long time. So I just want to say thank you for, bringing this forward. Hopefully we can get this passed and get some people housed. So I had a whole thing that I was going to write, but before I came here, I actually was looking online and saw you guys actually talking to code enforcement. And I was like, what? I was a little surprised by some of the things that I heard. I was hoping, I know, Mayor, you have brought up the 8th Street area, 18th Street, and we had talked about blight and, the garbage that's in these areas, and you guys were talking about fines. And I was like, well, I hope they are not thinking the solution is to criminalize homelessness with these fines. But if not, you weren't talking about homelessness. Talking to business owners all of these years, I don't even think it's fair for us to be fining them like that. Now, if we're talking about the board of buildings where they're not doing anything with their businesses, that's one thing. But I remember back in the day, the Straw Hat Pizza that was open off of Summersville, they ended up moving to Brentwood, and I talked to that owner, and he was saying there was nothing I could do. We have unhoused people all over the place. There's nothing we could do. They're urinating, they're using the bathroom or whatever in front of our businesses. So I don't think it's fair that we are even trying to fine our businesses for a situation that really they have no control over. And I say that just to say that I think even with this program, I think a lot of businesses, a lot of property owners, homeowners, they would appreciate us having a motel like this and having this program up and running to get unhoused people from in front of their businesses, in front of residential areas. I think that's very important. I also wanted to make sure that I made clear that we are spending so much money already. I look back at the video that we had with the ad hoc committee back with the former council a few councils ago, and how they talked about how you spend millions of dollars. We had a meeting and learned that for code enforcement, the abatement teams, community development, APD, contractors. We had Tri-Delta Transit come out, Sutter Delta, the fire department, and talked about how negatively impacted they were financially because of unhoused people being on our streets. We also know that when unhoused people even call 911, we have APD come out, fire department. So there's all these different resources that we're already spending so much money for, and we need to make sure. We just have to do this. It makes no sense. If we do not have, I would like to know if anybody votes this down, what is your solution? Community members, Andrew, the other former council, community members has been saying this is what we need to do. We need to house people. So if you vote this down, what is the solution? That's all I want to know. What is the solution? What is your solution? I truly want to know. We need to work together. We need to figure this out. Home Key, come on. Let's go, Antioch.
Devin?
Good evening, everyone. I'm wired. I've had so much caffeine today, but I'm just gonna say I support Project Home Key. It's a solution. I saw Councilwoman Walker's post earlier, and I was really excited to see that she was supporting this and alongside Andrew and Nicole, and I was unaware because I've been busy and I didn't know that this was on the agenda tonight. So thank you for that public. Reminder. And I just want to say that there's a lot of people who complain about things going on in our city, but they don't have the solutions. They call you guys idiots and blah, blah, blah. You guys are sitting on your bum all day, but you guys are constantly working. I know that you guys are trying to find solutions. I am sick and tired of seeing people not come up with solutions, but having a loud presence everywhere else. But they don't want to come do the work. There's advocates out there like Nicole, like Andrew, like Tamisha, like Monica, like the mayor and the rest of the councils. I just think that people really need to put their mouth in this room and work with y'all and work with other people that are in this room, because it means nothing to say something online and produce no results. So what I'm gonna say is that please support Project Home Key. We're hearing a lot about how the community is falling apart. People are doing this and that, but where are the solutions? And so we do, like Nicole said, if anyone votes this down, there should be a solution right away, because there's no reason to not support this. So thank you. That's my message to the community tonight. I'm wired. Thank you.
No further comment cards. Speaker, please come.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring a couple of additional highlights. Home Key Plus was paid for through Prop 1, which is a state ballot initiative. Those are your bond dollars. And that $2.2 billion, record $2.2 billion that came out to fund this housing initiative is an average of $55 state resident. And your home key application here in Antioch for your resident population here in the city is a return of an average of $290 a person. That is taking your dollars and receiving an almost 5x return. That is a commitment from a community with the response that is desired. And so I will say that the biggest takeaway here is thank you to the state residents that voted for Prop 1. Thank you for the residents throughout the state that pay their taxes and contribute to their communities. Thank you for the people that live in this community and support these services. And most importantly, I really want to say that this is not about me or you. This is about Raheem Coe. This is about Tyrone Marshall. The people that I promised this to that are no longer here, but it is a promise that is fulfilled. And that's what representation in your community is. That's what a response to your community's needs is. And so I want to applaud each and every one of you for championing this on our behalf, for being a part of this arduous journey, and more importantly, for supporting individuals like Raheem and Tyrone, because they do not deserve to have their lives taken on our streets through unjust crimes, nor do they deserve to expire under a tarp that is purchased from Home Depot on our sidewalks in our communities. We have a higher moral calling, and today, this update is that moral calling once again being answered. Thank you.
No further public comments.
All right, this is before the council. Any comments from the council? Yeah, Councilman Rocha.
Yeah, I had requested an update, because I just wanted to know where we stood. Looking historically at where it started, and, we then resubmitted an application. We've got some information, along the way, but I wanted to know, because, as we're getting ready, did I cut her off? I'm sorry. Didn't mean to do that to you if I did. Okay, all right. But as we're looking into developing our budget moving into next year, I felt it was important that we know where we're at. Obviously, there were some questions I had, and I think maybe for the benefit of the community, my understanding is that the state of California, as it was in the slide presentation, I want to believe it's like 34.9 million. If awarded to this project, I believe the initial purchase of the hotel we could use potentially the CDBG funding that's available to us for acquisition, which is $750,000. So if awarded, we could potentially use that. We have a meeting in 2 weeks to discuss CDBG and housing successor funds. So we're trying to pull everything together as we move forward. My understanding is for the city of Antioch, it's going to be a 1.2 commitment. And I understand it's 5-year periods, so it's the first 5 years, that's 6 million. The match has already come from the state, and then another 5 years. And then what my question was gonna be, and I don't know if you can answer that, or maybe, what's the evaluation process as we go through? Are there goals, targets that we look at in each of those 5-year increments as we move forward? Those are primarily the main things I wanted to know. And I know I saw your information today. I've seen some communications that have come regarding the potential of finding out sooner than later, because from where I'm sitting, I want to have all the information I can, and moving forward when we go to develop our budget for the 26-27 year. I wanted to know where we stand with this commitment, and if it's moving forward with the funding. I just didn't know what the timeline was when we would actually find out whether we're saving it. But it sounds like we're in real time, it's happening right now. So those are the questions that I really wanted to have raised before us, so that we are all on the same page, and also for the benefit of the community. Because I've heard, I hear comments on both sides. Why are we doing this hotel? Why are we? Well, I think it's clearly that we have done short-term projects, Opportunity Village, addressing homelessness, and with encampments where we needed to help people to find a place to live and survive. But those are temporary. Those are lease agreements. We don't own those properties. Once the term ended, we turn it back, and then we start over again. This, to me, when we first looked at it, was a long-term solution paid by state funding through taxpayer dollars that is intended for this purpose. And so for $34.9 million for us to commit 1.2 annually, to me, it made sense to look at that as an investment towards a long-range solution. But I wanted to bring this up tonight so that we can have some clear understandings of where we're at as we are trying to proceed forward in developing this new budget, and finding out if there was an answer yet, whether it's yes or no, whether this is happening or not. So I'm the one that brought it up. It wasn't any of the other members. I was the one that I've asked this twice over the last couple months, and so that's why I wanted to start off by kicking off the conversation.
I do have a question for the applicant.
Yeah, Puneet, if you can come on up, please.
And so the one concern I have is on page 3. It's with regard to the timeline. The applicant provided the following timeline for the project, which has lapsed. And so begin construction was supposed to be December 30th, 2025. In construction, August, and occupancy, November 2026. And so assuming that we will be favorably reviewed, assuming CDBG is able to move forward with their money, we've already jump-started the NEPA process. And so my question is, will you be able to actually make this be a reality according to the timelines that I'm sure they're going to dictate? Because it doesn't make any sense to me to go through this whole effort if you can't produce.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to add, and I think I had shared that staff edit with David. So the first timeline which was shared was based on the assumptions of the timeline HCD had shared in terms of awards and so on. So they had said they will start giving awards in September, and based on those, the prior timeline was. And then now that we are in March, and it's pretty imminent that hopefully we'll get it reviewed March 12th, we'll know within a week or so, or worst case in 3-4 weeks. And we can start April, May timeframe, depending on the award lining up along with the NEPA. And then we are expecting about 8 to 12 months, and that's what our experience is, what we are seeing the rehabilitation are taking. And based on that knowledge is what we have put together the revised timeline. And we are very confident with that revised timeline. Of course, if things delay from either HCD perspective or NEPA perspective or others, that might move the starting date. But what we are trying to be confident upon is when we start, we are able to finish well within the 12-month requirement of completion of construction and 15-month requirement of occupancy, and that's what we are targeting to do.
And so I just want to make sure publicly that you are ready to move forward to get it in that time frame, the 12-month and the 15-month.
Yes and no, and I'll tell why I'm saying no is that we have come in November and we have requested multiple times to unlock some of the initial money for pre-development so that we can start for the submission of and getting the permit so that that could be lined up as well with those two timelines.
Okay, I think from a city perspective, we have to know if it's going to be awarded to you. So, I mean, you just have to assume that from my perspective. You know, if it's awarded, then you go.
Yes, we will be able to meet that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, the item requests that,
Move to receive and file.
all right, I have a motion to receive and file from Mayor Pro Tem Freitas.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Wilson. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you, Penny. All right, moving on to item number 9. Or excuse
Number
me.
8.
Yeah, number 8, yeah, we're back to 8. Adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance, IHO, consistent with the city's 6th cycle.
We need to move forward.
Yeah, adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance consistent with city's 6th cycle housing element implementation program 2.1.10.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and City Councilor Zalata. The city has studied the feasibility of adopting an inclusionary housing ordinance and appropriate optional developer in lieu fee over the last year at multiple study sessions. Tonight, the introduction of the inclusionary housing ordinance is before the council. Additional recommended actions include the establishment of an affordable inclusionary housing trust fund and related amendments to the master fee schedule to establish an in lieu fee and monitoring fees. Zoe Meredith.
Hold on. Can we hold?
You're fine.
Oh, okay.
City Manager
Yes,
Scott.
Zoe Meredith, our
That's fine.
planning manager, will introduce the item, and Greg Goodfellow from PlaceWorks will provide a presentation.
Yeah, good evening, Council. We've been here a few times before for study sessions about the inclusionary housing ordinance, and tonight we're here to introduce the ordinance and its content. I'm joined again by Greg Goodfellow from PlaceWorks, who worked on this along with his team. So he has a presentation, and then we're here to answer questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Zoe, and thank you, councilors and mayor. It's nice to be here again. I do have a presentation. There was a lot of background material in my past presentations. I know we've already had a busy night, and there's a lot of legal and technical material here, so I'll try to move through this quickly, but I do want to make sure the public and the council and the community are well-versed on the background and the issue. So what we're going to do tonight, as Zoe just mentioned, is introduce by title only and waive the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council amending Municipal Code Title IX, Planning and Zoning, to add Article 43, inclusionary housing. The very basic bones of this inclusionary housing element would be a 15% affordable housing inclusionary requirement. It would include an in lieu option that would be updated annually, and that would be paired with the Housing Trust Fund. Put shortly, the city needs a place to put these in lieu fees that would be collected. It would require an affordable housing plan by all developers who are utilizing the IHO, and it includes various standards to ensure that affordable units are up to snuff with the other market rate standards. And so this would involve also adopting a resolution to establish that inclusionary housing trust fund and adopting a resolution amending the master fee schedule to add the in lieu fee. All right, very quickly, some background on this. Once again, Inclusionary Housing 101, this is an ordinance that will require new market rate projects to set aside a percentage of their units as below market rate units. In essence, it's privately subsidized affordable housing. And as you'll hear over and over again, it typically allows for the payment of a fee in lieu of constructing those affordable units. I'll get into more detail about that. Why here in Antioch? Like so many cities, there's a heavy arena number here, 1,741 very low and middle income units. This goes all the way back to the development of the housing element, and it was decided by the council here and by the community here. The housing element was a very community-oriented process to include this action item to complete an IHO study. And in the housing element, it cites a specific goal of constructing 360 to 460 affordable units. So again, we're looking at a finite number here. Obviously, we can go beyond that. But again, I'm stressing once again that this goes back all the way to the heavily public process of the housing element, which of course is certified by the state in a very rigorous review process, which the council is aware of. Quick, what we've done so far, a lot of inputs have gone into this IHO. It has not been developed in a vacuum by any means. We've done heavy in-person outreach going back to 2024 with a hybrid multilingual community meeting with live translation. In December of 2024, we met specifically with developers to get their thoughts on the IHO, their concerns, their ideas. We've had a heavy online outreach. The website dedicated to this project has been updated constantly. We had a community survey go out in October 15th of 2024. All of the results of that outreach has been in past staff reports. I won't get into the details now except to stress that the contents of this IHO reflect that community input. Last year, we did interviews with local staff in the county to find out what administering and staffing an IHO was like and get their inputs. And then on the technical side, we completed a financial feasibility analysis, which basically assesses the impacts of affordability requirements on the bottom line of market rate units. How are these going to play out? And that's a heavy pro forma financial process. We also completed an in lieu fee analysis. This you haven't seen from me in detail, so I have a section of my presentation to go over how we developed that in lieu fee. In short, we calculated the local affordable housing gap, and we filled that gap with the fee. And finally, staff and myself had looked and presented summaries of existing IHOs in the county, looked at different components and their approaches. As you know, there's been multiple study sessions of the council and the commission. All right, what is this proposed inclusionary housing ordinance? Again, this, first of all, what projects will this apply to? It'll apply to projects citywide. First of all, there's no geographical scope. It is the entire city. It will apply to projects of 5 or more units. Why that number 5? That fits cog and wheel with the Subdivision Map Act, which is, the threshold is 5 parcel subdivisions for the MAP Act to take shape. And what that does is it sort of sets a stage for this applying to projects of a significant size and heft. It's not going to apply to a family developing an extra unit or an ADU or something like that. It fits in with the Subdivision Map Act. The requirement, 15% of market rate units, as I mentioned, 10% of those will have to be affordable to very low income households and 5% to low income households. If the project is so small that that 15% is very fractional or difficult to calculate, then there's an alternating requirement. Let's say you have 12 units, then you need to apply the very low income and low income requirement flip-flopping until the requirement is met. And that's just will lead to a balance within those small projects and not an over proportion in either way. And those affordable units will have to remain affordable in perpetuity. No one's going to make money off them from sales later. They will have to remain deed restricted in perpetuity. There's an in lieu fee option that is $202,500 per unbuilt unit. That will be reassessed annually based on the CPI and other factors. This ordinance does not include any alternative compliance. Some in the past have. The alternative compliance has been more popular. It has become less popular and less relevant, just like incentives, because of the extreme number of streamlining and concessions and waivers that come out of state housing policy lately, whether it's SB 330, whether it's density bonus. There are so many ways for housing projects to move through the process easily and to save money easily by providing affordable units. And I'll also point out that without having alternative compliance in this IHO, there's a potential to avoid a lot of administration time for some of these complex options, whether it's donating land off-site or things like that, which require a lot of staff time and a lot of delays, and they focus they tend to remove focus of building affordable housing on the site of the development, which is the goal of the city. The inclusionary housing ordinance requires an affordable housing plan, which is basically a detailed contract between developer and the city. It needs to be submitted with the application. It has to specify the inclusionary calculations. Obviously that 50% is set, but let's see exactly how you got there. We want you to demonstrate your math and make sure it's consistent with ours. It has to illustrate in the document the inclusionary unit locations and their plans. And again, that is so staff can make sure that they are up to snuff with the standards that are laid out in the document, or excuse me, in the ordinance. Whether it's making sure that the exterior materials are of just as amount of high quality, room sizes are generally in proportion, and things like that. And the affordable housing plan will require the establishment of annual reporting requirements. Those are just a few of the bullets that are in the ordinance itself to make sure that the city and developer are on the same page before this thing kicks off. I mentioned inclusionary unit standards. These are also laid out in the ordinance. All inclusionary units need to be the same proportion as the market rate units, the bedroom types, et cetera. At least they need to be at least 90% of the size of market rate units with the same bedroom count, the same bedroom count ratio as the market rate units, the same exterior design and quality of construction as the market rate units, and of course, as should be the case with all housing, they need to meet all standards in Title 8 and 9 of the Antioch Municipal Code. So again, the idea here is to ensure that these affordable units are not afterthoughts and they are not considered an add-on to the larger development. They are distributed evenly and they are just as important as the market rate products. All right, I'll spend a little bit of time here on the technical component of the in lieu fee and the associated housing trust fund. There are many ways that consultants and cities and counties alike develop and identify their required in lieu fee. We use the approach called the affordable housing financing gap, which is quite common. At its core essence, what we did is we calculated the full cost of developing a single affordable unit in the city of Antioch, which is $440,000. Of course, I'll explain how we got there. Then we calculated the average total reliable per unit financing that a developer, an affordable housing developer, typically receives per unit. That is $237,512. And then you subtract the latter from the former and you find out that gap. And you get that financing gap of $202,488. Associated with that then is our in lieu fee to close that gap, $202,500, as I mentioned earlier. All right, so how did we come up, what were the steps we took to get this data, to find out this information? The first thing that we did was we reviewed and identified recent affordable housing development projects to get their unit costs, to find out the average low-income housing tax credit that was used and applied, and the average bank financing that was used, because those are the two types of reliable funding that go to affordable housing projects in the state of California. Financing, as you'll see, is somewhat of an art. There are many other different types of funding that developers use, but those are not the reliable ones. They're a mishmash. They are different amounts, different subsets. It is LHITCs and bank financing that we really want to assess. The source of these is the California State Treasurer's Office. They have an archive of all projects that use those tax credits, and they include detailed project descriptions, cost, and financing information for all of those projects. So we were able to get on that system and pick out a series of projects in Contra Costa County. This is sort of what I was saying earlier. Here's an example for El Cerrito Plaza. This was a 70-unit project with 1 and 2 3-bedroom units. The total cost was $69.6 million. Very quickly, you can see that those two rock solid sources, the tax credit equities, that was 36% of the financing, and the bank financing was only 6%. And then you can see this is an example of all the different types of financing that is out there, if it can be found, whether it's deferred fees, state funds, county funds, or other, and all of these have different subsets. So my point here was just to show that this is an example of the fact that the two reliable sources of financing here only total 42% of the total. And there's that gap you're seeing. That gap then is having to be filled with all of these other sources. So if we summarize these 5 products we selected from the county, and those are listed across the bottom, the total cost of developing all those 5 projects was $332 million. And those included a total of 376 units. So what's the average cost of those units is $882,000 each. Now, of course, that's higher than the figure I just gave for Antioch. Remember, this spreads all the way from Walnut Creek to El Cerrito. Obviously, inputs are different in different cities. This is a countywide average. And then we took the information that I also just mentioned we could find. Of those 376 units, we found out through the state treasurer that $50,500,000 in bank financing went to those. And that that calculates out to $134,000 per unit. And $128,500,000 in federal tax credits were used. And that averages out to $342,000 a unit. So once again, for the countywide, we found that it was $882,000 to build a unit. Well, we subtract that $134,000 in bank financing, that $342,000 in tax credits, and you get that gap of $406,000, which is 46.02% of the average cost of a unit. So now we've got that ratio for the county. Of course, then we need to apply that to Antioch. So what we did is we modeled a conceptual housing development here, which is something we had done also in the financial feasibility analysis. That project was based on recent and entitled projects. Then we calculated the development cost, and this, of course, includes all of the tailored units from Antioch, whether it's the impact fees, the soft costs, et cetera. And we found that exemplar unit would cost $36 million, and that equates to $440,000 per affordable dwelling unit. Again, much less than that $880,000 countywide. And then we calculated that expected financing gap. We applied that 46.02% ratio to that $440,000 total and got that $202,500 financing gap. And then we're absolutely aware that you need to get information from the ground. And so the first thing we did with those conclusions was take them to affordable housing developers. We got great insights from the Vice President of Real Estate Development in Eden Housing. I should mention that the numbers I just gave you reflected their input already, because we took our numbers to these developers, and what we heard from the first gentleman was that you need to increase your per unit cost because financing costs, city impact fees, and design costs are really boosting up right now. And so our original number was a little bit less than that $440,000, and we increased those costs, specifically the design costs and some of the other soft costs, the legal fees, based on his inputs. And we heard the same thing from Cypress Equity, which really nailed home that, yes, we might have underestimated those soft costs. So again, we increased them. However, both of the developers felt like our in lieu fee and the ratio on which it was based is reasonable. And to quote the gentleman at Cypress, this will go a long way in helping an affordable housing developer. A project that once wouldn't pencil will now become feasible. So we did get good insights on our in lieu fee. But again, that in lieu fee increased based on the increases in soft costs that they mentioned. So this was vetted by those who practice development. Now, the Inclusionary Housing Trust Fund. Every city who collects in lieu fees needs a place to put it. The idea being that these in lieu fees needs to go back into the prioritization of affordable housing. This is a repository of in lieu fees, and every housing trust fund needs to be led by a council-approved set of administrative guidelines. And the housing trust fund guidelines you've seen are, to some, are to assist in the creation and preservation of affordable housing in the city of Antioch for the benefit of extremely low, very low, low, and moderate income households. And there's a larger list of potential distribution and uses of the fees, creation of new affordable units, of course, being the top, preservation of existing affordable units, assistance with rehabilitation programs, conversion of market rate units, and supporting the construction of ADUs, which are, by their very nature, affordable. Those are just a few of those distribution and uses. To remind you what we heard on February 4th from the Planning Commission, There was a 4-0 recommendation that the city adopt the IHO. They did have some very interesting and very valid questions and requests for review. The first being, could it be written into the ordinance that prioritization be given to Antioch residents for these affordable units? And there is conflicts. I did research with my contacts at MTC and at ABAG. The city did their own research. There are, oh my gosh. I was gonna say, David mentioned he's not AI. I wish I was. I'm sorry. So there was the potential for conflict with state fair housing laws, and it really, staff and myself felt the potential liabilities would outweigh the benefits of that given these conflicts, and that was borne out by, again, by MTC and their housing experts, so staff did not recommend it. There was another request to review the establishment of preferences for local unions. And again, this goes back to potential conflicts with existing laws. The National Labor Relations Act, the State Housing Element Law, and local zoning authority all contain limits or barriers to that type of preference. And this does not reflect staff's lack of prioritization of either Antioch residents or, of course, local unions, but it's really just to keep the ordinance conflict-free and on legal ground. Planning Commission asked that we look at ensuring that the Housing Trust Fund prioritizes funds for affordable housing and housing development. And again, staff clarified that the admin guidelines will provide these options for the City Council to review for how the funds are spent and allow funds to be spent strategically on a variety of needs. So again, the point being, these guidelines are approved by you, the council, and the assumption, of course, is that these funds will prioritize affordable housing development. Planning Commission also had a very valid question about prioritizing extremely low income households. There is a strange structural issue with the state, with HCD and ELI. ELI is, if you look directly into the state's housing building block website, ELI is considered a, quote, subset of very low income. So whereas the separation between the income levels is traditionally a break, ELI is 0 to 30 within that 0 to 50 of VLI, and therefore that's why we don't see it on our RENA targets. So although HCD does not deprioritize ELI, cities are asked to study ELI needs and ELI approaches in their housing elements. They are not part of RENA, and by including ELI in the housing ordinance itself, it brings us a little bit out of lockstep with the progress requested by the state and keeping this consistent with the housing element. So again, this does not mean ELI is deprioritized. It is simply that income range is within VLI. And finally, the PC asked whether we could audit the Housing Trust Fund in the first quarter of the year and then every 2 years hereafter to determine the % of projects that are using the in lieu fees. In other words, is this working? And clearly, City Council can include this recommendation in the draft ordinance and in the Housing Trust Fund admin guidelines itself. All of those were very good points to a very well-tuned Planning Commission. Again, this goes back to my first slide of the recommended action by staff, introduced by title only and waive the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council, amending the Municipal Code Title IX with those components of that IHO that I've gone over, adopt the resolution establishing the Inclusionary Housing Trust Fund, again, that place to put those in lieu fees, and adopt a resolution amending the master fee schedule to add an in lieu fee and an affordable housing compliance monitoring fee. That is the end of my presentation. I'm here to answer questions.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open it right now. Do we have a proponent for the project?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before the speaker, I'd like to actually make a motion to extend our meeting to 12 midnight.
Oh, okay. We have a motion to extend the meeting to 12 midnight. Do we have a second?
Well, we're not gonna get there.
Can we,
It just means, it means we go up to, we can finish earlier than that. It just means that we can go up to.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
wanna be
Please, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Freitas, second by Councilmember Rocha. Cast your votes, please. Right.
Motion passes 4 with 1 abstaining.
It's always one. All right, so who is going to be the proponent then? Okay, you're going to be the
Is that
proponent?
all right if I, yeah.
Well, I
if
mean, it's, yeah, somebody, okay.
We're a big group coalition, so that we're all together.
All right, you'll have 10 minutes.
Okay, I won't take it, but that's great. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joey Flagel-Mishlove. I'm here. I work with East Bay Housing Organizations. We're a housing justice coalition that works in Alameda and Contra Costa County. We have over 40 years of experience working with housing policies, including inclusionary housing ordinances in multiple jurisdictions in the area. And we have worked together with a broad coalition of other organizations based in Antioch that are also proponents of the inclusionary housing ordinance here. So I'm going to just read the list of folks. Some of them are in the room tonight and some of them are not. We're here with the California Center for Movement Legal Services, the Contra Costa Budget Justice Coalition, the East Bay Alliance for a Sustainable Economy, East Bay Housing Organizations, the Ensuring Opportunity Campaign to End Poverty in Contra Costa County, Hope Solutions, Lift Up Contra Costa, Monument Impact, the Multi-Faith Action Coalition, Public Advocates, Rising Juntos, and United Latino Voices of Contra Costa County. So altogether, that's a coalition that brings years of experience working on inclusionary housing ordinances and also represents faith leaders, service providers, housing developers, and Antioch residents who are directly impacted by our housing affordability crisis. Together, we are here to support the passage of an inclusionary housing ordinance. We know that this is a necessary tool for Antioch to use to address the affordability crisis in our city and in our region. We know that it is an appropriate tool. We are a growing city with plentiful opportunities for development. That is the exact climate in which you want to implement an inclusionary housing ordinance. Because we know that new housing is being built, but we also know that not enough housing is being built that targets low-income, very low-income, extremely low-income residents here in Antioch. I was looking at the past 2 years of building permits in Antioch, and there were 740 homes permitted, but only 50 of those were designated for low or very low-income residents. And of those, many of them were ADUs, which means that we're guessing that they're low-income housing. We don't actually have a way of verifying that. They're not deed restricted. They won't be permanently affordable, as would be required by the IHO. So we're building a lot. Again, we're not at risk of not building enough, but we are not building enough for low-income residents. The IHO would ensure not only that we build affordable housing, but that it would be built throughout the city and would not cost the city any money. Wouldn't require us to go out and apply for more home key projects, although we should be doing that, but wouldn't take anything away from that, right? Wouldn't divert resources from other important places in the city. Instead, it asks developers who are coming and who are going to profit, who are going to continue to profit in Antioch, to also contribute and dedicate some of their resources towards making sure that all Antioch residents have an affordable place to call home. I want to emphasize that this is a mainstream tool. Antioch is not the first city, won't be going out on a limb by adopting this. 14 of our neighboring 19 jurisdictions in Contra Costa County already have inclusionary ordinances. And so we're on solid ground here and taking a well-trodden path that works well and works well for other jurisdictions. The coalition does have 2 recommendations for how the ordinance could be slightly stronger. One is we suggest a 20% inclusionary rate. 15% is a great step in the right direction, but this is an urgent moment. 60% of Antioch residents spend more than 30% of their income on rent. They are rent burdened. That's close to 2/3. Another 2/3 of Antioch residents are designated as being at risk of displacement or gentrification. So again, the risk of not building enough affordable housing is real, it's present. For 2 years in a row, Antioch has had the highest number of unhoused individuals in the county. So this is an urgent moment, and we want to ask that we're doing everything we can to meet that moment and meet that urgency. The second recommendation we have is that we do believe the ordinance can do more to target extremely low-income individuals. That's that subcategory of very low income that the consultant team mentioned. So what we expect with an inclusionary housing ordinance, because we're asking for-profit developers to build affordable housing, they're going to build at the very top of the range. They're going to build the most expensive housing that qualifies for very low-income residents. That's still a great step, and we still encourage that. But to reach the most vulnerable members of our community, to reach extremely low-income community members, we'll need specificity, because the developers won't do that on their own. So there's two ways we can achieve that. One is including a simple requirement, a certain percentage, 5% of the affordable homes have to be affordable to extremely low-income individuals. The other way we can do that is beefing up the side of the ordinance, the alternative compliance, the in-lieu fee, because those fees will be used by affordable housing developers who specialize in reaching extremely low-income individuals. And so what we suggest is that either include that 5% extremely low-income requirement, or create an addition to the in-lieu fee, which would be a land donation option, where developers could contribute to the in-lieu fee rather than in cash with land. And that will provide an option for an affordable housing developer to come in and use that land to build housing that is more likely to reach extremely low-income individuals. So those are our two recommendations, but overall, we're really appreciative of the work that the city, that the staff, that the consultants have done. This is a strong ordinance. We're on a strong path. We know that there are various objections, whether they are legal or for the feasibility of developers. We know that your staff has addressed those. We know that staff has looked at the legality and found we're on firm footing, looked at the feasibility and found that this will not deter development in Antioch, far from it. And so we're excited to see the city move forward with this step, and we are hopeful that we'll move forward with the strongest, most impactful ordinance that we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have anybody to speak in opposition to the ordinance? Yes, we have a...
Mr. Becker?
Speak in opposition to the ordinance? No, general public. Okay, yeah, so we're looking at...
Opposition.
Yeah, it's opposition to the ordinance. You'll have 10 minutes, Mr. Jordan.
I hadn't planned on 10 minutes, so I'll try not to use it all. I didn't prepare for that, but thank you for allowing me to speak. The gentleman that you're being misled. What you're being told is untrue. They're not asking developers to contribute, they're requiring them to contribute. And there's a big difference. Let's talk about the law. I'm not an attorney. I could bring one down here from the Pacific Legal Foundation if you'd like to hear from them. They're going back to court. They're going back to the United States Supreme Court. And at least one of you up there understands federalism and understands that when the United States Supreme Court makes a ruling, as our current president recently said, it's not an unfortunate event. It's a ruling. It's a command. It is the law. Mr. Seitz went to court, and the ruling is that the fees charged by either administration or by legislation have to directly affect what burdens occur at the municipal level by that development. These individuals are talking about all of the town, all of the people that need housing. Now, if you want to have a discussion about the importance of housing people, low-income people and extremely low-income people, that is definitely a conversation worth having. And I would be glad to discuss that. But this is not the way. This is a violation of the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution and the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. It does not offer due process, and it is an illegal taking. Now, the United States Supreme Court moves very slowly. Mr. Seitz took 6 years to get there the first time. But I assure you that within the future, you will see that inclusionary housing in which private property owners, they call them developers, they're private property owners, you're extracting money from them. It basically comes down to municipal extortion. We need to fix the social problem, and we need your money. No. No. It's wrong. It's fundamentally wrong. This country is a republic. It was based on democracy and capitalism, not socialism. When you take people's property, when you extract money from them illegally, they're entitled to compensation. Now, I have laid down a paper trail. I've spoken here, I've written to you, I've outlined my concerns. I don't expect you to side with me or the law. In actuality, the California Supreme Court tried to do a workaround on the United States Supreme Court decision. And that's why Mr. Seitz and the Pacific Legal Foundation are going back to court. The gentleman who prepared this report, which should be round filed, only quotes California law, and nothing passed, based on my recollection, past 2017. The Seitz case was decided in 2024. It may take him another 6 years to get a decision. Someone is going to step forward to fight inclusionary housing. But let's talk about who actually pays the fee. They sit there and then they stand up and they tell you, well, the developer will pay it. No, he won't. This is akin to a tariff. They're going to charge the developer, and then all the market rate homes, they're going to divide up that cost, and they're just going to add it on top. They're not going to eat millions of dollars. I run a business. I wouldn't do it. No reasonable capitalist would. So who's actually going to pay it? The consumer. The middle class person who has saved the money to buy their first home, because most buyers in this town are first-time buyers, they're going to pay it. Is that really fair? Really? Because I don't think so. It's a great idea, but it's being done incorrectly. As I said, I don't expect that you will table this matter. I expect that you will most likely approve it, but you're on very tenuous ground. And if you actually put together a trust fund where you've collected all this money and someone sues you and they want their money back, like the thousands of companies that want their tariff money back who have filed suit against the federal government, you're going to have to pay it back because you've been warned and the paper trail exists. I suggest I request that you vote no. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, can we have Anthony, followed by Mark, and then Pastor Josie?
All right. Mayor Bernal, council members, thank you for having me speak tonight. My name is Anthony Carroll. I'm speaking on behalf of Carpenters Local 152, who represent over 650 working people in Antioch and thousands more across Contra Costa County. Over the past 5 years, the Carpenters have been, by and large, the most outspoken and supportive voice of pro-housing policy coming out of the construction trades. And our members are no strangers to the housing affordability crisis either. It is our sincere hope that this inclusionary housing ordinance does well for the low-income residents of Antioch and generates new affordable residential construction in the city. As discussed, along with the inclusionary housing ordinance, there's also the inclusionary housing trust fund slated to be created as part of this policy. With in lieu fees set at $202,500 per affordable unit, we're looking at potentially millions of dollars generated for new affordable housing production. The Carpenters are in support of this policy overall, but I'm here tonight to ask you to stay or continue the vote on the Inclusionary Housing Trust Fund, to work with us first to create a labor standards resolution that provides or requires prevailing wages, healthcare expenditures, and apprenticeship training opportunities on all projects receiving funds from the Housing Trust Fund. These labor standards are crucial to ensuring that city funds for affordable housing do not end up contributing to a cycle of exploitation so often faced by non-union construction workers. These standards are consistent with recent state laws such as AB 2011 and other revenue-generating measures from cities and counties throughout the Bay Area. And I want to be very clear. This was a misunderstanding from the Planning Commission. The resolution that we are proposing is not a mandate for union labor. Rather, this is a proposal aimed at raising labor standards for all workers on projects receiving public funds. We do not feel that there is any concerns of running afoul of the NLRB, state AFFH obligations, or any other openness to litigation, because these are city funds, and similar to any other revenue generating measure, it is your right to attach the type of labor standards that you want and you see fit. I'd also like to give a little shout out to the Rising Juntos, correct? These recommendations from them to increase the inclusionary requirement to 20%, as well as raising the in lieu fees. I feel that both of those are appropriate, and I know that the Carpenters would be supportive of those changes to the proposal as well. So we have sent draft resolution language to the mayor. I believe maybe other council members. If not, we will be reaching out to you all shortly. I ask that you please move to continue the vote until the next meeting so that we can work to protect the construction workers without whom none of this new housing will ever be built. Thank you for your time.
Mark, followed by Pastor Josie, and then Devin.
I will waive my time. Thank you.
Pastor Josie.
Good evening, everyone. It's been quite a night. My name is Pastor Josie, and I'm the pastor of the Antioch Seventh-day Adventist Church. I'm here as a faith leader, a community member, and a landlord in the city of Antioch. From those perspectives, I want to express my support in the ordinance. I want to encourage you to pass it, or at least continue it, with all of the other people who have spoken that would like to contribute to making sure that we pass an ordinance that is inclusive of everyone who will participate in it. As a landlord, part of my responsibilities include working with tenant concerns, and my experience has been eye-opening. Often tenants with the highest income have created the most challenges, while those with more modest incomes are frequently the most responsible and reliable in my experience. This issue is also personal for me. I was raised by a single mother who relied on affordable housing to raise 2 teenage daughters. these opportunities of affordable housing have helped place in us, it helped to place us in a safer community. And I believe that being in a safer community had a positive impact in our life. Right now, Antioch leads the county in homelessness. But imagine if we became known instead as the city that led the county in reducing it. To help make this possible, I'm going to agree with the recommendations that were given. From a faith perspective, I believe that it is extremely important that we prioritize the most vulnerable in our communities. It is more important that we prioritize people than profits. And so I would ask that you would consider increasing this to 20%. A slightly stronger commitment today could make a more meaningful difference for many families like mine in the near future. In terms of the extremely low income residents, I would also like to see a land dedication option so nonprofits can build affordable housing with supportive services. I was the former chair of Seventh-day Adventist pastors and leaders in Contra Costa County. And right now we are currently seeing if we can work with one of our churches to help build affordable housing on their land in Pittsburgh. I think that's something that we could do here as well. The decisions that you make tonight will shape not only the buildings in our city, but the lives that grow within them. And so, because a truly strong city is not where only the wealthy can live, but where every family has an opportunity to call it a home. Thank you for your time.
Devin, followed by Cecilia.
All right, good evening again. I'm a little calm now. It's late and I know y'all want to go home, but so inclusionary housing, to me, what does it mean? So I'll start here. Thanks, for decades now of unchecked power of capitalism and bribes being taken in our federal government and our state governments, Gen Z millennials like myself and Generation Alpha will have a more continued suffering when it comes to home ownership. People are quick to say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And I've heard recently, we can't even afford boots at this point. We can't afford a car, bus fare, food to get us through a long day. My boots are pulled up, but they're a little old now. I am blessed enough to have family that I can rely on for shelter and save money and hopefully one day buy a home to call my own. I can already see people at home probably rolling their eyes and saying, get a better job, go back to school. But you know what, ma'am or sir? I know people with 3 degrees and they're still struggling to pay for a 2-bedroom apartment. So yeah, I'm a little blessed here. It shouldn't be this hard, and I know it wasn't always this hard because about 30 years ago, my parents were able to buy a home in San Francisco in their 20s. And that's my story, but there's so many people in Antioch who don't have that story, who have a relation to my story at all, and they grew up here. And I don't know everyone in the city, but I know that there is a need. And I'll tell you a little story about me when I was a teenager. So I used to play this game called The Sims at home, right? I don't know if y'all know it, but it's a game, a simulation where you build a home, start a family. It's super fun. I used to build homes that I would want to live in one day, and I thought, the world's decent, and I'll be able to do that. My parents did it, my friends and family members, whatever. Not in 2008. When I graduated high school, there was, as you guys know, a little bit of history. The economy tanked, housing market sucks, and we're suffering from it still today. And I know there's so many teenagers out there with the same dream of like I had, to own a home, pursue the career that they wanted to. I used to dream of kicking my feet up after the rap day on set and just like watching a movie or reading my next script for my next project. Because if you know me, you know, right? I don't have that privilege because I decided to do this work. So my dream is put on hold, and that's really the short version, but I implore everyone to like really do their research. I don't think we're breaking any laws here. We have a city attorney that would have told us, oh, you're breaking the law. Anyway, not to hold y'all up a little bit longer, but now that my dream is on hold, I am fighting for the right to make this right, and affordable, inclusionary, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't mean developers, we're going to hold you, tight and make sure you can't do anything or leave. It means that developers read the freaking room. Like, read the room. It's always about you, but now today it should be about the community. Let the community have this one, right? So inclusionary housing, in my closing, thank you for the 5 minutes. What it means to me is the opportunity for families to grow up in a place they can call their own, even if they don't own it, but they can afford to live there. So for the most part, I hope you guys pass this. And I really wanted Labor to have a piece of this conversation as well. But I think, it's a long time coming that we have something like this in Antioch. Thank you all. Good night.
Cecilia, followed by Melissa.
It's so cold in here. So stuffy. Hi, good evening, council members and city staff. My name is Cecilia Perez. I am a community organizer with Rising Juntos, and I'm also an Antioch resident. Everyone in this room cares about the well-being of our community. Antioch is a diverse city where families come to build their lives, raise their children, and feel a sense of belonging. Rising Juntos has been before this council for many years, urging safe, affordable, and dignified housing. In 2020, we produced a comprehensive housing report that, in addition to tenant protections, pointed to the need for inclusionary housing ordinances. Antioch residents support inclusionary housing, and we thank council for considering the proposal before you tonight. Rising Juntos has long asserted that in order for Antioch to thrive, we need affordable housing. In spite of this council's important leadership to pass much-needed tenant protections, more is needed. This policy is key to continue the great work that we've done together to stabilize housing. Antioch residents continue to struggle with homelessness. The majority of extremely low-income residents, in particular, are in urgent need of housing that is actually affordable. The proposed 15% inclusionary requirement is a step in the right direction, but it's not nearly enough. We are asking for a 20%, which would have a meaningful impact in creating truly affordable housing for families. A 20% rate is reasonable. It is commonly used in many cities, and it will ensure that as Antioch continues to grow, that growth includes homes that working families, seniors, immigrants, and residents on fixed incomes can afford. A 20% inclusionary requirement would allow families to remain in the city they call home and also keep our city strong. I urge you to pass at least a 20% inclusionary requirement in the inclusionary housing ordinance so that our city's housing policies reflect the needs, values, and dignity of people who live here. Thank you, and we urge you to vote yes and continue stabilizing housing in our community. Thank you.
Melissa, followed by Mr. Becker.
I've been waiting for this. I actually do believe in I'm a realtor and I believe in the inclusionary housing ordinance. And I looked up the lawsuits, and it seems like the courts are siding with the cities more than they are with the people that sue the cities, except when it comes to smaller sites. So maybe you should revisit that. I just did a quick search on that. But having developers pay for amenities like parks, playgrounds, we've been doing that, schools, we've been doing that. And yes, they added on to the market rate homes. So to me, this is just like another amenity for Antioch is the BMR homes. So I do agree a minimum for very low and low income housing. I'm not sure if I like the 20%. I feel like we could revisit that later because some of the developers say, oh, they have a hard time selling. I don't know if I believe them, but that's what they're telling everyone. I really appreciated how he came up with the in lieu fees. I am kind of wanting it to be more because I think the value of having BMR homes on the market is a more value than receiving those fees. That's just my personal opinion. Sorry, I have tons of notes. I'm just going to say I have, at least in my database right now, minimum 3 people that would benefit from BMR homes. And the developers said in the feedback when I looked over the packet is they said developers stress that difficulty of qualifying for home loans may impede the function of an IHO. Per participants, lower income households in Contra Costa typically face severe economic barriers to mortgage qualifications, including adequate down payment. Well, there's 2 reasons people don't buy homes. FICO scores, down payment. Down payment assistance, there's so many programs, My Home, My Zip, California Dream Act. There's down payment assistance for those buyers. FICO scores, well, that's personal choice. They didn't make their payments on time, but guess what? That's something they can work on with a qualified loan officer or a loan program that helps you improve your credit. So buying a home is a privilege. You need to have your credit score up to do that. And it just shows the bank that you are responsible and they will want to loan to you then. So I looked up some MLS data since I have access to it. In the last year, there have been 8 on the MLS. There may have been more because new home developments don't always put their BMRs on the MLS. There have been 8 homes that are BMRs on the MLS in the last year. They all sold. Guess how many are currently on the market? 0. They've all sold. So that tells me that there is a need for it and that would developers say, oh, there's a barrier to come. Well, those barriers are, people are buying these homes. Sorry. So here's some more stats about Antioch. So first-time home buyers, they're the most fun to work with because you hand them their keys, it gives you a good feeling. They started their home ownership journey. I just put one into contract, not in Antioch and Vallejo, but still, I'm very happy. But in Antioch, the basic minimum to buy a home in Antioch is $450,000 for a desirable, I would say a desirable older home built in 1970. That's what you need to buy a home. You can buy condos cheaper and fixers up are cheaper. So if you take that $450,000, do like a 6% interest rate with 3% down, I had my lender help me with this, it means you would have to have a household income of $138,000 to qualify comfortably for this house. And that's at a 50% debt to income ratio. Guess what Antioch medium's household income is? $98,000. So we clearly need it. We clearly need it. And I also researched a little bit about BMR homes. Oh my God, 5 minutes go so fast. I don't know if you can do this, but make it right of first refusal for city workers, teachers, first responders. I know some cities done that. And I think that to truly improve our community, you're the best of 5 people around you. So if you mix these uses in between, you're gonna raise people up. And so I am for this.
Thank you. A long time coming, and it feels like a long conversation, but when you think back, I honestly feel like sometimes it just seems like it's 30 minutes here or an hour there, and a lot gets really left off the table. And so I'm a little concerned when I look at this ordinance, because the whole intent of this process was to understand Antioch's needs. And from this proposal in the inclusionary housing program, it looks like it's really catering towards the affordable housing market that is the low-income housing tax credit developer model that primarily targets 60 to 70 to 80% AMI. And so we literally are talking about putting dollars into a housing trust fund that is going to help the community's needs. So let's look at a real life scenario here in Antioch. Standard Communities just received entitlements on a property that the city of Antioch created a commercial infill housing overlay that streamlines the process, reducing costs from the developer, allowing them to deepen their AMIs to meet the lower AMI community needs. We understand that our regional housing need allocations say that our two largest by far are extremely low and are above moderate, but the above moderate comes out of the picture because this is affordable housing. So if we understand it's the extremely low, but we understand that the tax credit developers primarily target low income, you end up with Buchanan Crossings receiving from Standard Communities through what I imagine will be a low-income housing tax credit, either 9% or 4%, that per their numbers that they submitted to the city is developing a 185 units. I hope this is the right project, but they're all around the same AMI, so you'll get the picture. 185 units of low income, but only 23 of extremely low and 23 of very low. So Buchanan Crossings, where the per capita income per individual in 3072.01 census tract is $28,000 for a single individual, you are only bringing 44 units out of over approximately 200 units, where the city already incentivized that developer by creating a streamlined ministerial approval process. So then we dig deeper and we say, well, why are they only tax credit projects? Well, if you look at the numbers that were given in prevailing wage per unit cost, those are not realistic. I'm sure the consultant could agree that the deeper the AMI, the higher the unit cost, because there are other inherent costs that come within those developments, such as permanent supportive housing models, wraparound services, and more intensive supportive space on site, leading you to a higher prevailing wage cost that here in the Bay Area and even up into Northern California on projects that I'm working on range from $550,000 to $750,000 per unit. So then if you say, well, we're going to put these dollars into the housing trust fund so that we can help the true community's needs here in Antioch, we're now acknowledging that those developers are going to take those dollars and predominantly put them into the 60 to 70% AMI, which is our middle needed bracket. And frankly, through the 3 projects that were submitted in that overlay, we have already met the RENA needs alone. So that's actually wiped out. We've addressed that per our RENA cycle. It's 400 and something units. So what about the 796 that we have to build? Where out of those 3 projects, we get 60. Now, once again, I feel like it's 3 minutes to talk here, an hour here, or 30 minutes here. My name is Andrew Becker. Pretty much everybody knows my number. Please call me so we can talk further.
We have no further comment cards.
All right, no. Oh.
Hello, good evening. My name is Tahira Dean, and I'm a staff attorney at Public Advocates, a nonprofit public interest law firm that supports education, housing, and transportation justice work. We challenge the systemic causes of poverty and racial discrimination by strengthening community voices. And I'm here today in support of an inclusionary housing ordinance. IHOs are a great way to ensure that developers build with the majority of Antioch residents in mind, not just for those who can afford luxury units. And Antioch wouldn't be the first nor the last to adopt an IHO. A 2017 report estimated that 149 cities and counties across California have some form of inclusionary zoning policy, making it one of the most popular ways to ensure affordable housing gets built. This city should move forward with an IHO with confidence, knowing that California courts have found IHOs to be constitutional. I'll repeat that. California courts have found that IHOs are constitutional. And in addition, at the federal level, while there have been challenges to the constitutionality under the Fifth Amendment, those have not been successful. Currently, it is still good law to push forward an inclusionary housing ordinance. There would be a lot of cities right now that would be shaking in their boots if this was, if this was at issue legally. Cities have broad authority under the Constitution to decide for the good of the general welfare what is the best policy for their residents, and this includes adopting an inclusionary housing ordinance. Public Advocates agrees with our colleagues in the coalition about making a few amendments to the ordinance, but otherwise we really appreciate your dedication to this issue and hope it goes forward. Thank you.
No further speakers.
All right. Being there no further speakers, I'll close the hearing. And this is open to the council to ask questions of the consultant or staff or discussion.
Do you want me to summarize what I feel is sort of the key points?
Well, one question I have.
Yeah, Councilmember Rocha.
One is, with this IHO, if it were to move forward, that is for would be for new developments. For example, we have previous projects that have been approved. Would that be required? Zoe, you want to? I didn't know who to look to.
Yeah, so this would be for new developments moving forward. There's specific outlines in the ordinance of what, but yes, an inclusionary housing ordinance is for the new projects coming in the city.
Zoe, can I ask a follow-up? What constitutes the point in time where a project is considered this ordinance would be applicable to that project?
You mean like
if the project's deemed complete, or what? What would be the?
Yeah, so it would be deemed. We have the exact language, but it would generally be deemed complete. Also under SB 330, if you file a complete preliminary development application, that vests your rights at the time that application was submitted. So any projects with those, which are most housing projects at this point.
So of the 10 overlay projects that we see online with the multifamily projects on them, are most all of those deemed complete already?
Yeah, so I would say not just I believe you're talking about like the commercial infill housing overlay, but just housing projects in general. I don't think there's any projects in entitlement that this would apply to currently. It would be projects only because they're either deemed complete or they have that SB 330 application.
So it'd be projects newer projects after those in the pipeline?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I was about to leave, but guess I will ask the question. I mean, I guess I'm curious about the statement that Andrew made about this ordinance basically not doing anything related to like RENA numbers or affordable housing, or like it'll just be, I mean, I'm getting the sense that he was saying that the ordinance would essentially do nothing based on the developments that are currently in the pipeline reaching our RENA numbers or something like that? Like, what was he mentioning?
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure exactly, and he's not here. If someone else wants to feel like they took it, but again, it's not.
I guess essentially my question is it a paperweight?
No. My general sense, Andrew obviously is very well versed in these issues, and I think my sense of his input was that he's coming from a very specific program and a very specific programming practice. And the big picture here for me is that we have to think of the IHO as one tool in such a large shed of tools for affordable housing. And I think he's really focused when he says wraparound services and things like that. He's talking about transitional housing, which have a suite of services that go with them. And that's true. This is targeting these income ranges. And you know, one of the reasons that we decided to leave out alternatives such as on-site development or land donation is because we're finding more and more that if an IHO tries to become a multi-purpose tool, the kind of thing you don't really end up wanting buying if you really know tools, you buy two tools that do two very good things as opposed to trying to cram them all in one, then yes, it does get diluted. And I mean, my sense, I didn't follow entirely what he was saying, honestly, but I do think he was coming. He's clearly
I mean,
somebody.
it's late for, I mean, it's, look, the thing is it is, I'm not gonna lie, it is late. And I try not to do anything that won't make, I mean, it's like, symbolism means nothing to me, right? I don't do things to be symbolic. I actually want this to mean something, right? And so, that's why I just want to like get the clarification.
So my point was simply that it's not going to do everything. And if you're coming from a place of a very targeted perspective, it might not fulfill that for you, even though it's an affordable housing tool. It might not be the tool that you're having or that you want to see used. But that doesn't mean it's a paperweight by any means. And it doesn't mean the city shouldn't keep considering all sorts of valuable affordable housing tools.
So what about the, I know this was, did the 15% come from the council? Because I can't remember at this point.
No, the 15%, that's
so
the other.
So what's the 20 difference between the 20?
That was the other
to
kind of point that I was going to bring up, which is that there is no maximum threshold at all for an IHO. A city could say, we want 90%. What is written in the state law, Assembly Bill 1505 for the state of California, is the phrase, an inclusionary housing ordinance cannot unduly constrain housing development. And if you have, of course, if you have a 90% inclusionary requirement, no developer is going to come in your city at all. You've unduly constrained housing. So what our financial feasibility did was looked at those basic components that are throughout so many different cities in California. 50% is always considered the sweet spot, where you're producing housing, but you're not unduly constraining development. And of course, we backed that up with the financial feasibility analysis. We looked at what those numbers would do in different permutations for different types of development. And again, that doesn't mean that there's no impact to feasibility. It just means this is not going to unduly constrain feasibility. And the idea with inclusionary housing is not to support developers, it's to create affordable housing. So yes, there are going to be changes to bottom line, but this will not unduly constrain bottom line.
And the 20% won't either.
Yeah, 50%, no, 20% would, because our 15%, if you look closely at that financial feasibility analysis, we were already bringing right up to that red line where those red numbers show you are unduly constrained. You know, your bottom line is beyond those typical industry thresholds of 6% for rental or 12% for sale. And so we didn't, this again, this speaks to the value of finding that balance.
And then the last, because I have another question. The last question I have is related to the comments from Labor around labor standards resolution and the housing trust fund and all of these other things. Like, have you seen this done before? Is this something that?
No, I mean, this is consistent with what we heard from the Planning Commission. And the fact of the matter is that these things all need to be approved and adopted together as a package. And you know, I speak again to the value of keeping this tool honed as opposed to spreading too further out into other legal areas such as labor standards and things like that. This is a tool just to get those affordable housing units built. And there are other places for the city to ensure that these things are happening as far as labor standards and things like that. And I would urge the council to consider this a package that has been developed together. And again, all of the admin guidelines can of course be reapproved and rewritten, and just like the in lieu fees will be annually reassessed. And just like as it's happening in some cities, the actual requirement can go up and down just based on the larger macro economy and things like that.
So is the idea that, like, based on us, just related to the percentage of the 15 to 20%, because there is a mechanism to evaluate and go back and look and see, you can actually raise or lower the fee at any time? Or is it just
With your approval.
It's in stone and you can't move?
No, it's not set in stone, but it would require, I mean, if we're working in good faith with the law of, I should mention again that Assembly Bill 1505, which states that the goal here is to not unduly constrain housing. The state has also stated, HCD says, we're not going to ever look at your financial feasibility analysis until someone tells us to. And they will then review it. But the point is, the faith of the state is put into the cities. And it's very clearly in the way the state laws are written that the goal here is affordable housing. It is not making life easy for developers. That's simply not the case. The goal here, and it's reflected in the language of the law, is to get affordable housing built.
Oh, no, I don't wake up to make developers comfortable or happy. That's not my job.
I guess what I was saying is,
I actually try to figure out how to make their life worse, if you could imagine that. But I mean, those are all my questions for now. I'll wait to hear what my other
I should have stated more clearly, if we were to change those numbers, they should be backed up with a feasibility analysis.
Okay, nice.
Okay, so I have some questions, Mr. Goodfellow. So we have attachment D, which the title is Existing IHOs in Contra Costa County. There are only 7 cities listed, not 14, which we heard in the public testimony. So have things radically changed since you published this? Are there 14 or are there 7?
No, first of all, that's not all of them. Those were examples that we gave.
Okay.
I don't know the exact number, I'm sorry.
So going through here,
Councilmember.
Pittsburgh, you know, they have 6%. ELI, Richmond, 12.5%. Walnut Creek, 6%. Concord, 6% total. Pleasant Hill, 5%. El Cerrito, 5 units to MI, 5% LI. Lafayette, 9. Why would we go to 20?
I don't think we should go to 20.
I mean, you know,
I agree with you.
advocates are saying, oh, be a leader, go to 20.
No, I understand. I agree with the sentiment of the increase, but like I said, I think for this tool to remain a useful tool, it needs to be kept in balance. It needs to be maintain the letter of the law, which is to not unduly constrain housing. And I think that gap between that 15 and 20 needs to be developed with tools that would make Andrew happy, that would be focused on transitional housing.
We're not here to make Andrew happy.
Well,
Let's
my
be
point
very
being,
clear about that, okay?
I'm not a local.
Okay.
My point being that there has to be a package of affordable housing tools, and an IHO is just one of them.
So going through the report itself, there is a couple of things. One is the city manager's question about the impact of actually implementing this, and I'm trying to look quickly for it, but I think the numbers that the city would have to hire are 3 to 6 individuals to oversee this, to do the annual audits, so on and so forth. So my question is, because we are, as the mayor talked about, looking at $11.3 million deficit this coming fiscal year and $13.4 million the next year. So we're talking about, you know, to make this work, we're going to have to hire 3 to 6 people. Where would we get the money? Would we get it out of the trust? The trust can't pay those fees?
No.
That's what I thought.
No.
So where would we get the revenue? Probably from the general fund.
My first response would be, I think that range of 3 to 6 is broad, and
it's in
yeah, I
your
know,
report.
and that came from mostly my discussions with the city of Walnut Creek, with the county housing staff who administer these, and there are heavy fluctuations in the administration of these things, and it is also true that that is a big part of why we didn't include these layers of alternative compliance where, oh, I'll donate land and then the city can develop, or I will buy a market rate project and rehabilitate it instead, requiring a whole nother layer of review. So this IHO, I believe, would certainly not take 6 new employees. I would think that 3 would be sufficient, and that it could be taken care of with the leadership of existing staff, and then staff brought on during periods of annual review or when there's a huge boost in development, because the consistent feedback I heard from staff was that it really fluctuates, the amount of work in the administration.
I understand that, but throughout your report, it talks about doing this on an annual basis.
I would just jump in really quick to mention also in the report, and having spoken with Terry House, our housing consultant, about this topic as well, there's a lot of third-party firms that have that, and that's something that's built into the agreements is payments to do the monitoring. We also have that amendment to the master fee schedule that talks about payments. So that's how this happens, when planning and engineering and community development staff process an application. We work on a time and materials basis for our time, right? So part of that would be processing affordable housing agreements, reviewing these documents, and all of that's billed back to the developer. So just to jump in on that aspect as well.
Well, wait a minute. Once the project is done, we'll have a responsibility of reviewing it on an annual basis to make sure that, number one, the people who receive the benefits are still there.
No, that's actually written into the housing plan in the code. That
I know, because somebody has to oversee it. Somebody has to document it. Somebody has to go out and research it. It doesn't happen out of thin air.
So again, Terry House, our housing consultant, we worked with her closely on this, and she does monitoring already of the units in the city. So this would be, again, there's no units currently planned, but that would be something along with the housing staff.
If you look at her billing for the last year, it goes into hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So built within the affordable housing agreement is a target amount that's going to be paid annually for each of these units. Now, will it compensate for every hour? Probably not. So I don't know how much the general fund will supplement that, but the intent is to have a funding source built in for the units, whether they're rental or whether they're for sale. So we'll get money back.
How long has Terry House been under a contract with the city? How long has she been contracted with the city?
I don't know offhand. She's worked.
Monica, you been here how long?
She's been here the whole time I've been here. I don't know when she started, but at least the whole time I've been
So
here.
the number
2009, 2000.
So almost 20 years?
Mhm.
So she's been billing like that for almost 20 years.
I don't know if she's
No,
been
I'm
doing it for
just
20 years.
trying to.
I am saying
I'm
if we
just-
adopt a
'cause we
new
need
program,
staff.
we're going to
I
have
get
to
what
pay
you,
it.
I get what you're saying. We need staff, right?
Yeah.
To be able to manage this. We have a consultant who's been billing us the same amount every year for 10 years because we never set up the staffing infrastructure to manage our housing policies on our own. And she's leaving. She keeps saying she's leaving, and she's training someone. And we need to know, like, what is the staffing structure for housing staff, given that the consultant that's been here for 20 years, billing the same amount for 20 years, is now leaving and will not be billing that. Where is that money gonna be going?
Yeah, we have a housing manager and 2 housing services coordinator. We brought those positions to you all a few months ago, and they've been hired up. And the job descriptions were presented. They definitely don't have capacity or functionality for this written into them.
But the consultant we've been paying for 20 years does.
She didn't do
She's not gonna live
She didn't.
forever.
No, but what I'm saying is she was supposed to be, I guess what I guess I'm just trying to frame some transparency for the public. This person has been a consultant with the city for 20 years, doing this work, billing the same for 20 years. We never hire staff for this person to train to be able to do this kind of work. And now we have 3 staff with the consultant that's leaving with all that knowledge who will not house all of that knowledge. And so I am a little stressed and confused about not just this housing policy, but all of our other housing policies. And what is that gonna like mean for like tenants, renters, new homeowners, et cetera, moving forward? If we have hired staff who don't have the capacity to oversee these processes.
We have the staff that we have right now. So Terry House was doing many programs, including CDBG, all the things. I think that there was a compliance area that needed to be built out, as we know, which is why we added another housing specialist. We did have currently a housing specialist who is doing all of the fair housing, our rental assistance, first-time home buyers program, landlord-tenant, all those things. So that person's already baked in, but we added more programs under CDBG because you all approved more than we had in the past. And so there was one person who was doing just those programs and needed to go into another person. The other person was Jasmine, who was the unhoused resident services coordinator. So the 2 positions that we added as a housing unit were already in place. We just made them best in emerging practices to actually streamline the housing services policies and bring them into the 21st century. So it wasn't that we actually added anything new. We just brought out all of our housing assets for staffing in-house. So the capacity was already filled. It just made it so that we took down the consultant and brought the consultant in-house. So do you understand what I'm saying? So all 3 positions were already filled to the capacity. We just put them all under our own umbrella so we could control our housing policy better and brought it in-house.
So let me continue. On page 8, at the very beginning, it should be noted that the density increases required to make rental projects feasible would also require additional building heights and potential parking regulation exemption, both of which are potential challenges to project development. Now, we just went through the de novo project, where we took zoned commercial property, got rid of it. Now we have, residential, high density, development project. Their ingress and egress is questionable, and it is a problem for us in the city of Antioch. On Lone Tree Way, the people who had in shape, there's something like 292 to 294 high density, condominiums, rental properties, and there's only 1 ingress and egress out of Lone Tree Way. So a lot of these, when we talk about, it's not just affordability, there are exemptions. And what concerns me is that the engineering and research said, even if you approve this project, City Council, you are at level F for traffic. That is gridlock on Lone Tree. And because of de novo, theirs was level F on Empire Mine Road. And again, Lone Tree. So it's just not just, the affordable housing, it's the exemptions that really concern me. Because what we're going to do is make it worse on Lone Tree Way than it is in Walnut Creek on Ignacio Valley Road. Try to get in that city if you have a job there. Doesn't matter if you're on the freeway, doesn't matter if you're on, Willow Pass. And so as I'm reading this, it is a great concern to me that, the quality of life in Antioch is going to deteriorate. And personally, I have a problem having 3- and 4-story buildings, and they get to look down at their next door neighbor, which are in single detached housing. We used to call that a conforming land use, non-conforming land use. But that's what is being advocated.
Well, the state is advocating those exemptions. I mean, that's the general reality of SB 79 of MTC's TOC policy. And the other law that is set in stone is that inclusionary housing is considered, you can put that into your density bonus. So this is intimately tied to these exemptions that I understand concern you. The city of Antioch has done their best, like most cities, to write objective design standards, which have daylight plane shading to avoid those buildings next to the small housing. But because of state law, you put in the density bonus and you can avoid those standards. So this is difficulty of local planning right now, by all means.
Let me tell you, the citizens of Antioch that I know, they don't want to have high-density 3-4-story buildings.
Well,
they don't.
They either want that or affordable housing, and that's not for me to.
Well, yeah, okay. And Antioch historically, since I was born here, has always been a haven for affordability in housing. Now, yes, I know it is very screwed up now, but I mean, it's are we truly going to help us or hurt us? And from my perspective, and Mr. Storer may want to make a comment, we are now going to be doing the general plan, number one. Number two, we do have Senate Bill 300, we do have Senate Bill 330, and now we have a proposal on inclusionary housing.
And again, that's why we didn't include any incentives or any streamlining.
And no one on this council or you out there, because we need to take a comprehensive view about how all of these things are going to impact our community.
Yeah.
And to do this piecemeal is wrong. We scream, rant, and rave about the state of California. Most of the politicians that are there were either council members, special district directors, or county supervisors. And for some reason, when they get to Sacramento, it must be in the water supply, they forget how much they did not and detest control by the state of California. And yet they're shoving it down our throats.
Sure.
Commercial property is being taken out, which I find horribly wrong to do, because as a city, we only have two sources of revenue: property values and sales tax. And Melissa's here, she's absolutely correct. This city has not had an effective economic development plan. It hasn't, it's failed. And we're suffering. And when you look at our revenue from sales tax, look at where we were 4 to 5 years ago and where we're at today. Am I angry about this? Yes. Would I like to just somebody make a motion so I can get my anxiety out and vote no? I'd appreciate that. But the reality is we do have an issue of affordability. My feeling is this is not the place tonight to make that decision. Our legal requirement is to do the study. That's our legal requirement. We have fulfilled that. But I believe we folded in to the general plan review and the SB 330 and SB 300, and God knows what else the legislature is going to shove down our throat in the next 6 months to a year. It's an election year, so God knows.
Yeah.
But and everybody wants to say, I have solved the affordability problem, and that's not true at the local level. I want staff to tell me, what is the financial impact? I mean, how are we going to, oversee this? I mean, how are we going to implement it? We have no plan. There's nothing here to tell us how we would implement this. It's just the policy. Let's do it. Let's put it in. That is irresponsible as far as I'm concerned. And so we've done the study. It's an extraordinary study. It took me 4 or 5 hours to go through. I just think, Mr. Mayor and council members, it would be wrong of us to approve this tonight. And I understand if I was an advocate on the other side, advocating for 20%, when I look at these other cities, I'm sorry, I need more than just a wish. Let's make it affordable. Let's increase from 5% to 20%. Really, why? What's the impact? So I don't think the issue is prime for us at this point. So And there's a question. I mean, the other issue I had a problem with, and this is maybe just personal to me, is that quote unquote it is citywide. I spent 3 years of my life doing the last general plan, and it was extraordinarily open to the public. Extraordinary if you look at the history. And we consciously made a decision that there are parts of our community we don't want high rises. We don't want high density. We want executive housing. Primarily, the area was in future urban area number 1, the Sand Creek area. I'm not willing to give that project. It may never come to fruition for other reasons, but I don't think this should be applied citywide. We need to make some qualitative judgments. In some areas, I don't think it should apply, because I think ultimately cities want the whole gamut, from executive style housing to absolutely affordable housing. And for a lot of us who are getting old, we're selling our houses, and we want smaller houses, but we also want benefits. So I guess I'm frustrated with this. I think it's the wrong approach. I think we need to delay this. I think we need to fold it into the general plan and really do a much better job on how we would pay for this, because it's not here, and reading this report scares me more than anything with how we would financially do it and the exemptions that are being called out. I don't want level F on Lone Tree Way, Hillcrest, A Street, Summersville Road. Summersville Road is already a disaster. God forbid that we make it worse, but you know what? We have 2 items on our agenda tonight, and it's going to get a whole lot worse on Summersville and Buchanan. And it will get even more worse because of the developments that are happening, and they are coming in because they're affordable. So, thank you for letting me rant and rave. I appreciate it. I'm okay. I feel good. I feel since Friday, since I started reading this.
It is 11:30.
Aren't you glad we extended it till midnight?
No. I mean, look, I support it with the 15, 20. I mean, really, I support this. I always have. Like, I didn't come to Antioch and spend $600,000 on a home. Like, I came to Antioch to be a first-time low-income homeowner, and the house was affordable for me and my family to do that. With being 5 years off of Section 8 welfare and food stamps, I was able to become a homeowner because that opportunity was here in Antioch, and now it is not. If I tried to move to Antioch today, I wouldn't be able to afford it. Antioch has the highest rate of homelessness in the county. We had the highest rate of evictions during the pandemic, when we were not supposed to be evicting, when people were not supposed to be getting evicted, when it was illegal. Antioch in particular had the highest rate of evictions. We had a study that was done where children were struggling in Antioch schools due to housing instability. We had kids who were actually living in cars, and their families taking them to Walmart and the gym to shower and everything so that they could go to school. Our very own housing element that was just recently updated stated that in our city we have residents who are segregated from critical resources, are public transit dependent, and are facing homelessness on the daily. That was our own research as a city. And so, Antioch, even with rents being high and houses being not affordable for me to be able to afford it when I was making $90,000 a year or less, is still the most affordable place in the East Bay. And if we don't keep it affordable, then it won't be. I live in a district of poor working class folks facing homelessness, people who are homeless. And I know people probably don't want 3 to 4 story houses here either. And I know they definitely wouldn't want it on the Beatty lumber lot, right? but he said no. So there are, right, it's late, so I'm gonna go there. But I know there definitely is NIMBYism that exists in the city. I know there are places where people do not want this kind of housing, and we have to figure things out. I support this, whether it goes tonight or some other way or whatever. I think this is important, and I think, like, in all honesty, the staffing struggles around housing policies in this city have existed for 20 years or more. And I don't think residents who are trying to afford to live in Antioch should have to suffer because we haven't figured out our institutional challenges.
Any other comments folks would like to make?
I hate going after Councilwoman Torres Walker because she makes such great points. A lot of it I agreed with. I get your frustration, Mayor Pro Tem Freitas, but on the other hand, we do need affordable housing. Something that Mr. Williams was talking about earlier that made me think, and I don't know if it's just a sentimental thing for me, you know, my parents were in the 30s when my dad got a job transfer to California and bought a house for $30,000 in Marin County. What? It's unthinkable. But it was a time where it was, my parents, 2 little girls, another baby on their way, a job opportunity came along, and they were able to afford a house to raise their children. We don't hear that. We don't hear about that as much anymore. You hear about, I hear about, and especially from our homeless advocates, I hear about people that are either couch surfing, living in their homes, or living on the street, and they have a job. They have a job. Somebody said earlier, somebody's out here with 3 degrees and still struggling. And we need to do something. I get we need to have a plan where a program's going to work and be successful and maintain, that's maintainable. I too was kind of looking at neighboring cities and what they were doing. My stats were a little bit different because I have Brentwood at 13% for their inclusionary housing, and they were in discussions of going to 18%. I get what you're saying about we don't want to make it restrictive. So, and I'm glad that you explained the fact that if we went ahead and we picked a number, that number is not etched in concrete. I looked at Concord, they're at between 10 to 15%. Walnut Creek, I have at 15%, mainly in Walnut Creek extensively for their downtown redevelopment. So we need to do something for housing to be affordable, because it's unfortunate we have young people and people of all ages that are like, hey, I work hard. I work hard. It's just they keep moving the goalposts. So I support this. I support this, that hopefully we also have a plan that makes sure that this is going to be strong and maintainable. But regardless we vote on today or whenever, I'm in support of inclusionary housing.
I support the concept all along, but there's more questions, concerns. I have more questions and concerns about how it's going to be done, how we do it right, how we structure it within the changes that are happening with our staffing. So if we're going to vote tonight, my position is going to be no. If we're going to have staff get some feedback to see how we can look at this and make it feasible, workable for us with our staffing, with all the different questions that have come up, then I could consider that. But if we're looking at tonight, I can't support this vote tonight based on so many questions and concerns. Otherwise, I think we're just winging it. I don't think we can do that.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Storer?
Yeah, of course.
Mr. Storer, I mean, I'm prepared to, I don't know if I get a second, but I'm prepared to make a motion that, that the impacts to SB 330, SB 300, the inclusionary, the proposed, how do we call it, the IHO with the general plan. But before I do that, I know the mayor and I will be interviewing, people to make recommendations for the general plan advisory committee. What's the schedule?
Do we wait? Can I answer that question at the end of a couple of thoughts to just throw into the mix, please? As was said earlier, we have not a legal obligation, but we have a commitment as a community to to at least consider.
You want to stop for a second?
Yeah,
This
sure.
passes?
I think we're good now.
Okay.
So we have a commitment within our current housing element to at least consider the adoption of an ordinance. So we've done that. We've gone through the process of engaging the public, talking with our planning commission, and then forwarding a recommendation to your council. So that's the good news. More good news is that my experience has been such that when you have a small community, when I say small, I'm talking anywhere from 10,000 up to 200,000. We're right at 100,000. I would consider.
Hold on. Can somebody shut their phone off? Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
sorry. It's very common, and Greg can talk more about it if you want to go into that detail, for the revenue generated by these contracts that we're talking about would be enough to hire a third party, a company or a nonprofit actually, that deals with these kind of deals all the time. And so the need to hire staff may not be the issue about having a fully fledged plan, but we can get more into that. But so here's my choices for your council, and we can talk about how that blends into your motion. So tonight you have an option of either approving it, number one, number two, denying it, or continuing to a date certain to allow us to come back with some timelines, projections, how it blends into the general plan update process, or we can actually continue it off calendar because we actually have a public hearing notification for this. We could do it until after we blend it into the long-term general plan. So those are 4 options.
So from my perspective, I don't think any one of us on the council is saying, yay, I mean, yes, we're generally supportive, but you know, we need to do it right. It needs to be comprehensive. There are questions. I mean, I want to hear from the staff. I want to hear from the city manager as well as the community. It's not, I don't think we all support affordability. All of us, you know, I graduated, Davis, $15,000 in debt. It took me almost 15 years to pay it. I couldn't buy a house. I get it because I was paying my student loans. I mean, we've all had those type of real world experiences, but this is, in my opinion, this is too critical for us to screw up. And that, you know, we need to get a round table. We need to throw out questions. We need to have a discussion, you know, and say, okay, well, what if this happens? How are we going to deal with this? I mean, sooner or later, you have to say enough. We have enough discussion. We have enough question. And you make the best proposal and recommendation you can. I'm just saying, we're not ready. I mean, you know, there are too many questions out there. And it's like, and even the information, I have Concord at 6%. I don't have it at 10%. So I question, well, what is she looking at that I don't have? That's my feeling, is that this is too important for us not to spend the time, which is, I think, 1 more year with regards to the general plan. We've already hired the consultant. We're already looking. The council's already decided what the advisory committee is going to be, you know, like. It's not like this is going to take 6 months. We're here. We're moving forward. And so that's my recommendation.
So I think you're looking at option 3 or 4.
When did the staff start working on this?
Pardon me?
When did the staff start working on this?
I think it was 2024. Defer to Zoe, I think, but that's pretty much about when it started.
2024. And how long is it going to take to finish the general plan? 3 years?
Well, we're saying anywhere from 2 to 3 years, depending on the process.
2 to 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So staff have been working on this since 2024. It's going to take 2 to 3 years to complete the general plan that is hasn't been updated since 2003. 3 years to update a general plan, so it could take 3 years before the city come back to this issue.
Well, kind of.
And the
yes.
housing element was updated when?
2023. If I can just add in to go along with your thought process, it's the land use element that we're talking about now. So there's the general plan map itself with the colors and the designations, and then we actually have the policies. And that's what I think I heard tonight was how.
But
okay. All right. I'm listening.
I'm just saying, pandemic, massive evictions, highest rate of homelessness. So people been waiting almost 6 years, right, for something to happen. So if you're saying that the piece you're talking about is going to take maybe a year, not 3 years, the land use piece?
The land use is one of the 7 mandatory elements within a general plan. We've already taken one piece called the housing element, which is always in there. But what we're talking about, generally the big piece of a general plan is really the land use element policies, not the map and the colors on the map. Although I think we're hearing about that, about whether it should be red for commercial or yellow for residential, that kind of thing. But we can attack that land use policy first, because that's normally where you go first. The open space, the circulation, and the other kind of elements that you have, conservation, whatever. We can actually hone in on that and come back to your council once we start to develop some of that. I don't think you necessarily have to wait for the adoption of the whole thing at the end point of 2 to 3 years. We can start working towards
6 months, 12 months, a year.
Yeah, 6 months,
2 years,
6
3
months,
years.
12 months.
When would it happen?
Well, we can get something back to your council on a land use policy, not actually adopting it, but we can actually have the framework through our consultant. So I would recommend you guys go with continuing it to a date certain, or you continue it to off calendar, if there's no action tonight.
I'm going to say a couple words and then we can take a motion. So I agree. So my biggest concern with this inclusionary housing ordinance is the fact that we've been thrown for a loop when it comes to the housing legislation that's come out of Sacramento. And we've only had 2 projects approved. We have 8 or 10 in the pipeline. We have 3-story units going up right in the back of residential on Golf Course Road, which is going to be a nightmare, firestorm. And so we don't even know the impacts of current legislation on our city, let alone adding one more moving part to it that's going to just complicate things. The other part of it is, and I keep harping on this, is we need to get our budget under control as well, in my opinion, in order to know where we're headed as a city, how we're going to afford to pay for things like extra staffing if we need to pay for it or not. And then just the other thing that has always frustrated me is RENA numbers are dumped on us, right? All the cities, MTC and the group, they come up with these numbers. It's a magic box. They push a button, and all of a sudden, all the cities, we have X number of this many units, that many units. You know, and then everybody looks at it and says, well, at least mine weren't as bad as yours. You know, ours weren't as bad as Danville's or whatever. But we're going after these arbitrary numbers that some group in the larger Bay Area has come up with, and I don't know if that's what's best for our community. I know that's what we're mandated to do, but I don't know if that's best for our community, and that's where the general plan comes in. And I think that folding this in with the general plan process, because what the general plan's going to do is it's going to tell us how many units we have left in our 25-year building sphere that we're going to be building, that then we would know how many units we would get out of this. Right now, there isn't any certainty to that. So I think there's a lot more, my point is there's a lot more questions than there are answers. I think there's a lot of moving parts right now when it comes to Sacramento and development and how it's going to impact Antioch with so much vacant land and so much residential opportunity. And I just think this would add one more element of complication to it. So I'm not going to be supportive of moving it to a date certain, maybe to some point in the future if that's the motion, but not something that's certain, because I don't see the benefit or purpose of it.
All right. I would like to make a motion, right? So we finna just make a motion.
Based on what I can do in counting my fingers, would be to continue it off calendar and then provide direction to staff to return
Okay.
at some point
So
during the
you
general
want
plan
somebody
process.
to make a motion to continue it off calendar?
Yes,
To a
and
date
then-
not certain?
To a date uncertain or
Somewhere
off
in the
calendar.
future?
And I would
when
provide
everybody
direction
can't
that
afford
at
to
some
live here
point
no
we come
more.
back to the council. Sorry. Sorry? I'm sorry.
Because everybody's on.
Yeah, microphone.
So, it is to vote off calendar, but I want to be very clear that as we go into the general plan, the first is the housing element.
The land use, yeah.
The land use. And, you know, some of the questions that I think that we're all asking, what are the impacts of SB 330, SB 300, the IHO, and, you know, and our existing land use and things of that sort. And I think we can move that forward, and it may even give us the opportunity that once we're satisfied, we could bring back the IHO within a year or so for action. But we need to do it that would be my motion.
Certainly, and if I can just piggyback on that, one of the outcomes of your land use policy could be to enact an IHO.
Right.
And we have the framework for it already. But then conversely, it may be, let's not do an IHO.
Well,
That will come out of your policy discussion with the element.
Yeah, I just think it's important not to dictate one or the other, but let the process work itself out
Right.
and then bring it back organically when it's time
Should
to
that be the
consider
case,
it.
yes.
Yeah.
So,
Does the city manager want to give any words of wisdom?
No.
No.
that's called a wise city manager.
So, Mr. Mayor, I will move that David, help me with the terminology, and Michael, I want to make sure the city clerk gets this right in the minutes. So I'm moving that this issue be offline, is that?
Move to continue off calendar.
Yeah,
That would be
move to
simple enough.
continue
I think
off
we've got the
calendar
message.
With the understanding that the general plan will prioritize this entire discussion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Freitas, a second from Councilmember Rocha. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Torres Walker voting no.
All right. Moving on to item number 9, City Council appointments to the General Plan Advisory Committee.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. This item comes back to you to actually take the vote on the 2 nominations that you are making. We talked about it last time and you moved, but we forgot to vote.
Yeah, so I apologize. Apparently, we made a motion about extending the time frame for how long the application period was for, but we didn't vote on who the 2 folks are. So I will make a motion again that I will nominate myself and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha to serve on the Mayor Pro Tem Freitas. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Freitas. Sorry, it's getting late for me too. I should have got up and left with Tamisha. We're on number 9. It's
For
on
the record, Torres Walker leaves at 11:51 p.m.
Okay. So this is City Council appointments to the General Plan Advisory Committee. At the last meeting, I made a recommendation to appoint myself, Mayor Pro Tem Freitas, to the GPAC, so it was approved at that meeting. We didn't vote, I'm sorry, and so I would like someone to make a motion, please, if they agree with that nomination.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that Mayor Pro Tem Freitas and Mayor Bernal serve on the General Plan Committee. Is that the action that needs to be?
It was not voted on last time.
Yeah, so I'm making the motion
I get
to.
I just wish I was part of the discussion, but never mind. So the motion is you're nominating the mayor and Mayor Pro
Yeah,
Tem?
that's what happened at the last meeting, but we didn't, I guess, take a vote.
Do we have a second?
That is correct.
second. I don't
All
know
right,
what
we have
y'all-
a motion from Councilmember Rocha, second from Councilmember Wilson. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 4-0 with Torres Walker absent.
All right. Next item, staff communications.
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to move my staff communications up at the next meeting because it's near midnight. And so I always have to truncate, which actually doesn't give me time to give the proper recognition to the staff. So I will save it, but just to give some parks and recreation updates, the Nick Rodriguez Community Center has the contracts underway. You'll probably be sent or have been sent an invitation for the grand reopening. The Marcady Park renovation has begun this month as well. I sent you my inaugural biweekly update. Thank you so much for the kind words, Councilmember Rocha. In response, I'm sure getting through 15 pages was annoying. And then I also want to give kudos to the Public Works Division for the National Environmental Protection Agency Award, the Aquarius Award, which is very prestigious. Only one agency per state receives it, and so much more that I'll just have to send in an email. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And I'm sorry, I haven't read your bi-weekly thing yet. I'm behind on my email, so I will check that out. Any public comments?
We have no comment cards.
All right, council communications and future agenda items.
I'll just make more of an announcement, although the kids are probably asleep. Cornerstone Christian, even though I was a principal for a long time at Antioch High School, our Cornerstone Christian in Antioch, both their boys and girls teams advanced to the Northern California Regional Finals, and the boys played tonight, and they won. So they've won the Northern California Regional, and now they'll play on Friday at the CIF State Championship, where I'll be on Friday. The girls play tomorrow night at Cornerstone Christian, and if they win tomorrow night, they win the Northern California Region, and then they would go to the state finals this weekend in Sacramento Golden One. So congratulations to the Cornerstone Christian boys team for winning the Northern California Region, and good luck to them at the CIF State Championships. They play on Friday afternoon. I will be there for the game. And then tomorrow night, the girls play, and I wish them the very much luck tomorrow night. And hopefully they prevail like the boys did, and they can also go to state. And I'll be at the game tomorrow night to present the awards to both teams.
All right, that's awesome. Councilmember Wilson? No? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I do have some things that I'd like to see agendized sooner rather than later. Number one, it is the APOC joint meeting. We've talked about it, I think, long enough, and I'd like to move forward and actually schedule the meeting. Number one. Number two, the city manager employee evaluation. I'd like to put that on the agenda for next week in closed session so that we can address it and make decisions. Number three, the golf course. Today I was a little shocked to hear that we only received $20,000 versus, I forget what the figure. $345,000. And so one of the things I think we need to look at this, but I also would like to see their financials, because that is, I think it's in the agreement. I was mayor at that time to make sure that the city had access to that, and I'd like to see, last several years what that means. The other is the building that's diagonal to us, the old PG&E building. The new council's been here almost 15 months. I have no idea why they have staff that's been identified have not moved into that building. We purchased it. We put a new elevator in it. You guys looked for furniture. I don't get it, and the whole idea is to make space here. So I want to know why this is not happening and what we need to do to make it happen. The other is a public works issue, the pavement management system. I'd like to have a presentation from staff because I've been, now this month, last month, lived in my house 36 years, never had a slurry seal, no chip seal, no repair. I have cracks all over, green because weeds are going through. It has failed, and I want to understand the pavement management system, so I would request a presentation. Now that we, and the last item, now that we have the new city attorney, I think that it would be appropriate for us if we can schedule it with Derek Cole, her, and other appropriate staff for the city council to have a status report on all pending litigation. The last time we did it, I believe, was December 11th, 2024. So we have not been apprised of what the litigation is. And I think, at least for 3 members, you know, we were shocked at the enormity of the litigation. And so I'd like to know, I think it would benefit her and have a discussion in closed session. And I would suggest, you know, Mr. Mayor, this is really your purview, that we not be rushed. You know, we were sworn in on the 10th, and on Wednesday, if you remember, we had, you know, the only item was to be briefed on litigation. I think it's been too long, and I think now it'd be appropriate that we have that with the new city attorney. Thank you.
All right, and I think many of those are in the works, so we'll get those teed up. One thing I want to mention, I had the opportunity to go watch Julian Bridges fight on what night was that? Saturday night, yeah. A 6-round knockout. He's 9-0 with 5 knockouts, and he's Antioch proud, and he'd like to have some Antioch trunks put together. So maybe we can work on something like that. And he's very proud to represent Antioch in his boxing ventures. He's very, very good, and he's going to go a long way. So he actually trains here in Antioch, and he's been doing an amazing job. He's a super fine young man. I'd like to have him come in here and introduce him to the city council. And yeah, so just want to let you know.
Well,
that
Mr. Mayor, I think we should do something better than that.
Yeah,
I think we should have an event, invite the community. You know, I think
Yeah.
you're right. I think it's a great time. When we had Aaron Miles, you know, when he, the baseball player, I mean, we had a big function for him. It was really wonderful function.
I'll talk to his manager and see if we can get something set up and do a nice little event for him. But yeah, he's grew up here, great young man, so super proud of him. Along with Cornerstone, that's a great story. You know, those are state champions for basketball, both boys and girls. Well, I mean, we're speaking it into being though. So so yeah, so that's it. It's exactly 12 o'clock. So do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Move to adjourn.
Motion from Councilmember Rocha.
Second.
From Councilmember Wilson. Please cast your votes.
Motion passes 4-0 with Councilmember Torres Walker absent.
Meeting adjourned.
Meeting is adjourned at 12:01 p.m. or a.m. Sorry, 12:01 a.m. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Well, I think
Have a good evening.
I was thinking
We lost the EP.
something like with our